Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Hi. Hello, today is Thursday. Happy Thursday. We are nearly there. We have nearly made it out of the week into the weekend. Well, the weather is still nice here. It is so hot. I don't want it. I don't like it. You guys can have it. I can send it to anyone that wants it. But apparently it's supposed to cool down over the weekend and into next week, which is fine. I am not complaining about it. I'm gonna be probably the one person celebrating in the whole country. But anyway, good morning, Maria. Good morning, Denise. Good morning, Kara. Hello, Zizzy. Hello, everybody. Hi, I think I got it, everyone. Hello, people that are watching in the recrew. Zia, William, hello. Good morning. I did not miss you guys. Good morning. I hope everyone is all right. Who is ready for a fun-filled day of court? Oh, hang on. I need to move. Well, I'm gonna carry on where I am right now because we are going to soon start court because we have got a lot of stuff to do. We have so much to cover because we were in this Newsfest trial yesterday. We did not have time to cover anything that we needed to cover. So everyone is here. I am so glad that I missed our friends. I know like they are watching the trial, the Karen Reid trial. But they have a break today and they can join us today, which I am very, very grateful for them to do so. We do miss you, but we'll be together soon again. So definitely a lot going on, William. So today my plan is before the Christopher Schurr trial starts, because it only starts in about an hour. I know I'm early. I planned to watch the Donna Alderson hearing that happened yesterday. I watched it a little bit with our friend Zio, but because I said we were gonna watch it here, I still want to do that. I don't know why I have a tweezer in my hand. It's just there. So forgive me. I need to take that away. So before court starts, I was planning to do that hearing. And then we still have a lot to do. We still have to watch the Jennifer McCabe, the beginning of the course, because apparently Alan Jackson, I think that's his name, don't quote me on that, hasn't finished the cross-examination on her. He says that I think I heard that he says that he still has like an hour and a half um so far. So yeah. Well, I am having a better day. I yesterday and the last few weeks things haven't been normalish, so I think I'm starting to feel like my old self coming back to it, and the weather doesn't help because I don't like the heat. So when the heat it is there, I just feel so sluggish and everything. So hey, Theo is in the house. Hello, hun. So yeah. Oh, hello, Crackerjacks. Sorry, I was trying to see your name. Hello, nice to meet you. Good to see you. Welcome in. So we are just gonna get a start of our day because, like I said, we do have like a lot to do and a lot to watch and a lot to process. Also, what I'm thinking, right? Because of yesterday, just just a little bit before what we were talking, Maria, hello. Um, so what we're talking about is that our current trial might finish today, and I'm hoping that it is because I'm sorry, it's been a very snoozer fest of a trial, very long testimony, very technical and very detail specific, and I just wanted to be over. But fear not, my friends. I've already got our next one up on there. Ooh, I'll look at that. I'm gonna write it down. So what was it? Boise River Float. It is on my list of things to watch. Definitely will do. It's written down. So yeah, what I was I saying? Oh, I already have our next trial. Hopefully, it is going to be our next trial. Still not sure it is going to be the one, but we have something. Something there. Definitely, it is almost the weekend. It is Thursday. We can do this. Everyone can do this. It's only one more day, and if you are in the UK, it's a 3-day weekend because it's bank holiday Monday for us on Monday. um I did, the one that touch grass, Zizzy. Is it that one? I prefer smoking grass. No, I'm joking. Sorry, me and my jokes. Um, but definitely I heard that one. Oh no, definitely. Oh no, our love goes definitely out to for her. Oh, Robert, I hope you are okay, my friend. I'm sending you a lots of love and positive thoughts. And I am so sorry, girl. I know you've been struggling with your knee, but she is amazing and she's a great supporter to the channel. Definitely, we're sending you good vibes and good thoughts for you, Robert. We definitely really, really appreciate you a lot. Enjoy lurking and working, Denise. So, without further ado, we'll get started because otherwise, if we carry on talking, we're not gonna have time to get we're not gonna have time to cover everything, even though we still have like 1 hour to for the trial. I planned enough time for that and to chat and to talk because you guys know I like to talk. So yeah, anyway, definitely thank you very much, everyone, for that support. Robert definitely needs our support and our good vibes for sure. She deserves it. She's amazing. Um i i I all I want is the best for her. But thank you, Pothara. Love Robert. Hello, my friend. Absolutely. You do what you need to do. We are here for you. Anything, just reach out. We love you lots, girl. Like big massive heart. Yes, there she is. Definitely. We love Robert. Definitely we do. We do love everyone. Everyone is very welcome here, and you guys are amazing. So let's hear. By the way, just a heads up, court sound from the Donna Adelson trial, it is horrible. It is awful. I can do what I can do, but I can't do much more than that. But without further ado, let's watch it. And I will be quiet because you guys are already sick of hearing me, because after half an hour or how long this is, you're gonna hear me again. So yeah. Sound is horrible.
Yes. I know, man, we should. Ready? Come on. I know, man, we should just be able to sit down and then allow you to start to talk to them. If they cannot hear you or you cannot hear them, let me in this class.
This is Adelson. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Let's do a mic check so you can hear everything happening in the room. Mr. Zellman?
Joshua Zellman on behalf of Mrs. Adelson.
Jackie Fulford on behalf of Mrs. Adelson.
Sir Catherine Dugan on behalf of the state.
All right. For everyone who has joined the Zoom this afternoon, there's not to be any recording of the Zoom. The pool camera is the only designated camera that is going to be recording the proceedings today. We're here this afternoon on the defendant's expedited motion to continue the trial. The state has filed a response to this as well, and the defendant has filed a reply. In addition, the defendant has also filed a motion to compel. Mr. Zellman, you may argue your motion.
Your Honor, before we do that, I believe that the email from your office also indicated that you wanted to address the scope of the ceiling. That would be,
We'll get to that at the end, but unless you believe we need to do it right now.
given the nature of the materials and the basis for the, in part, the basis for continuance as well as the motion to compel, we would request that it be addressed at the beginning of the hearing.
Very well. Concerning the scope of the ceiling, when this matter was first presented to me, when we had the phone conference on April 8th, as it related to matters pertaining to the warrants and any affidavits and any support for those as to the investigation that recently concluded, I am in agreement with you, those matters would be confidential. However, every filing that may even reference those materials, sealing those filings starts to become a question of whether things are exceeding the scope of confidentiality that's allowed by the rule of general administration. Mr. Zellman, why should all of these matters remain sealed without redaction or other means that could be made to otherwise deal with the portions that are confidential?
Well, Judge, Jackie Fulford on behalf of Mrs. Adelson, our position is that the information that's contained in the items that Your Honor is referring to would need to be referred to also in the arguing of these motions. And we're here in open court, and I'm not sure how we protect the sealing of those documents when we're going to have to argue the very materials that serve the basis of why we're here, asking for a continuance and a motion to compel.
Is anyone actually getting into the warrants or the affidavits themselves with what you plan to argue?
Yes, Judge, and the materials from the investigation.
You have those to actually bring up as a part of your argument today?
Yes, Judge.
Not generally, not just referencing them, but the actual materials from the warrants and the affidavits.
Well, there need to be statements put on the record on behalf of Mrs. Adelson regarding what was claimed to have happened in the investigation that has since proven to be false, that has not been retracted by the state. And in making those arguments is part of the basis for why we need a continuance and why we're asking for the relief in the motion to compel, as well as additional depositions. And
to that end, Ms. Dugan, is the state planning to file any superseding indictment or any additional charges based on the investigation that is now concluded, or at least is alleged to have concluded?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
With that being said, if the defense is seeking to file any motions related to these matters, they are not related to pending counts. However, you can pursue them as you believe them to be appropriate. As to the warrants and the applications, does the state have a position as to whether they should remain sealed or any documents referencing them should remain sealed without redaction?
No, sir. We would defer to the court. And some of the discovery the defense has moved to compel is sealed, or a lot of it is. And I actually brought a motion to unseal the documents and recordings related to that today so that those can be provided to the defense, but maybe for the limited purpose of discovery, but whatever the court prefers, we don't have a position.
Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford, any additional argument?
No, Your Honor.
With there not being additional charges to be filed by the state concerning these matters, the court is going to unseal at this point the filings that have been previously filed under seal as it relates to the motion for continuance, the state's response, and also the reply as well. Any other matters that need to be reviewed by the court or to be unsealed from here, the parties need to appropriately raise.
Can we have just a moment, please?
Go ahead.
Stating that you're unsealing the pleadings, but not the actual underlying applications, affidavits, and warrants, or you're unsealing
Not the
everything?
warrants, not the affidavits, not the applications, but the pleadings that reference those matters, yes.
Just one moment, please.
Your Honor, would you give the defense an opportunity to propose redactions to the pleadings, given that they relate directly to those underlying materials, and in fact, in some points, quote them?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Again, as to redacting those matters, that would remain sealed. That is certainly appropriate under the rule of general administration. As to each doc or each docket entry or each document itself remaining sealed, just by incorporating by reference those matters, I believe that's getting a little bit further than what the rule requires.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Zeldin, you may make your argument at this point.
Your Honor, the expedited motion to continue that was filed on April 21st, I try to make my arguments as clear as possible in the written pleadings. What has come out about 3 weeks ago is the state conducted this additional investigation into allegations. As part of that, they obtained additional records. We also learned approximately 2 weeks ago during Investigator Newland's deposition that the state had not given us materials that had been given to prior counsel. So we've been asked to trust without the ability to verify. And in fact, months ago, I asked the state for a list of the materials, everything that they had, everything that Corbett had, so that we knew if we had received everything. So now we have received, from the materials we received over the last few weeks, it appears to be over 100,000 emails. We have purchased 3 pieces of software in addition to the software that we used previously, trying to...
Is this to sort through or sift the emails?
Some of it's to open it, some of it's to sort through. Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
None of them are very effective at doing that. So we've actually engaged a e-discovery platform to assist us, but that hasn't even been set up yet. That was a decision that we made last night after trying the additional piece of software yesterday. In addition to that, we have new cell write extractions from Mrs. Adelson's phone. I understand in the state's response to the motion to continue that they don't intend to use any of that, but that doesn't mean that there's not something in there that we want to use.
And I did want clarification on that point. As to the discovery provided to prior counsel, Ms. Dugan, the response of the state is that on October 31st and November 8th, the raw data from the defendant's phone and email accounts were provided. Is that correct? Is that what your response is getting to?
Is this concerning, can you tell me what
Just the raw data from the defendant's phone and email accounts?
Yes, sir. Those have all been previously provided. I thought he was talking about the 100.
We're going to get to the filter team documents. The best way to do this is to take it into bite-sized pieces so it's clear what is being argued, what is not.
Yes, sir. So it's my understanding that all of Mrs. Adelson's phone records were previously provided in November 2024. There were certain phone records, I believe it was 7 pages of phone records that were actually, this is going to be paragraph 7 of the defense's reply to the response. These are phone records that Donna Adelson's prior defense counsel had an issue with us not having. So these were subpoenaed. TPD received them in October of 2024. The state attorney's office didn't know TPD had received them. TPD didn't know that we didn't have them. And so that's why they weren't disclosed. But ultimately, they have now been sent to the defense.
Another term you start to hear sort of thrown around a little bit more by
Ultimately, though,
Go ahead.
yes, sir. I'm told it's 7 pages of records. So those were the 7 pages that they did not have that weren't disclosed to them last fall. That's my understanding. And we would object to a continuance based on those pages.
All right, as to any additional raw data from either your client's phone or email accounts, are these not in your possession at this point?
We have them, but that's the materials that we've been struggling to try to get through.
And again, this was disclosed back in October and November, or when did you receive it?
We did not receive those materials, Your Honor, until it was after, if Your Honor recalls, during the expedited hearing that we had a couple of weeks ago by telephone with the state and defense on the phone. Those were the records that we were addressing then, and I believe that we got those April 10th, 2025. And that's, the state actually acknowledges that in their response.
All right, Mr. Zellman, you're not going to make your argument for you, but ultimately you believe you need to review these to be prepared for trial itself.
Yes, and those aren't the only issues that have arisen over the last few weeks. The motion details the additional issues. But needless to say, we have spent the last 3 weeks trying to collect this material, some of which we still don't have.
You're referring to the recent investigation.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And even if the state isn't going to use the information, we still need to know the extent to which they violated, they intercepted, and monitored attorney-client communications and communications that are protected by the fiduciary client privilege. We don't have all of that information yet, and they have not responded. As indicated in my reply yesterday, the state hasn't responded to those emails requesting that information.
Ms. Dugan,
Yes, sir.
concerning the aspect of the recent investigation, which materials are yet to be provided and why?
Yes, sir. May I also address the 100,000 emails?
Go ahead.
Okay. So those 100,000 emails are redacted privileged communications that the defense recently received that occurred between the Adelsons and prior counsel. This communication was redacted by a taint team. It's never been seen by the prosecution.
The filter team document
Yes,
you're
sir.
referring
Thank you,
to.
filter team. It's never been seen by the prosecution. It's obviously privileged. We obviously do not intend to use it in our case, having never seen it. And I also can't imagine a scenario where the defense would be using it in their case. I would feel like all of that information would be hearsay and self-serving hearsay. So the state is objecting to a continuance based on their needing to review all of the privileged communications with prior counsel.
When were the filter team documents provided?
They were provided on April 10th during, one second, I want to double check. During Jason Newland's deposition by this defense team, somehow some question was asked where he referred to the filter team that the court referenced. And this defense team was not aware that the filter team had gone through all of those emails and kept all of the privileged emails from the prosecution team and provided them to former defense counsel. So those were then provided to this defense team.
Very well.
And Your Honor, I could address that very briefly. Judge, advice of counsel is something that would be relevant. It goes to Mrs. Adelson's state of mind. And if there are any emails in the records that we received 2 weeks ago that would rise to that level, then it would absolutely be relevant and admissible if it goes to her state of mind concerning, for example, her leaving the country.
Well, I was going to say, particularly as to that issue, what advice she received and what she relied upon in making that decision, that would be up to the finder of fact to determine, was she relying on the advice of counsel or was she in fact trying to flee? The emails, though, and your client does not have to testify, but ultimately this would go to how would the emails themselves be admitted versus her giving her recollection or recitation of those.
That still doesn't mean that the emails themselves would not be admissible, Your Honor.
Let's put a pin in that. That'll
Yes,
be
sir.
subject to any argument in the future
Yes,
as
sir.
to how the emails themselves could be admissible. But if your client chooses to take the stand during the trial and waives any prior privilege with Mr. Rashbaum or anyone else concerning advice that she received on leaving the country, that is certainly up to her.
Yes, sir.
Back to the Lisa investigation discovery, Ms. Dugan, the items that have not been provided, I believe some of these pertain to the parameters in the Title III that were supposed to operate as safeguards. Is there a reason this has not been provided to the defense?
So looking at the reply and the motion to compel, all of the things that they're requesting here as far as the minimization instructions, all the logs, all of those things, I feel once the order to unseal has been signed, those can all be disclosed. The only thing that I saw that would be additional that they are asking for is surveillance video, which is surveillance video from the jail, which I've been told has already been disclosed to the defense. They also asked for the financial records that are mentioned in the application. I was told that we subpoenaed Harvey Adelson's Zelle account. I found that those Zelle records and had it sent to the defense this afternoon. So once those items are unsealed and they can be disclosed to the defense, that should be all of the discovery that pertains to the wire.
Please provide the order. Has the defense been able to take a look at it?
No, sir. Let me show them what I have, and if I need to change anything, I'll be happy to. May I approach?
You may.
Your Honor, there was one issue that Ms. Dugan and I addressed concerning the motion and order, and it has to do with the discrepancy with Investigator Newland's memorandum, the 17-page memorandum. The memorandum that he authored indicated that the wire went down February 24th. Ms. Dugan is telling me that the wire actually went down on February 21st. So we can just make sure that that's accurate.
Yes, this is one of the paragraphs in the defense's reply. That was just a mistake on the memo. The wire came down on the 21st. I believe the significance of the 24th was that was when the order was signed, and I think Mr. Newland's memo said the 24th, but it is the 21st, which is reflected in the order the court's looking at now.
All right. Court will sign the order at this time. I believe that deals with your motion to compel, Mr. Zellman.
May I address one more thing about the issue we were just talking about? There is obviously this new discovery from this lead that the state was alerted to last fall. We conducted this investigation and followed that investigation to its conclusion. That obviously has resulted in some new discovery in these wire calls, but I did want to let the court know, though there are a large number of calls that the defense, of course, wants to review, there are only, I was told, about 30-something calls deemed pertinent by law enforcement, and the state likely plans to only use maybe one or two at trial, and believes that the 2 months the defense had from the time it was discovered to the time of trial in June should be sufficient to prepare for that portion of the trial.
Do any of the calls that you intend to use from this recent investigation go to privileged matters or encapsulate
Thank you.
calls with counsel?
Thank you. I wanted to address that. There are no calls that were recorded between the defendant, Donna Adelson, and attorneys in this case. I specifically asked the investigator about that before the hearing.
Mr. Zellman, you may continue with your argument.
Yes, Your Honor. The state has also not responded to our request to let us know if they've also been monitoring our attorney-client conferences at the Leon County Detention Center.
That's a no.
And although the state believes that we're going to have enough time, I calculated this. There are over 32 hours of calls that were captured on that wire. And given the amount of materials that we have just been handed, we have not had an opportunity to review even 2 hours of those calls up to this point. Your Honor, just because the state believes that there's going to be enough time for us to prepare, and it's not 2 months, it's more like 6 weeks. There's not enough time for us to to analyze this new information, synthesize it, prepare appropriate motions. We've spent the last 3 weeks dealing with this as opposed to finalizing the motions in limine.
That is an important point you bring up. Essentially, between what has been recently investigated and what the charges have been of murder, solicitation, and conspiracy from the time your client is charged, there are essentially two different pots, if you will. For the motions that the deadline was today as to the murder, solicitation, and also the last count as well, are those motions completed?
No, Your Honor, we've only had an opportunity to finish 2 additional motions that have not yet been filed. And I have not had an opportunity, because we had to adjourn Investigator Newland's deposition, to finish the Frank's motion.
Right. So you are in fact asking for an extension on the deadline to file your motions.
We're going to need one in addition to the continuance. Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Dugan?
If the court wants to give an extended motion deadline, we don't have any objection to that. We do object to a continuance of the trial and remain ready for trial.
What is the defense? Well, before I come back to you, Mr. Zellman, what is the prejudice that the state would suffer if the trial is continued, Ms. Dugan?
We would not
Beyond just a mere objection?
We would not suffer prejudice, Judge. We're just ready for trial if it goes as continued.
Mr. Zellman, what would you be proposing as a date? And you also have to keep in mind, there's only so many points in the year a trial that could take either 3 weeks or more can be scheduled. And I assume you've discussed with your client if your relief is granted.
We have.
What that means.
We have, Your Honor. And frankly, without getting through all of this new material, it's hard for us to pinpoint exactly when. I mean, we're not going to sit around on our hands and do nothing. We have been diligently preparing. We're going to continue to diligently prepare. Likely 2 to 3 months would be, I think, realistic. But again, until we get through all these new materials, it's going to be hard for me to say.
Right. Concerning the motion deadline, which was supposed to be today, we'll set a new deadline, particularly as to the counts that have already been a part of the indictment and have been charged all along. the murder, the conspiracy, the solicitation. The deadline for filing any motions relating to the existing charges will be May 16th. The motion hearing that was scheduled to take place on that day, we will reschedule at a later point. Court is going to reserve ruling as to whether the motion for continuance will be granted. The parties are to confer about any redactions that you believe would be appropriate to the filings for the expedited motion for continuance, the state's response, and also the defendant's reply, and the motion to compel discovery. Any other matters that we need to address before we finish up for today?
Your Honor, with respect to the motion to compel, the state has also not provided the disclosures that's required by Rule 3.2201BM concerning the jailhouse informants. We've also moved to compel that material as well.
Give me a moment. I'm just going to bring up the rule. So this is 1M, which subsection?
1BM.
1BM. Student response.
I'm sorry, Judge, I'm having trouble getting on the Wi-Fi. Is there?
This is in the discovery rule under the prosecutor's discovery obligation. And I will quote from it.
Thank you.
Whether the state has any material or information that has been provided by an informant witness, including the substance of any statement allegedly made by the defendant about which the informant witness may testify, a summary of the criminal history record of the informant witness, the time and place under which the defendant's alleged statement was made, whether the informant witness has received or expects to receive anything in exchange for his or her testimony, the informant witness's prior history of cooperation in return for any benefit is known to the prosecutor.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. I'm familiar with that rule, but just didn't know all of the different things I needed to show there. Some of that has already been provided through the recordings. However, as far as her history, any benefit, all of those things, we'll disclose that to the defense as soon as possible.
Please disclose it by Friday of this week by 5 p.m.
Yes, sir. And may I also ask about today is the discovery deadline, which the state is prepared to obviously comply with. As far as though now the order on the continuance maybe being later in the week, would it be okay if we had a discovery deadline of 24 hours from the order, or would you rather keep it for today?
Concerning, again, the charges that have always been in place, the murder, the solicitation, and the conspiracy, is either party seeking more discovery on those charges that has not already been addressed up to this point?
Judge, the issue with complying with today's deadline is we have spent the last 3 weeks dealing with these other issues. We have
Not the motions. I'm saying, are
I'm
you
not
seeking
saying-
additional discovery on the indictment charges?
We are not going to be able to meet the deadline to provide the state with our discovery because we have been focused for the last 3 weeks on other issues.
Ms. Dugan?
The state can comply with the discovery today. I just didn't know if given the possibility of the case being continued later this week, if it were possible to have 24 more hours after that order came out. But if it needs to be today, the state can comply with that. and the state would hope that the defense can comply to or get discovery as quickly as possible to us.
Once a ruling has been made on the continuance of the trial, the court will also address any deadline for discovery as well. For now, please operate as if the deadline remains in place. Wait for the order.
And Judge, I just want to make it very clear, there's no way we're going to be able to get it done, even if we were to work straight through till midnight.
Again, Mr. Zellman, as to that, what can be filed, please do.
Yes, sir.
I will let you know once we have a motion, or excuse me, once the order is on the motion to continue, whether the deadline for everything else related to today's deadline applies as well.
Yes, sir.
We are in recess.
All right, so that was the hearing for Donna. Basically, what everyone wanted to know was if the trial was gonna be delayed or not, which happened, and it is gonna be delayed. It was scheduled to be in June, but now it is gonna be in I don't know when it's gonna be. It's gonna be scheduled. So it's just crazy. Yeah, well, true. So and then yeah, exactly. I know that is crazy, Maria. Like they charge for being late and rescheduling yourselves at least in California they do. Wow, that is absolutely crazy. But they have to deal with all the important is of X. Do not understand, but good morning, one sunny day. Hi, so good to see you here. It's very good morning. We are waiting on court to start, which I don't know. Right. So you guys know where we left off yesterday because I found this feed, right? Oh, hang on. Let me put it on the screen. That would help. That says today's date, 8:41 a.m., which is roughly half an hour ago. Yeah, roughly half an hour. Yeah, it is half an hour ago, and already has the trial started, right? There's the attorneys arguing. It does not have no sound because I'm talking, and so you guys can hear me, right? That's one. That's the other one we've been using, which they're still talking. So I don't know. Should we stay on the one that is already talking, or should we go to the other one? Oh, absolutely agree, Robert. There, that doctors cannot be sick when, or if they're possible, have another doctor to replace you. So I don't know. So I don't know. I think we are gonna stay here and see what happens. I want this one today. Sorry, just trying to see what works better. Let's see what they are arguing about. I think this is live. I'm not sure, but I'll keep checking the other feed. Otherwise, we'll move. So let's see.
And you're testifying, so.
I have a right to lead the witness, Your Honor.
Right, but you can't, you're making a statement of fact, and so.
Okay. You've never written anything down about this, have you?
About this incident?
Yes.
Yes, I completed a police incident report.
Where is it?
In our system, I'm assuming you have it with the trooper's investigative report.
It was never provided to us. You know why? We did a search warrant.
That's not my purview or responsibility, sir.
But in terms of you didn't do an expert report.
I did a police incident report,
But
yes.
you didn't do an expert report.
No.
And you, at no point in time in your incident report, did you ever talk about tasers, deadly force if it's taken away from you?
No.
You at least, and then you didn't tell the officer, or excuse me, the trooper, when he showed up at your Grand Rapids Police Department to talk to you about it. You never told him about that.
No.
Just skipped your mind?
It didn't seem, I didn't talk about it.
He asked you specifically, do you have any policies about the sound of a taser? You said no.
We don't have a specific policy about it, no.
But that would be a big thing. We don't have a specific policy or training. He said policy or training, and your response was no. How does that not seem to be a legitimate response?
It didn't seem to be.
Okay. Tasers are different. You didn't say specifically a taser yesterday, you said a disarmable weapon.
Correct.
Okay. Is an OC spray a weapon?
Potentially, yes.
So if a person's once again, you met with Detective Tuberman back on April 3rd, 2025, correct?
Correct.
April 3rd, 2025, you knew he kind of said, hey, I need to talk to you, you're a listed witness, so what are you gonna testify to, correct?
He asked me a few questions, yes.
And one of those questions was, does GRPD have any policy or training that directly addressed being disarmed of one's taser or being confronted with a taser? And you said no.
Yes, it did.
Okay. And once again, this thing that you signed that was provided by the defense, you talk about close quarter deployment of the taser, you talk about drive stun of the taser. There's nothing in the statement that you put about being disarmed of the taser is considered deadly force, correct?
Correct.
I guess, did you know what this was for?
I did.
What was your understanding this was for?
The areas that I would be asked to testify about.
So that skipped your mind with it, or you didn't say, hey, I was going to testify about how being disarmed of a taser is deadly force. You just left it out?
I wasn't asked. It wasn't provided, and that's.
You didn't read it?
I read it. Yes, I signed it. I read it.
Well, you knew at that, because this was last Monday. We're starting jury selection. You finally filed something last Monday.
Objection, Your Honor. This was in response to his expert.
I'm sorry, what's just like the legal basis?
This is not relevant. This affidavit was attached to our motion to exclude his expert for certain reasons.
This is the only report we got from him, so I think what if it's a statement.
Well, I mean, this
is a summary of his testimony, and it was in rebuttal to the prosecution's expert.
So you're saying it's not relevant?
Not relevant to this. This is not, we provided Mr. Becker with a summary of what his testimony would be at trial as required under the court rules. He's not required to provide an expert report, and the investigator had a chance to talk with Mr. Cyber.
Okay, so I'm not sure how it's not relevant. So.
It's taken out of context. This is not saying this is what
I
it is.
will definitely allow you to flesh all of that out and redirect. I don't believe that it's not relevant, so you can certainly flesh it out more, but if he authored an affidavit, and also his response could also clarify that, so. And I don't know what the whole question was gonna be.
Well, and there's nothing in that statement. You wrote, it was provided to us on Monday. The day we started jury selection, we get this. That's the first time we had anything in writing from you. You don't say anything about.
That is not true.
And you're testifying, so.
I have a right to lead the witness, Your Honor.
Right, but you can't, you're making a statement of fact, and so.
Okay. You've never written anything down about this, have you?
About this incident?
Yes.
Yes, I completed a police incident report.
Where is it?
In our system, I'm assuming you have it with the trooper's investigative report.
It was never provided to us. You know why? We did a search warrant.
That's not my purview or responsibility, sir.
But in terms of you didn't do an expert report.
I did a police incident report,
But
yes.
you didn't do an expert report.
No,
And you, at no point in time in your incident report, did you ever talk about tasers, deadly force if it's taken away from you?
no,
You at least, and then you didn't tell the officer, or excuse me, the trooper, when he showed up at your Grand Rapids Police Department to talk to you about it. You never told him about that.
no.
Just skipped your mind?
It didn't seem, I didn't talk about it.
He asked you specifically, do you have any policies about the sound of a taser? You said no.
We don't have a specific policy about it, no.
But that would be a big thing. We don't have a specific policy or training. He said policy or training, and your response was no. How does that not seem to be a legitimate response?
It didn't seem to be.
Okay. Tasers are different. You didn't say specifically a taser yesterday. You said a disarmable weapon.
Correct.
Okay. Is an OC spray a weapon?
Potentially, yes.
So if a person's disarmed of OC spray, if a person disarms an officer of OC spray, that's deadly force.
No.
Well, isn't a taser and OC spray the same thing under Grand Rapids policy?
It is not.
I'd like to go to exhibit 32, Your Honor. Put it up on the board, please. Excuse me, 30. This is exhibit 30. So you have a policy. You have a separate policy for firearms, correct?
We do.
It's its kind of own entity. So you have a firearm, that's kind of the highest. You agree that firearms are deadly force, right?
Yes,
No question.
yes,
So then you have intermediate control weapons. That would be the next step down, if you will.
yes,
And then you have compliance control devices, correct?
we do.
That's kind of a three-tiered thing. Is that a fair assessment?
I would consider OC spray a lesser than that tier, but yes.
OC spray lesser than what tier?
Then a taser or compliance, less lethal tactical weapons, specialty munitions.
It would clearly, okay, let's go impact weapon use. So we got impact weapon. Right?
You said exhibit 32. It says exhibit 30.
I said, I correct myself, I thought.
Oh, okay.
Exhibit 30, Your Honor.
And this is page.
This is the first page. This would be under 9.1, excuse me, 9.3.1. So impact weapon use. The purpose of an impact weapon is to provide officers an effective control option when confronted by potentially violent subjects. So impact weapons provide control subjects that can create temporary motor dysfunction and impacted muscle groups. So an impact weapon would be your ASP.
Yes,
Could be a flashlight. I think that causes it. A flashlight, something you can hit somebody with.
correct.
So that's an impact weapon, and you use it in situations where it's kind of a confronted by potentially violent subject. It's a little bit more a higher level, if you will, because they're potentially violent. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
Gonna go to 9.34, then you have aerosol restraints. That would be pepper spray, right?
correct.
The definition of ASR is to provide members, being the police, safe and effective control option. Temporary control subjects will provide a degree of safety for both the officer and the subject. That's under section E, correct?
Yes,
Right underneath that is electronic control devices, your taser.
yes,
The exact same definitions as a OC spray, isn't it?
yes,
So in your mind, you think it's different, but under Grand Rapids policy, OC spray and tasers are the exact same thing under definition.
in a definition, not in the use of force policy or under a force understanding.
Under what force understanding? This is your policy that
That's
gives the same definitions.
This is a definition policy that gives an example, not our use of force policy.
So where in the use of force policy is it differentiated, I guess?
And the levels of force options that are available to officers
So you're talking about the active aggression, active
in that area, yes.
in that area. So in the policy, so let's go look at that, man. Policies here. Okay, is this what you're talking about now, or exhibit 32 now, Your Honor?
That is a old use force policy, sir. That's, the bottom right date says 2017 on it.
Yep.
that what Officer Schurr would have been expected to adhere to is 2021's policy revision.
But this is the one that was provided to us under, these are the training records provided to us. Exhibit 32 is the training records provided by GRPD for Officer Schurr. So you're saying we weren't provided the full records?
That's a training record, sir, not a policy. The updated policy should have been available to you. I don't have that.
So
And that's not my purview.
You're the policy, you're the training person, you're the training.
Right, but that's not my responsibility for record release. I mean,
So there's some other policy out there that says, that'll say taser can be used in deadly force, that will be able, the defense can put up on the thing.
I'm sorry, what?
There'll be another policy that the defense can put up there then that says tasers are considered deadly force, like Grand Rapids Police policy.
No, sir. I was just pointing out that's a 2017 policy. 2021 is the latest that Officer Schurr would have been expected to adhere to.
Now we'll stay right here. We were talking about this 9-1.5. You brought this up in your testimony yesterday.
Yes.
This is one of the considerations, the totality of the circumstances that Grand Rapids Police consider.
Yes. Some of them. Yes.
Some of them. Well, when you're looking at it, and when you're looking at the totality of the circumstances, your opinion was it was okay for the defendant to chase after Patrick that day.
Yes.
Because this is, use of force. When you talk about totality of use of force, it's all uses of force. It's not just deadly force. It's force at the beginning, force at the end, force in between, right?
Correct.
And it's got to be objectively reasonable for the entire time, right?
For the use of force duration, yes.
Okay. So that use of force in terms of considering that it was a good idea to chase, let's look at right off the bat, the moment of chase. Patrick's bigger than him, right?
Yes.
There's two people. There's one in the car and Patrick.
Correct.
Relative strength, we already know, this is before the chase is taken off. Patrick's stronger than him because as you throw in your testimony, he lifted him off the ground.
He did.
So he's bigger, stronger, there's more than one purpose, and they have an access to the weapon, right?
Correct.
So on the first four things, the first top four things, if you will, all of them count against the defendant chasing after Patrick, correct?
It's factors, yes.
They're factors. So what are the good factors, I guess, in there that would allow for a chase?
It's also a compressed time constraint, his decision-making of deciding to pursue and then actually trying to physically restrain or arrest. Those are all happening in split-second decisions, not long drawn out.
Sure.
Working through them.
Sure, but a reasonable officer at the time, you train officers to take all these things. I mean, you just don't have that up there for no reason. You don't have a policy for no reason, right?
Correct.
They're trained to take these into consideration.
They are.
And so part of the training would be say, hey, somebody's bigger, stronger, you got more people. It may not be the best idea to go after somebody in those situations, right?
Potentially.
I'm going to say we can't put this on the board because we're still trying to keep off the actual training stuff for the media. The jury will get this. Staying with Exhibit 32. This would be use of force policy changes from 2020. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And one of the policy changes was, well, maybe not a policy change because it was a warning before shooting. That's one of the things that's listed there, correct?
Yeah, under number 3, it says require a warning before shooting. Then our MOP, which is our manual procedures, whenever reasonably possible, officers should provide verbal directives before deadly force is used.
Verbal directives before deadly force is used. You kind of said yesterday, well, that covers anything like stop, or it doesn't have to be stop or shoot. Stop is sufficient under your view.
We don't define exactly what a directive is, no, but stop could be construed. I would say can be construed as a directive, yes.
What's number 4 there?
Require that all alternatives be exhausted before shooting.
Okay.
Already, and then underneath it says already in manual procedures 9-1 under escalation and de-escalation of force.
So it says it's a kind of a change, but that's according to that, you already have that. You're supposed to exhaust all alternatives before shooting, correct?
It says that as a use of force policy change, recommend yes.
So, under policy, you're supposed to try and exhaust all alternatives, right?
Correct.
Now, I get it. Yesterday you said if somebody walks up, pulls a gun out, you don't have to try and do anything else. You gotta respond with deadly force if you're met with immediate deadly force, right?
Yes.
But Grand Rapids Police teaches a number of different things in terms of use of force continuum, don't they?
I would say in use of force, we don't necessarily have a continuum, but
All right.
yes.
But in terms of use of force, pressure points, right?
Correct.
Let me go through them. We have the mandibular angle. Okay, that would be the kind of right between the neck here. This is a pressure point, if you will.
Yes.
So you train on these, they're on both sides, pressure points. You can get somebody like right here, correct?
Potentially, yes.
You jam it in, and that's a pain compliance, guy. Is that a please?
It's semantics the way you're describing it, but yes, it's more of a, you have to control the head, or so that way the person doesn't move away from your pressure. But yes, it's
There's
a
that.
pressure in and towards the top of their head.
You
Yes.
have the hypoglossal.
Correct.
This is bad. I get. The
Hypoglossal.
hypoglossal is kind of grabbing them underneath the chin, like right underneath here, the jawline. Is that a fair?
Yes.
Okay, so you can grab them, manipulate them that way. That's a pressure point that you teach.
Yes.
You have infraorbital. I'm not going to do this to you, but that's kind of getting somebody from, you get them up under the nose and yank back on the nose.
Correct.
You have a jugular knot. Oh, excuse me. You have a combination of the hypoglossal and infraorbital, right?
Yes.
You have the two. You have a under the nose and under the chin to yank somebody backwards, right?
Correct.
You have the jugular notch. That's right here. Is this correct right here?
Yes, in that region.
Is
Correct.
it you got like a little, when you feel your bone comes together, you got a hole right there. That's taut.
Yes.
You have the brachial plexus. There's a muscle, your shoulder muscles. That's a pressure point right along the neck. In this area, you can jam down on it, grab it.
Yeah, and it kind of feeds up to the side of your neck. Yes.
So that's a pressure point that could, once again, is that a pain compliance or does that,
It can cause both, like a motor dysfunction or pain compliance.
okay, but that's something you teach.
Yes.
The clavicle notch, okay, that would be right in here. Is that like between you as a collarbone? Or
Mostly, yeah, roughly where your collarbone meets. By
So
your
there's like
shoulder.
a hole between where it's kind of, there's a, almost like a hole. You can press down on that, right? You can press down here. Is that fair?
Yes.
So those are all pressure points that are taught.
Correct.
On top of that, then you have the takedown strikes and stuns, right?
Yes.
You have a brachial stun. It's like, okay, the brachial area, it's like a karate chop to the neck.
Can't chop. It's
Okay.
got to be a flat surface.
I'm sorry?
Can't. If a chop or a punch would be considered a deadly force option because of the risk of injury. It's a flat surface striking the side of your neck.
So like that, more of
Correct.
that.
Or back of your hand or inside of your forearm, something.
Yeah, actually, a chop, people can collapse, get knocked out kind of from that, right?
It's potentially, yes.
Do you teach that all? I mean, in desperate situations, that like a chop is okay, or is it always flat?
I mean, potentially it could be an option if that's what, but we don't specifically train people to strike in the side of the neck as a deadly force option. No.
So we have a forearm strike. That's, I think we saw them on the training. I don't know if you're in here, the forearm strike where you're punching with your forearms, right?
Right.
So that, I think, in this instance, did you see, I don't know, did the defendant do that in this instance? I was more open hands. Did he do any forearm?
Didn't appear so. No.
You have your palm heel strike. That's a punch with the heel, right? That.
Yes, the meaty part of your palm.
Then you have a straight punch, which is just your normal punch, straight punch, right?
Correct.
You have a combo, the palm heel strike and straight punch.
Yes.
So you do like a punch, heel, punch, you kind of alternate. Is that the idea?
Different arms, like using your body momentum. Yes.
There's an angle kick. What's an angle kick?
Striking one of the outside of the leg. There's nerve points there with your bony part of your shin, more or less like a kick across somebody.
What's a shin kick? Would be a kick specifically right to the shins, right?
Yeah, it's more of a, if you think about stubbing your shin on something, that pain kind of down by your top of your shoe or boot. Yes.
And there's a knee strike. So we definitely saw him do a knee strike.
Correct.
So we did one of those things.
He did.
All right. What's a straight arm bar takedown?
It's a takedown option that we teach and train where you extend somebody's arm down and the officer would be in this area and you use body momentum and mechanics to bring them down.
How about iron wrist takedown?
That would be if a handcuff is applied or partially applied, you use it, the body mechanics of your wrist bent and the mechanical advantage of the handcuff to pull somebody down.
So that definitely that one wouldn't apply because it wasn't handcuffed. That's only used in handcuffs.
That's the iron part of it, yes.
Okay. What's a 4-finger wrist lock?
That would be more or less just bending the wrist and kind of a arm weave to bring somebody down.
About a rear sentry takedown, because this is a big one, because a rear sentry takedown under your training, what I've seen, is designed for even if somebody's bigger from you, you can kind of pull them down from behind. Is that a...
Yeah, if somebody the size difference, obviously you'd have to break down their height disadvantage because it's again body mechanic dependent.
The final one's jaw control. Is this, you kind of grab somebody with the face and push them back?
It's more of a cheek hold, and you have to, again, counterbalance just like all of the pressure points, because the pressure, if you're not counterbalancing it, they're going to be able to escape that.
Correct. Now, do you have your ASP on you?
I do.
Can you bring it out and show it to the jury?
I can. I carried mine behind my firearm, and it's an expandable baton.
Okay, can you expand it, please?
I can. So it'll expand to, I don't know, 20 inches or so, 21 inches.
So this would be the impact. That would be an impact weapon we talked about earlier.
Correct.
Okay. It's not just, okay, they got this, swing away, right? You teach them on specific things on how to use that, right?
Yes.
One of those things is open mode to common perineal. What exactly is that?
So as the officer opens that baton or expands it, striking the peroneal nerve runs on the outside of your thigh, kind of if you think of the seam of your pants for gentlemen anyway. That's the area, kind of above your knee, below your hip.
What's a femoral strike with the axe?
The femoral nerve runs on the inside of your thigh, obviously large artery too. So that would be the target area.
You have a radial medial strike?
Nerves on the top of your forearm and the bottom of your forearm.
So you're trained specifically to strike with your axe on the top or bottom of the arm.
Correct.
And then we talked about it. OC spray is part of it.
Yes.
And there's a reason why OC spray might be effective, but that's another option.
Yes.
We talked about a little bit when those are kind of your traditional normal ones. Flashlight is kind of a trained thing. If things are going really bad, you let your officers use a flashlight to strike.
It could be used as an impact weapon as opposed to a baton. Yes.
Now, you talk all these training records, I kind of put them in front of you. These are all taught basically at the academy, right? Or not the academy, through your training program.
Correct.
When they're recruits. And so these training records, use of force, you're recertified each year, right?
Yes.
So these training records we have, the defendant was recertified every year on all these pressure points, ass strikes, whatever, any training that we just went over. He's recertified every year on that.
Correct.
And in fact, he was recertified on February 22nd, maybe a month and a half before this incident.
Yeah, I believe so.
One of the things you also talked about was action versus reaction. That's something you train.
Correct.
So action versus reaction, I want to be clear on this. So hypothetically, you're an expert. So hypothetically, you're responding to a domestic violence call. That's something common for Davis police, right?
Yes.
So you respond to a domestic violence call. They say, went out the back. You go out the back. I'm standing there with the gun. You can't shoot, you can't.
You're standing there with a
Just
gun?
standing there, right like this, gun at my side.
There's a lot of factors to it, but it would depend.
Well, what other factors?
Depends on kind of how you're moving, distance of us.
Just said I'm standing. I'm standing here right there. I'm standing, gun pointed, and looking at you.
No, I wouldn't shoot in that situation.
Why not?
Because you're pointing at the ground.
Okay. Not posing a threat to you right now, am I?
No, you're a threat.
I'm a threat, but I haven't done anything. Well, if I'm a threat, why can't you shoot me then?
Because I would have you at high ready, my gun pointed at you, giving you loud verbal commands.
Wonder if I'm running away.
I would be giving you loud verbal commands. So if you have a firearm in your hand, you're running from me, I would still have my gun up and giving you verbal commands that I can chase.
But action beats reaction. I can quick shoot,
Yes.
right? That's what you train.
Yes,
But even in this circumstance, this wasn't a gun. This was a taser, right?
it was.
Taser doesn't do the same thing as a gun. You would agree with me on that, wouldn't you?
Does not function like a firearm, no.
So the one big concern of the taser is going to disable somebody to have somebody access their gun. That's one of the biggest concerns, right?
Yes.
Part of this, did you know that you knew the defendant before all this happened, correct?
Correct. He worked for me when I was on midnight as a watch commander.
So he was one of your staff, if you will.
Yes,
And were you part of his training as well?
I have been over the years, yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Yes. Could you switch the computer to the defense, please? Morning, Captain
Morning.
Cyber. All right, I have a few questions for you. You were asked by Mr. Becker about your status as an expert for the defense, right?
Yes,
And were you ever asked by Mr. Becker to provide information about this case?
only when Detective Sergeant Tubergen asked to meet with me, whatever, last week or 2 weeks ago.
And when he asked to meet with you a few weeks ago, did you meet with him?
I did voluntarily meet with him, yes.
And are you aware of anyone at the Grand Rapids Police Department that was asked for their opinion by Mr. Becker about this case?
I am not.
Are you aware that the prosecutor has had GRPD's policies and training since this incident occurred in 2022?
Yes,
Are you aware if anyone at GRPD was asked about the training and
This is leading,
policies?
Just because it's redirect, it's not a cross-exam.
I'm clarifying the information that Mr. Becker has put out there.
And you can clarify without asking leading questions, so.
The-
Because you are being, unsustained as to that. You need to rephrase.
Has Mr. Becker ever asked you about GRPD training or policies prior to a
Before-
few weeks ago?
before yesterday, no.
And how much are you getting paid to be an expert for the defense?
I am not.
Were you ever asked to provide a written report like the paid experts in this case prepared?
I have not.
And you met with Detective Tubergen. Did you meet with Detective Tubergen before this case?
No, the day of the incident, I don't believe Detective Tubergen was present for the round count. I believe it was one of his colleagues.
Sorry, did you meet with Detective Tubergen before the trial?
No. I'm sorry, the 23rd, I think the date we sat down in my office for interview, or whatever that date was, recently.
And when you talked to him, did you discuss the nature of your testimony with him?
No,
When you met with Detective Tubergen on April 3rd or whatever it was, did you discuss some of the GRPD policies and training with him?
just the specific questions he asked in regard to if we had a foot pursuit policy and then the taser related, I forget the verbiage in the report there, but about the taser disarming or whatever.
And you provided answers to all of the questions he asked you, right?
I did.
And you were asked some questions about GRPD's policies and trainings about foot pursuits.
I was.
And you helped identify some of the mandatory trainings that GRPD has about foot pursuits, right?
Correct.
And they included the different training scenarios that you train Grand Rapids police officers about foot pursuits,
Yes.
okay? And those are all within the records provided to the prosecution, right?
I would assume I'm not the records management area of the department, but I would assume so, yes.
Your Honor, do I have permission to approach?
Yes, and with
This is what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit II. Captain Cyber, do you recognize this document?
I do, yes.
And is this a summary of the GRPD policies and training?
Yes, it is. It's a policies and mandatory training summary chart.
And there are quite a few mandatory trainings that have been provided at this point, right?
Yes, it chronologically starts from when Officer Schurr was hired in 2015, and then chronologically through 2022.
And this, and I guess if we need to bring all of it up, but is it fair to say this is Exhibit F? This includes some of the pages from that mandatory training, but there are binders worth of training that
Yes.
received, right?
Yes.
And Your Honor, the defense would move to admit defendant's Exhibit II at this time.
Is this something that's part of GRPD policies?
This is a summary of policies.
That's what I mean. The summary is not in the GRPD policies, right?
I'm not sure I understand your question, sir.
This is, like, when you go into your policy manual, this is not a document created by GRPD, is it?
This is not a document created by GPD, no.
Who created this document?
I don't know.
You don't know who created this document, so how do you know what it is or where it came from?
I just said I don't know where it came from. I understand the verbiage and the exact quotations that are taken from several of these mandatory training files.
So, but this is not something that's part of the actual policy. You don't know where it came from, so I don't believe it's admissible. There's not a sufficient foundation.
Your Honor, if you'd like, I will go through the mandatory trainings then. Mr.
Sorry, but, so,
I mean, we-
withdrawing your move to admit, or you want to have something else you'd like to state?
We'll withdraw the summary chart.
Okay.
And at this time, we'll,
Refer to the training, like you held up a book, was that Exhibit F?
yeah, that was Exhibit E and F, but
But then.
I was referencing Exhibit F, yes, that, which is already,
1 through 18?
yes,
So that's already been admitted.
yes. And I guess, Bob, if you can actually, before you publish it on the screen, can you please pull up the People's Exhibit 31 and go to page 15? Or just go straight to 15? And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing Captain Stiver with what's been previously marked and admitted as the People's Exhibit 31. And Bob, can you go to,
Can we approach real quick?
Right, the prosecution doesn't like there's something that it's trying to get introduced, and they don't like it because they don't, that's not going to be good for them. Sorry if you hear a fan or like it feels like I'm running or something, it's because I have my fan on because I am boiling. So you cheat on me with Theo. With Theo, I am sad. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna turn off my camera and I'm gonna cry. You cheat on me with Theo. No, I'm joking. Now that's fine. I know you were doing that when I forgot temporarily. In my memory, it's I think with coffee, it did not help at all. But yeah, I forgot you doing that one at nighttime. I did. I fell asleep yesterday and I had an anxiety attack before bed, so that was not great. Oh, feedback.
What will be displayed on the screen, I'm instructing media to not shoot the screen. The witness is okay, testimony is okay, but showing what's on the screen would need to be, will not happen. And go ahead, Ms. Hamilton, your question about, you have page 15, and you handed him page 15, right?
I believe it was actually, it might have been 14. Unless he- What is your exhibit? Is it 1901? know exactly what page this is in the People's Exhibit, but this is the same as Defense Exhibit F5. Can you pull that one up, please? And that'll be on the first page of that.
F5,
Yes, which has already been admitted.
and is that what you can do?
It's the same, yeah, it's the same. I just don't know in the People's Exhibit which page it is. And I just used the relevant pages in ours. Okay. And directing your attention to the scenario 1, discussing the foot pursuit. And as part of your, can you explain what this type of scenario is and what it includes?
Yes. So oftentimes in our mandatory training cycles, we have specific objectives or training goals. So, for example, this is 1901, meaning it was 2019. It was the first training cycle of the year. So CEW, ECD, TASER, we're trying to accomplish a specific objective with scenario 1. So many times we build out scenarios that very scripted, so we could try to limit for safety reasons and to get the response we want, I guess, in short. So this scenario 1 was we set up that the officer is responding to a foot pursuit that another officer called out, and when they arrive, they find the role player, which is acting as the assailant or the suspect, is on top of the officer. So to get a close probe deployment, meaning firing the taser from a close distance with a follow-up, touching the taser to a different point in that body to achieve the electrical circuit or NMI.
And that involved an officer who was also in a solo foot pursuit?
Correct.
And you trained Grand Rapids police officers, including Officer Schurr, on solo foot pursuits, is that correct?
Correct.
Bob, can you please pull up Exhibit F17? Your Honor, do I have permission to approach?
Yes. Say what you're approaching with.
I am approaching with Defendant's Exhibit F16, which has already been admitted into evidence.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm now handing Captain Cyber a copy of their unknown risk traffic stop training. And you were asked some questions about unknown risk traffic stops. And Mr. Becker had questioned you about an officer's ability to leave the vehicle. Can you talk about some of the factors that you train officers to look for, which are reflected on page 2 of the PowerPoint? There.
Yes, sorry. So as the jury can see, just working through things to think about, things to be aware of. What's the nature of the offense? As in, why are you stopping the vehicle? We have what we refer to the only 2 variations: unknown risk and high risk traffic stops. High risk would be a known violent crime has been committed. It's a vehicle that matches the description. There's specific intent, or specific information that leads you down that path, and you have time and resources and all that. Unknown risk is what this incident would be classified as. So understanding why you stopped the vehicle, environmental hazards, meaning, where do you stop the vehicle as geographically or location, any intelligence that's available, type of vehicle, obviously like large vans and certain things like that are more dangerous because you can't see inside of them, or if windows are completely tinted and those kind of factors.
And is that all sorry?
Yes, that was it, sir.
Okay. And is this all based on, is this part of the officer's discretion to determine?
Yes.
And is it usually, do you usually train officers to look for these threat assessments and analyze the person that's directly potentially posing a threat?
Correct. Kind of a concept we talk about is handling one problem at a time, meaning an individual that's out of the car is your first priority. Right? You've got to address that right away, and then work to occupants in the vehicle if be. We specifically train our people to do a quick assessment if they're running by a car, where they'll glance or look and obvious signs of danger. But yes, they have to process all that information.
And in this case, who is the person that was presenting the most risk to Officer Schurr at the time of the stop?
At the time of the stop, the driver was,
Why?
because he was already out of the vehicle. He had separated from the vehicle. Officer Schurr is still trying to get his radio traffic out, put the vehicle in park, undo his seatbelt if he had it on, and get out of the vehicle.
Bob, could you please go to page 14? Oh, and the middle slide. And scroll. And one of the things that we talked about a little bit yesterday is how you train officers to assess people's risks or the risk that someone poses. Is that
Yes.
correct? And what are one of those concepts that you train them?
I think we said it yesterday, but if it didn't, historically, most foot pursuits end with a tackle or they give up. It doesn't usually lead down a long, drawn-out, extended struggle or fight with the suspect. So the concept you see on the slide, failure to comply, ask yourself why. What am I missing? What do I not know? Why is this person fighting so hard to not be put in handcuffs or be arrested? So you, again, the action versus reaction. I don't know why. I can't be in their mind. I don't know what they did. I don't know. I obviously know I had an arrest, or specifically if I have an arrest, and why they're fleeing and why they're fighting me so hard.
Bob, can we pull up Defendant's Exhibit E1, please? And this is the GRPD use of force policy that we spoke about yesterday and that you were asking questions about.
Yes.
And you, Mr. Becker was asking you some questions about OC spray. And Bob, can you go to 9-1.3? So page 3. And then 2B. And what is OC spray considered?
Under our policy, it's under 2 subparagraph B, compliance controls, which lists out soft empty hand techniques, meaning joint locks, wrist locks, pressure points, and then compliance control devices, meaning handcuffs. ASR stands for aerial. It's OC spray. Yeah.
And that's OC spray is similar to pressure points.
Correct. It's one of our lower levels of force options available.
And Bob, if you could go to the next page, which is 9-1.4 D. What is a taser considered?
That would be an intermediate level of force, along with impact weapon, the baton, those type of things.
And is that a higher level of force than OC spray?
Yes.
And once a person tries to disarm an officer of his taser, and they have been fighting over it for over 2.5 minutes, and once the officer makes a decision or is in fear of serious bodily injury, is he entitled to use deadly force?
If the situation is there, yes.
And once the officer makes the decision to use deadly force, is he required to go back down and try every lower level of force?
No.
Why not?
Because it's not reasonable. We keep saying that term, reasonable. It's not reasonable to expect if I've exhausted other options of force in my escalation and they've been unsuccessful, how could we possibly expect them to go back down that ladder and try again? They've demonstrated that it's been ineffective for a myriad of reasons, but it's been ineffective. Why can't they go? Why should they have to go back to lower levels of force?
Are you aware of the Kent County Prosecutor's Office ever charging a defendant with resisting and obstructing after a foot chase?
I am, yes.
And did the office take the position that the defendant should be let go because the officer created a dangerous situation?
No.
Are you aware of the Kent County Prosecutor's Office, deeming that
I'm gonna
running
have to
away.
object. I'm gonna have to object. This is what the relevance is on every other case that we charge. We charge thousands of these, and so I don't see what the relevance is on what our decisions are in some unknown cases.
Your Honor, that's a position that this office has taken, that the Kent County Prosecutor's Office has taken previously. They've charged people for resisting and obstructing for foot pursuits, and the officers have engaged in foot pursuits to catch the person.
The other cases. So I'll sustain based on relevance, and it's outside the scope of the process as well. So.
He was asking about the foot pursuit policy and whether it's permitted or if there is one.
But you're asking about a different policy of a different office.
Well, I'm asking if it's a crime to run away from the police, and if,
Is that what you're asking?
I mean, no, but I'm asking if it's a
Yeah, so I'm sustaining the objection on the basis of what other cases, because we're not here about those cases. They're not relevant here.
okay. One moment, Your Honor. All right, no further questions.
Nothing for the Honor.
And I do see a couple of hands raised on the room, so I'll have my clerk come and grab those questions for you. You can approach. 17.
Right, they're gonna approach, and I am sure the other ladies are gonna come. But if they don't, it's fine. So jury questions. I mean, I don't know what exactly is gonna happen after, but we might have the. I think you guys. I overheard either you guys saying or them saying that this is their last witness, and then they're gonna rest. So we might be very well on a closing argument soon, if before lunch, which is good because we might have a verdict watch. But I have some sad news because I'm using Garden Bot's computer. I cannot do the verdict watch, so gonna have to do manually. And because on the other computer, I am trying to record our next trial. Um, Ugh, I think the defense and everyone wants a nap already. I think this guy is gonna have a drink, even though it's what 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning over there. I think this guy after this is gonna have a drink or two because to be fair, it is 5 o'clock somewhere. So he's gonna definitely have one. So yeah, so I'm recording our possible new trial because there's a trial that started. That we basically live in Colorado when there is no many trials because we have those feet. There is a trial there. It's actually quite interesting going on there. We missed the first 2 days, but I'm gonna try to record today and if needed tomorrow, and then we can catch up because this trial is going to last all at next question. Oh, what is your question, Hannah? Please let me know. Tell me what is your question and I will try to answer. Why are we focusing on his hands? I don't know. But yeah, so the trial next week, I've got a little bit of the information of the first couple days which we can review when we do, and if we do start this one, this trial, and then we can go through that and then catch up on speed through that case. I still need to. What is he doing? Why is he focusing on his hands like that? Why? Why are you showing that like he's nervous? Well, like stop. Focus. Well, that is definitely indeed. It's better to focus on in his nose, but it's very weird to focus
Are
on
the
the. Oh,
training simulations from start to finish in real time?
In like the average training scenario, I'm
I
assuming?
guess the context is that we saw the graduation video, for example, that showed a clip.
Yeah, so for,
But how long is the actual training simulation?
yes, Your Honor. So the example, that graduation video that had Officer Schurr's a snippet of his time, those OC where we expose them and have them do drills, that's probably roughly a minute and a half to 2 minutes by the time they work through. There'll be usually multiple dummies or stations or areas they have to complete exercises at. So, for example, that one's probably 2 minutes.
And the next is how often are those simulations required during training?
So the exposure happens while they're new hires, right? Sometimes historically, if you go to become an instructor in that area, you get exposed or sprayed again or multiple times, or if you recertify in that. But for the average officer that isn't an instructor that just participates in our training cycle, they don't get exposed to taser and pepper spray, but they do reality-based scenarios multiple times through the year on a yearly basis.
Next is, in your opinion, since we're in Grand Rapids, are the GRPD GRPD policies and procedures meant to supersede the generally accepted police policies and procedures?
So that term, I know you've heard it a lot. It can be construed some ways. So our policies and procedures, our training calendars, the training calendar isn't published publicly, but our policies are publicly published. We are CALIA certified. CALIA is an international organization that accredits agencies. So they do a full review from top to bottom: training, policies, equipment. And I have to submit yearly reports based upon reviews. So they're a 5-year cycle that you're certified for the accreditation. We've been accredited since 2017, which puts us in the top 5% of all agencies in the United States, at least, for that. And then we've also had 2017, I believe it was, the 21st Century Policing. They came in, they did multiple work group meetings with community members, and all that, department members, all that, and reviewed our policies. I think Mr. Becker brought up the exhibit had something from that 21st Century Policing recommendations. So we've had multiple reviews by accredited, national agencies or international accreditation agencies.
Okay, so sounds like you're saying they're not meant to supersede, but.
Correct. And I think my point with that is those accreditation agencies wouldn't accredit you if your policies were out of norm. So, and again, policies that may, for example, say the Los Angeles Police Department may have a policy, may have a foot pursuit policy. What happens in Los Angeles doesn't equate to Grand Rapids, or doesn't make sense. So we pay attention to regional things much closer than on the national stage, because use of force laws are different in the state of Florida or South Carolina. Practices are different, right? Weather dependent, all these factors. So we have a ton of outside reviews. We've been accredited and reviewed and appraised by these organizations for our willingness to do that and open the doors, more or less.
Sam, do you have any follow-up from those responses?
Just a few, Mac. So just to clarify, I think what you're saying here is that GRPD, even though some of those things are factors that are sometimes considered, GRPD policies supersede the national generally accepted police practices as far as what your
Jack,
officers
She's actually leading him. That is not what he said.
can.
If you could, I'm just saying that because it's not what his response is, and, if you could just rephrase your question.
Can you clarify or what governs how you evaluate GRPD's police officers' use of force? Whose
By
policies and
our policies.
procedures?
And I would offer our policies do coincide with generally accepted police practices.
And when you say that term, can you define what you mean by that? I mean, that's a very broad term. So what do you mean by that?
Yes, I would point back to the reviews we have by the CALIA, for example, the international organization. They would not offer accreditation to agencies that policies were outside of the norm or generally accepted police practices.
Right. I guess what standards are you evaluating GRPD's officers by? When you're conducting like a use of force evaluation, what do you look at? Within
One
GRPD?
policy, the training, is it consistent with training? Obviously, state and federal law, which our policies are derived from.
And it's GRPD's policies that are governing what the officer or how you're evaluating a GRPD officer's conduct, right?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
I just want to follow up on the other question in terms of the length of your training. And you talked about the training with the exposure to the OC spray that we saw in the recruit. I guess generally, how long are your dynamic training situations when you do those after they become officers?
Sure. Just an average scenario could be anywhere from 30 seconds to several minutes. It depends on what the intent of the scenario is. But it's also, I want to clarify, it's difficult to recreate physically exhausting scenarios for the risk of injury to the officer and role players.
Thank you.
And I think you touched on this a little yesterday. When you're doing the scenario-based training, like the videos you talked about, when the officers are actually fighting with another person, how long are those scenarios?
Those we specifically designed for depending on the officer's physical ability or fitness level, 30 seconds to a minute and a half, depending on, because the risk of injury skyrockets when people are exhausted and that. So usually we can accomplish what we need to demonstrate that, usually within 30 seconds to a minute and a half.
Yes.
Any other questions? I do see one hand on the jury, so I'll ask my clerk to get that question.
Right. So I think no one has any more questions for this gentleman. Or maybe the jury has more questions depending on like what you just said. So yeah. So they are it's almost there. Um oh, be patient. Well, that's something that I am not.
To clarify,
Oh, hang on.
in your opinion, is deadly force appropriate in situations of active resistance or only in situations of active aggression? You can describe GRPD's policy.
Yes.
Training.
Active resistance can't say always, but would most likely not lead to a deadly force incident. Becomes, that it's a fine line between resistance and aggression. So, for example, grabbing a taser would be an aggressive act, and that would raise the level of force greatly. So, hopefully that answers that.
Okay, so is there a policy or training with respect to the appropriateness of deadly force in active resistance or active aggression?
Yes, in our reality-based scenarios, we'll create that position so there's different force options, and they understand the difference of active resistance versus active aggression, and that's the whole purpose of why we train the way we do, so they have a conditioned response to those.
Thank you. Sam, can you follow up with that?
No, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I don't see any other hands raised. May this witness be excused?
No, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry. Please remind me.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Captain.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And please make call your next witness.
We would call Chad McCurse.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And before you take your seat, can you please raise your right hand? My clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated.
Thank you.
Are you ready, Mr. Lyoya?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Chad McCursie. My last name is spelled Mckersie.
And sir, how are you employed?
I am a police captain with the Grand Rapids Police Department.
All right, so Captain McCursie, correct?
Captain McCursie, correct.
All right, and how long have you been employed with the Grand Rapids Police Department?
I have been employed as a police officer since January of 2000, so over 25 years now.
And could you just give me a brief synopsis of your experiences and positions over the years, please?
Certainly. I first started as an intern at the Grand Rapids Police Department in mid-90s. And then I got my college education, returned, and was hired as a patrol officer in January of 2000. I worked the road patrol for about 3 years, mainly in the South Service area. I then joined what we call the SRT, the Special Response Team, or the SWAT team. As a police officer, I did that for approximately 6 years. I left the SWAT team, went back to the road. I was chosen to become a community police officer. Joined the community policing team for about a year, and then I was promoted to sergeant. After I was a sergeant, I went back to night shift patrol as a night shift sergeant on the road. Did that for just a few months before I returned back into the SRT as a sergeant and team leader in the SWAT team. Did that for approximately 2.5, 3 years. In that time, I left and went into the detective unit. I became a detective sergeant, overseeing our general case team for about a year, and then moved into our family services team as a sergeant and ran that. Family services handles domestic violence, sex crimes, things of those nature. After that, I did a couple years there. I was promoted to lieutenant, and what we then joined, went back to the road as the watch commander. Our watch commanders or lieutenants run our road patrol shifts for the night and for the day during that. Was there for about a year and a half, then moved into our internal affairs unit. Was was the commander of our internal affairs for 16, 17 months for the department. And then an opening became available in the training unit. At that time, the training unit was commanded by a lieutenant. I was at that rank. I took that position and ran our training unit for about 2.5 years. From there, I was then promoted to captain, and I moved to the West service area as the captain of that team for year and a half again. And then another opening came in support services. I moved into support services. Support services captain handles a lot of the admin work, a lot of the IT, buying the equipment, getting the fleet, the cars, and a lot of paperwork just to get all the stuff that supports our officers out on the street with the equipment that they need. From there, I then last September moved to be the commander of our North Service area in Grand Rapids. It was an honor to be the North Service area captain because that's where I grew up. I'm from Grand Rapids, so it's a privilege to be the commander of the patrol teams over the North Service area, and that's where I currently sit.
Need a drink of water?
Thank you.
So appreciate that, and that's sounds like you've had quite a few duties over the years. Now, have you also had, and you may have mentioned this in there, I apologize, I looked down at my notes a couple of times, but have you had duties as a master taser instructor?
I have several other additional duties throughout those years, what we call an additional duty. I was a taser instructor, firearms instructor, defensive tactics instructor, and then I became a master taser instructor when I was in the training unit.
And just to touch on historically, you've been with GRPD since what year?
January 2000.
All right. And has the taser been within Grand Rapids Police Department for quite a few years?
Yeah, it was introduced while I was on the SWAT team as an officer, so probably 2005, 6. I don't know exact dates, but it's been a tool for our officers for almost 20 years, maybe.
Now, as a master taser instructor, how many master and taser instructors does the department have at one time?
Typically one. At times we have two. We try to get someone certified as a master taser instructor and then have someone go the next year. So we have an overlap because the master taser certification only lasts 2 years. So we want to have a master taser instructor in-house so that certification doesn't lapse at that time.
How do you obtain this classification as master taser instructor? What were the requirements to earn that role?
To become a master taser instructor, you have to attend the training through Axon. Axon's the company that designs and created the taser. So you go to a 40-week, 5-day class, wherever it's held. Mine was held in Los Angeles. You go to that facility, go through the training for its classroom, a test, a lot of practical exercises, designing stuff. We also teach you how to become a better instructor while you're there when you're doing it.
And upon conclusion of that course and earning the role as master taser instructor, what do you do then when you go back to your department with that training?
With that classification inside the Grand Rapids Police Department, I train taser instructors for the department. And then those taser instructors instruct the officers in the classroom environment how to properly use the weapon on their belt.
Now, sir, did you mention you've also been, as a commander of the Internal Affairs Division for a year or two?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a significant amount of familiarity with GRPD training and in overall use of force policies and practices that were in place on or prior to April 4 of 2022?
I do.
And do you have a significant amount of familiarity with GRPD taser instruction and practices on and prior to April 4, 2022?
I do.
All right, at this time I would move to have Captain McCursey recognized as an expert in a couple of things: GRPD training, policies, practices, with regards to the taser device and training policies and practices of GRPD related to use of force.
No objection.
All right, so he shall be considered an expert in those fields.
And when I say use of force, in just the general overall policies of GRPD related.
Yes, sir.
To the general duties as far as automobile stops and the basic performance and policies involving those matters.
Yes, sir.
So, but he's an expert in training policies and practices regarding
Taser, use of force, and then also just general overall police duties, police functions within the Grand Rapids Police Department. I apologize for making that.
duties and functions.
Correct.
Any objection to that additional area of expertise?
No, Your Honor.
Right, so then he shall be considered an expert in those 3 areas.
Sir, I'd like to ask you some questions related in particular to the taser. We had another witness who testified about several topics. I'm going to try not to go into a lot of the same things all over again, okay? But just to get into a few areas in particular related to taser, and then ultimately get to some specific questions about the case here. Now, sir, the defense is calling you in this case to testify, is that right?
That is correct.
And has the defense talked to you several times over the last 3 years?
Yes.
And has the defense asked you a significant amount of questions about GRPD policies, trainings, and just the general practices of GRPD?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you also testify on matters related to this case about 2.5 years ago?
Yeah, I testified in the original preliminary examination for this case.
Okay, and were you under oath at that preliminary examination?
I was.
Now, have you ever prepared a report, a final conclusion report or anything for either party?
I have not.
Were you ever asked to?
No.
You testified 2.5 years ago, and was the prosecutor present for that?
Yes.
And has the prosecutor or detective on this case ever reached out to you and asked you for more explanation on any training policies or just general overall practices of GRPD?
No.
If they would have, would you have been happy to talk to them?
Yes.
Your office is about a block away from their office, is that fair to say?
That is correct.
Now, going to the taser, what model of taser did GRPD use on April 4, 2022?
At that time, we were using the model Taser 7, the T7.
And where would an officer on duty on that day, where would they carry that device?
We mandate they carry it on the opposite side as their firearm, so you have to do a cross draw to pull that, access that weapon off of their belt at that time. The main reason for that is we don't want ever under stress to think you're pulling your taser and you actually pull your firearm. Firearm's on your dominant side if you're right-handed or left-handed. And so we mandate it's on the opposite side, so you have to make a distinct motion to go get that device to use it at that time.
Now, besides the taser on that belt, what else is an officer wearing when they go out on a shift for GRPD for the most part?
On their utility belt, if you will, what they wear is obviously you have your handgun that's in a holster. You have 2 extra mags of ammunition on your belt. You have OC or pepper spray on your belt. There's an ASP baton, 1 or if not 2 sets of handcuffs on your belt, your radio, as well as your taser device.
And then how about, and you may have mentioned this, vest, do you wear a vest?
Yeah, every officer on the road is mandated to wear their bulletproof vest underneath their uniform. In today's world, you see a lot of exterior vests. This is the uniform that Officer Schurr was wearing was like this. So that is how we're equipped.
When you add up all of that equipment, approximately what weight, if you know off the top?
It's roughly around 20 pounds, 25 pounds. Obviously, my vest and belt might be bigger than skinnier people, but so.
All right. Now we talked about going back to the Taser 7. The manufacturer, Axon, they make other models as well. Is that fair to say?
That is.
And sir, did you have the opportunity to sit through the testimony of prosecution's expert, Mr. Bloomfield?
Half of it.
Okay. And did you sit through the testimony of the prosecution's expert witness, the law professor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear some of their opinions related to this case?
I have.
Did you have an opportunity to read their report?
I have.
Sir, does it appear that they may have been referring to an older Taser model than the Taser 7 in some of their opinions?
Yeah, it was testified to as well as in the report of, in one portion, they considered the optimal distance of 7 feet standoff. It was documented in the report between 7 and 15 feet. And that is the rule that was in place for older model tasers, not the Taser 7.
And we'll get into some, but were there some differences, the Taser 7 that Officer Schurr was carrying compared to the older models?
Yes.
Okay. So going forward in the testimony, Officer Schurr had a Taser 7. If I refer to Taser, can we just agree we're talking about the Taser 7 unless I say something different?
Understood.
Now, under the GRPD use of force policies, what level of force would the Taser 7, would the Taser be within?
It is considered an intermediate weapon, so that's where it falls in our use of force.
And how about OC or pepper spray? Where is that located?
That is a lower level of force. The OC that is used for verbal noncompliance, active, passive resistance, lower levels of resistance that officers would observe.
Does GRPD, do they consider the Taser a less lethal form of force?
Yes, we do.
Now, is that consideration in the hands of a trained police officer?
That is correct.
In the hands of an untrained officer, would GRPD classify it as a less lethal form of force?
An untrained police officer, they wouldn't be allowed to carry it.
Well, let's just go into that because I think Detective Tubergen touched on this a little bit in his testimony, but an unlicensed person, as far as what are you required to have in order for any old citizen to carry a Taser?
In the state of Michigan, if you were to obtain a Taser, you need the licensing, like a concealed permit, as well as the training and certification form for that device.
And is that whether the battery's in it, no probes, no anything within the device? Are you still required to have that licensing to even touch the device by law?
Yeah.
And what's the classification of an offense if the person does not have that licensing?
That would be a felony in the state of Michigan.
I'm going to ask you, I'd like to get into some of the Taser training, but just backing up a little bit, okay, because I can't recall how much this was discussed, but just to give the jury a little bit of context as far as training goes. When an officer is hired into Grand Rapids Police Department, what's their initial endeavor, or what do they first get involved with?
Right. We either send people to the academy to get their state certification, or they put themselves through the state certification. So then they are considered a certifiable police officer.
I don't mean to cut you off there, but what's their state certification?
State certification is a 15 to 17 week course, or sometimes in some colleges it's spread out over 2 years, but it is the certification through MCOLS, the Michigan Commission of Law Enforcement Standards.
And what is MCOLS just in general? Does MCOLS also have standards that every police department is required to follow or abide by?
Yes, MCOL sets the standards, the basic standards of what a police officer needs to be certified and to hold the status of a police officer.
And is GRPD certified or accredited, or do they follow MCOL standards?
Yes. Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards.
I'm going to ask you to say the whole thing every time. No more MCOLs.
I apologize.
I'm just joking. Let's stick with MCOLs. Now, once cut you off, after the person goes to an MCOL certified academy, and then what?
When we hire that individual, we put them through either a 6-week or an 8-week orientation. Sometimes we shorten it if it's a small class. If it's a bigger class, it's typically an 8-week class. Inside there, we now train them how the Grand Rapids Police Department does our policies, procedures, manual of conduct, and our use of force. We certify them in the taser. Obviously, we certify them with our firearms. We certify them with every tool that they have in the belt, certify them with their pepper spray. We go over how to do traffic stops. We go over how to do contact and cover. We go over, how to police a burglary report, how to police a CSC, how to police domestic violence. And then after that 8 weeks, we swear them in as an officer for the Grand Rapids Police Department. After the swearing in ceremony, they go into our field training program. It's a 16-week program at minimum that they go into, and it's divided up into 4 steps. Each step, the trainee is always partnered with a field training officer. And on each step, their level of work that they're supposed to do gets bigger. It starts off at like 25%, then it's 55%, then it's almost 100%. And then like the last 4 weeks is they're like shadowed by their FTO to see if they can do the job appropriately. And during that time, that's documented, their mistakes, their successes, and what training was needed to improve skill sets here and there to make sure that they are good and on a solid basis to move on and go on to solo patrol.
Okay. Now, just going back to taser training, where is the officer initially trained on taser usage?
During our 8-week orientation.
Okay. And then how about after they're done with the 8-week? Is there's continued?
We have annual recertification of the taser device every year built into our training programs.
And is that just only the department that requires that, or does the manufacturer? I can't recall.
I believe it's the manufacturer's policy to recertify every device or every officer with that device.
Now, when you instruct the officer going all the way back to the 8-week in-house, does the manufacturer provide the department with materials that the department then uses to train the officer?
Yes, we are mandated by the manufacturer to use the most up-to-date version or PowerPoint that they provide to us to go over the slides and educate the individual on how the device works, basic understanding of electricity. I believe you heard from Brian Childs from Axon explain some of that stuff. We go over all that in detail, and then we go through the practical exercises, practice just pulling it out of the holster, arming it, aiming it, how it works, the laser, the light, the nomenclature of the device. And then we put them through real life scenarios. Well, simulated real life scenarios, with role players. Role players wear protective suits, and they have certain training cartridges that we can use that are safe to do so. So you're not getting tased during them. It would just be for like target location on an individual in certain environments, when to use a taser, when not to use a taser, those things.
Now, are the officers then tested to assure their understanding of the taser?
Yes, there is a written test as a part of their initial certification.
Now, are they? We heard from Mr. Childs already, but just to confirm, are the on the topic of warnings that's given by the manufacturer, are those warnings forwarded on to the actual officer who's going to use the device?
Yeah, they were presented with the same warnings that are in the PowerPoint, and they're gone over in that training.
And just in general, what are officers taught about the TASER device and its capabilities?
They are taught, and it's clearly stated in the PowerPoint, that the TASER device is a serious weapon and should be treated as such at all times.
At all times?
At all times.
And are there any warnings as far as the capability of the device to cause injury or death?
Yes, there are a few throughout the PowerPoint that claim that this device can cause serious injury or death.
Try not to go over everything that Mr. Childs already explained, but just in general, this TASER 7 device, how many cartridges could that hold?
It was equipped with 2 cartridges.
Can you give us just one more snapshot of deploying a cartridge and what that does?
Yeah, the device is equipped with 2 cartridges at that time. And there is a close quarters cartridge and a standoff cartridges. We went with one of each. So the close quarter cartridge is in bay 1 and the standoff cartridge is in bay 2. Bay 1 means if you pull the trigger, that's the first probes that are going to go out. Close quarters has a 12-degree spread. So if I use my fingers, the top one is straight, like Mr. Childs says, the bottom one's at a 12-degree angle down. It's designed for that close range deployment to get that optimal 12-inch spread for potential neuromuscular incapacitation at that time. The second cartridge is called a standoff cartridge that has a 3.5-degree spread. So obviously the spread is minimized. So you can do it from a further distance of that individual and still try to obtain that 12-inch spread if the probes hit that individual.
And if I could just approach the witness, Your Honor, with People's Exhibit number 23. It's a little easier to have the device in your hand.
No problem. Thank you.
We've already admitted that. Does that appear to be a TASER 7?
Yes, it does.
Without the battery in it or any probes?
There is no battery. There are 2 cartridges in here, but no probes in it.
Okay. So that actually has the cartridges on there.
Yeah, if you push this top button, they come out.
All right.
And you can see the difference. One clearly states 12 on it. The other one is 3.5. They also have it designed by color, so you know which one you're putting in the proper location.
Now, does Axon warn, and then you in turn warn the officers that you should avoid using the TASER on certain parts of the body?
Yes.
And are the trainees taught that if you administer the device on sensitive areas of the body, that in and of itself could cause serious injury or perhaps even death?
Correct.
Can you just list I'm not going to ask you in depth since Mr. Childs went through quite a bit, but just in general, what are those areas that officers are trained to avoid?
Yeah, obviously, and you saw in the pictures of the green little dummy, whatever, the yellow area of the head, the neck, and the chest, the heart to dart thing. So the preferred areas are the green. So the extremities, the large muscle groups of your legs, your entire back. But we want you to avoid the head because of the eyes. We're sending a probe that has a straightened out fish hook. We're avoiding the neck area of the individuals, as well as trying to avoid directly over top of the heart, as well as the genitals. I don't want to forget that.
All right. And even after both cartridges are deployed, okay, and the probes are out there, the 5 seconds passes, does that device have the ability to re-energize the probes and even the wires?
Yeah, if both probes are deployed into the field, the arena, or whatever you want to call it, you could re-pull the trigger and activate all 4 probes as well as the wires, or you could hit the arc switch on either side, ambidextrous, which has been pointed out.
And sir, I was going to go through the voluntary. Our officers provided the opportunity to have a voluntary tasing, or recruits actually, back during the 8 week.
Yes, they are.
And we already had a witness testify and go through some of the video on that. So I don't want to necessarily go through it all over again, but is that required, or that the the trainee take that on?
It is not required. It's encouraged. We want them to understand the capabilities of this device and feel what neuromuscular incapacitation is. We also want them experience that when you are experiencing NMI, if I can use the shorter version,
Please.
That you can still hear commands from the person that is tasing you. So they know when the ride is over that they understand what the officer wants them to do at that time.
And is the setting for this voluntary, is it a fairly controlled setting?
It's a very controlled setting. It's a very sterile environment. Everyone is required to wear eye protection. We offset everybody, behind where the probes are going down range. So there isn't an errant probe that accidentally strikes somebody. We have spotters there. So a lot of the risks of a taser is the uncontrolled fall that could create a lot of injury as well. And so there's spotters, or we'll start them on their knees or even laying down to avoid that fall risk. You can still accomplish the same goal and experience NMI during that time from a laying down position as well as standing.
We went through the video yesterday, and have you had the opportunity to review the voluntary tasing of Christopher Schurr here back in his academy? And if you recall, and I can pull it back up, but approximately how far was the device from Officer Schurr when the probes were deployed?
In the video that was displayed, Officer Schurr was laying down. The instructor that tased Officer Schurr was probably 1 foot or 2 foot. It's not super clear, just I think the spotter's in the way, but you can tell the proximity was very close, and I believe it was to the lower portion, to his legs.
Even at that closer distance, does it appear as though Officer Schurr still felt the effects of the device?
Yeah, you definitely can tell by his reaction, the immense pain that he's experiencing. And in my opinion, it was a lower extremity, lower hemisphere. You heard that term from Mr. Childs, exposure. So you can see him kind of crawling still because it didn't get that full above and below lockup, but he definitely couldn't use that leg, or if it was in both legs at that time.
It appears though he did not have the ability to really control his whole body during that experience.
Correct.
And what model was that back in 2015?
2015, we were using the X2. It is the 2 generations below the Taser 7.
Did the X2 have something different than this Taser 7, particularly with its ability in those close range situations?
Yeah, the X2 was equipped with different cartridges. They were designed at a 7-degree spread. And that's was designed, again, trying to get that optimal 12 inches. And that's why they continue evolving their product. But at that time, the X2 had a 7-inch spread, not the 12-degree like the close quarters or the 3.5 standout.
So if we had the video with Officer Schurr, similar distance with the Taser 7 device, with the first cartridge that's deployed, what might be expected as far as where it may
If you did the voluntary exposure with the Taser 7 with the close quarters at that distance, they would get a bigger spread, more likelihood of experiencing full NMI lockup at that time.
So going back to the academy, was Officer Schurr trained going all the way back to the academy, I call it the academy, the 8-week, that it's acceptable to use the device within closer distance? Would that be fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
And it appears that even at a closer distance, even with the older device, it still had a pretty significant effect on Officer Schurr. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say.
Now, when the probes connected with Officer Schurr, I think Mr. Childs mentioned this, do you all sometimes refer to that as taking the ride?
Yes, we do.
And how long does the ride last?
It is designed to last 5 seconds.
What happens if the person continues to hold or they repeat the ride after 5 seconds?
It depends on the configuration of the device, the software, the computer of the device. If in older models, if you just held the trigger down, it would keep going for as long as you went until you actually let go of the trigger. And the Taser 7, they have that automatic shut off that will stop the device after 5 seconds. But it can be re-energized at any time. Any other trigger pull would send a second cartridge, or if you hit the arc switch, you re-energize the one set of probes that are downrange.
Does Axon warn against repeated or continuous deployments or
Yes.
ignitions? And I apologize if I'm using the wrong terminology on this, but now are officers therefore trained not to have continuous or necessarily repeated applications, to have some limit on that?
Yes, officers are trained. If you're not getting the desired behavior change, try a different tactic. You don't want to keep using one thing over. It's more dangerous with the Taser because you're putting that much energy into an individual. And I'm not a medical person, but from my training, is repeated exposure to extreme amount of pain. The body's either adrenaline's going to go really, really high or don't, and that could be dangerous at that time.
Sorry, I'm just trying not to ask you some of the same topics, but just moving on. And I believe this was covered with Mr. Childs, but both cartridges already deployed. And then subsequently, an individual has contact, even just contact with the probes or perhaps even the wires. The trigger is pulled. Why don't you explain? Can those probes and wires be re-energized?
Yeah, the probes and wires can be energized once they're outside of the device and either in a person on the ground or wherever they're at. So anytime you reactivate this device by, again, pulling the trigger or pushing the button intentionally or unintentionally, it's going to cycle again for another 5 seconds. So that energy is out there.
Now, even if both cartridges are deployed, I know we've talked about this, but does the device still have a drive stun capability?
Yes, it does.
And are GRPD officers trained on how to administer that?
Yes, they are.
And are the materials from Axons, as far as warnings about drive stun, are those forwarded on to the trainee? Or the
Yes,
officer?
they are discussed.
And is it warned to officers that drive stun alone to sensitive areas can cause serious injury or death?
Yes, it's the material, and we go over.
Now, sir, were you able to listen to the testimony of the prosecution's expert, the law professor?
Yes, I was.
Mr. Stoughton? And he characterized, did you hear him characterize a drive stun to a thumb?
I did hear that.
Do you have kids?
I do.
You let their kids play with their thumbs in their hands. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would you let your kids, untrained in particular, play with a drive stun?
First off, it would be illegal for me to do that. But no, I would not. Absolutely not.
You mentioned continuous pain and how the person may dump. Now, what if somebody, as far as the drive stun function, somebody who's depleted, exhausted, a continuous drive stun, could that have some type of effect on them in this dump?
Yes, it could be. If a person is exhausted, that a level of pain would be dangerous.
Have you been drive stun before?
I have.
And is there anything that you characterize the pain to, or other folks that
Yeah,
have had
it's
it before?
commonly perceived as a blowtorch. It is extreme amount of pain. It's localized pain, but it is unbelievably painful. So if you were to press a blowtorch against your skin, you'd want to get away from it as fast as you could.
A Grand Rapids Police Department officer, and we'll stick with the drive stun function. When is a Grand Rapids police officer trained to use the drive stun? How?
The drive stun capabilities are primarily used for a third point of contact to close the circuit of, if you deploy 2 probes and one misses, you can touch them with the device activated in another spot on their body to close the loop, close the circuit. So the energy goes through the top probe, through the person, and then to the end of the device. And then that could create the neuromuscular incapacitation.
I'm gonna stop here and take a break for about 15 minutes. So, jurors, so we'll come back at 10:35. Meanwhile, jurors, please put your notes right down in your chairs and note to not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Also, please all continue to avoid access to news reports about this case in the media or in social media. We'll see you back in 15.
All right, court is on break for 15 minutes. I'm not gonna lie, this is a little bit of a boring one. It's uh I know, that's why I switch off. And that's like, oh my days, that's what like I literally I switch off that. Um it is not was not a very good view. Like, so that is our defendant there, Willow, if you wanted to know, if you're still out there. I don't blame you if you're not, because this is boring. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this testimony is basically the same testimony that the other guy was doing.
Wanted to break.
Hang on,
So
he's saying something.
it was about the time I was gonna break anyhow. So I just wanted to make that clear for the record. I did kind of motion like, yes, we'll take a break. So with that, we will be in recess until 10:35.
Just before we get, did you want to put that one question on the record that you didn't ask?
Yes, I'll do that at this time. So the one juror had a question of the witness for this witness of Captain Cyber. The question was, would GRPD policies be the governing policy to deem an individual a reasonable officer in this incident, and how it played out? I did not ask the question because I did not believe it appropriate for that particular witness to answer that question. In addition, I will instruct the jury on what policy / law they are to use to deem the defendant reasonable or not. So I will instruct them. I didn't believe it was appropriate for the witness to answer the question, and I also didn't believe him to be in a position to be able to anyway. So I don't know if there's any additional information you'd like to place on the record in that regard.
Nothing beyond.
And Ms. Hamilton was on that.
Oh, that's question.
But go ahead.
We have nothing.
Whoever. Okay. All right, so we'll see you back at 10:35.
Well, it's not 10:35, it's in 15 minutes, whenever that is. But what I was gonna say is, did already my year. Yes, I did pick another trial, Hannah, but I am checking if that trial is coming live, because on the schedule said 8:30 Colorado time, which is -6 hours for us. Um, and they haven't gone live yet. It's nearly 9 o'clock in the morning. So if they don't come out, we might find something else. Well, there's other couple of like trials that I have on my mind, but it just depends if there is a feed for it, and sometimes that is the hardest thing. To actually find is the feed for it. But we'll see. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, we'll always find something. There's always something going on. There's always a trial to going on. I know of another trial that is going on in Atlanta right now. They already are closing yesterday, but we probably catch up on that one. We'll see if Line Prime comes up with something else that is not Karen Reid. Because the thing is, I think I have FOMO. That's why I wanted to do the Karen Reid one. Um, it's a FOMO thing. So yeah. Um, and there's always other trials we can catch up. So there's always something else that we can do. I do want to try to stick it out with this evidence today, because I I don't know, but I don't think this witness is gonna be that bad. Um, I don't think it's gonna be that of a bad of a witness today, but we'll see, or that long, because I this trial's only scheduled for this week, so I don't think it's gonna be much longer. But if it does get boring later, we might go on a little walk, I guess. That's what I mean. We might do a bit of a walk somewhere else. Because courtroom is now still on break. Both of the feeds are still, well, all of the feeds are on break because we are on a half an hour delay. So actually, I could take a peg on the uh, news article that I have to see what's going on ahead a little bit, but not giving too much spoilers. But I don't think we are that bothered with much spoilers. So let me go on my phone. I would bring up on my computer, but I don't have my computer with the VPN on, so I can't access that one. But I do have my VPN on my phone. That's why we can um we can do that. So, hang on. So 31 minutes ago. No, no, that the last update for the court was 1 minutes ago when they broke up for for, for break, and then don't have any much. Uh, but I don't think this one has been that bad. What do you guys think? Do you think that this witness has been that bad? Because um, where was I visiting you today? Well, I'm all over the place in America. I'm like, I think I can show you somehow. Hang on. Let me swap to this one because I'm always looking for a new trial. I'm always looking for what's next when I know that the current trial it's going up. So the amount of um feeds that I am subscribed on my content creator account on YouTube. So doing this one, yeah. If I share it here, I take that comment out. If you look at the like this left area, I'll see if with the mouse. Can you see with the mouse? Yeah, where the mouse is. That's all the news feeds that I'm subscribed across America that show trials that are judges and stuff like that. So that's all of the ones that I have. I'm sure that there's someone that I don't have. There's probably 100% something that I am missing that I don't have that. But um, oh, I love VPN too, Hannah. I got still of deal right on Black Friday. I got literally a VPN for a whole year. I think it was like £2. Like I'm like literally yeah, I'm a very good researcher. I'm not boasting over here. I'm not saying, but I do my best and I love researching and doing investigations and finding new cases and finding new information. Well, that one came online. See, I'm a bit scared that the trial that I wanted to follow, uh, I know it was very good. I'm very well impressed. I was like, when I saw that, I was like, whoop, purchase, buying it. I am getting it. So the court that we were waiting for in Colorado to show our to show our my next trial, it's not coming on. I don't know if they moved courtrooms, but I don't think they have because I don't see them anywhere. The other courtroom we saw the other day is doing a sentence right now, but we've already missed the beginning of. We don't even know what the case is. We could always watch. So yeah. So there's other. I'm sure we can find a case next week. Oh, I have 100% sure that we will. We could always watch some people being weird on Colorado. Oh, good morning, the journeys to Justice. Good morning, journeys. How are you this morning? How is the weather? How is the basement going? Are you nearly done? We are on break right now for the next couple of minutes until court is back. Um, the day has been, well, the guy that was on the stand yesterday is gone. That snooze fest finished, but now we are on the next snooze fest. We have a captain that is talking about almost the same things that we were talking earlier, but we've just been chatting in chat and serving him as a little bit of a white noise because I think most of us are over the what he was on about. So, ooh, that is awesome that everything is all done. Oh, yay! You can finally rest after that and enjoy it. And now that good weather is starting back up again, can enjoy that too. Um, and I'm also talking about our potential next trial, but I am still struggling into finding it. Um, I do have a couple things that I do need to check that I don't know why I cannot get into this website anymore. In the morning I was fine, I could get in, but now I can't, and that it's really annoying me. And I know I could get in even without the VPN. I could get in, but now I can't. So, ooh, oh no, there's a fire. Well, in Detroit, Waterford's Fork and Pint. Wow, that is not a good thing. That is not a good. So I'm always keeping an eye out, seeing what's going on, what's going there. Just Oh no. Sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry, Denise. That's not good. Another training. Ugh. I don't even want to go back to work on Monday. I've been off for so long now that I definitely don't want to go back to work. I know training at work is not good, and I don't want to go back, especially now with this heat. It's gonna be so hot in the bakery. I'm not. Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry, Journeys. That is not good. Oh, the dog. Oh, I'm sure she did not. The little puppy did not do. The little doggy. Sorry, did not do on purpose. But still, um. Oh my days. That is not good. My apologies. I feel so bad. Um. Right. That's. Ooh. There's a camera. I'm just like lurking to see what's going on, if there's anything else um, going on, or if our trials pops in from somewhere. Because there's another one, right, that I really want to watch, but not can't. Oh, Hannah, you speak my language right now. I love it. 12, that is my temperature, right? 12 to 15, it's my temperature. I absolutely love that temperature. That is for sure. Oh, hang on.
You may be seated. You guys may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McFarland, could you please pull up Exhibit K? Make it J, please. I believe. That's it. Thank you. Well, sir, I think where we left off, you were talking about the training to a Grand Rapids Police Department officer on using this drive stun function. And just to synopsize, and correct me if I'm wrong, and that GRPD trains to use the drive stun along with the probes to create greater spread. So a third point of contact, you sometimes refer to it. Is that right?
That is correct.
And let's just say, you say third, but if there's even one probe even on an individual and then the drive stun, that's not 3 points, right?
That is correct. It's designed because sometimes a probe, depending on the clothing, or it still could be in contact with that individual. Maybe it's in their wallet or in the belt or in a large puffy coat, so it's not close enough to the skin. But one probe is actually in the skin. So that's the differentiation of, a third point of contact to close the circuit.
Now, if we could just play this video here, Mr. McFarland. Be a training video. I know you sat through some of the trial. It's Officer Schurr.
Yes, that is a training video designed scenario to do a third point of contact.
And the music and all, it's part of like a training montage for the officers and their families.
At the end of the orientation, we take snippet videos like you've seen in there and provide it to the officer and their family for their swearing in program. It's a big day to get sworn in and become a Grand Rapids police officer, or police officer anyway. So it's a montage of videos just to kind of remember the training they went through.
I heard you pick the music for those. Is that right?
I do not.
Now, if we can just play it again, I just want to, when Officer Schurr initially goes to pull the device out of his holster, he's back. All right. If we could just watch this moment here, please. All right. Explain that the taser's on the opposite side of his dominant hand. Is that right?
That is correct.
And did you see him attempting to get the device out of the holster?
I did.
And is there some type of action it takes to get the device out?
Yeah, the holster that's designed for the taser is a retention holster, is to keep it secured on our person, so we don't get it taken away from us. But it takes some practice because there's retention methods on it. This one, I believe, has a two-step. It has a thumb snap as well as a hood. So you got to break the snap and then roll the hood and pull the device out. And even pulling the device out, if you're pulling the device out at a weird angle, it can get hung up inside the holster. It's very similar training because this looks like a gun. It's very similar to our guns. Our guns have retention holsters. And if you break all the retention methods but still pull it out on a weird angle, it can get stuck. And you can see officers kind of doing that jerky motion.
And is the model in that 2015, was that the Taser X2 model?
Yes.
And the device, the Taser 7, did that have a holster of its own?
Yes, it has, because the device is obviously molded different, and these holsters are molded to fit the tight around the weapon, so it's a different holster for the Taser 7.
Okay. Could you just play the probe deployment here if it hasn't already gone? How far was the device from that dummy when Officer Schurr deployed the probes?
I would estimate about 6 inches, maybe 8 inches, right around there.
Was Officer Schurr trained that that's an appropriate distance to use that device?
Yes.
Because we're talking somehow, this trial's turned a lot into different policies. Okay, there's a lot of different policies and theories around the country. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And the acronyms go on forever, right? As far as all these different bodies throughout the country on police practices.
Yes.
And Police Magazine and all sorts of other literature out there on police practices.
That is correct.
Now, to this officer right here, is he trained on every different policy in every magazine around the country?
No, he is trained to our Grand Rapids standards.
So if some magazine or some other entity around the country, some other department in New Mexico or South Carolina says, you shouldn't do this, is he expected to know that?
He is not.
Is he expected to know what he's trained?
He's expected to perform to our training standards that we give him.
In your policies?
In our policies.
In your common practices?
Yes.
Not every common practice is written in all these policies. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So even if there's not policy on certain, whether you can or cannot do this, there's just a lot of generally accepted practices within your department.
Yeah.
And can some of those generally accepted practices on the mind of Officer Schurr differ from all these other bodies out there?
Correct.
Now, just concluding somewhat here, okay, on the taser topics. But taser, Axon warns, I think you've already acknowledged, the taser is a serious weapon, should be treated as such at all times.
At all times, yes.
And can that be even after both cartridges are deployed?
Yes.
Because I believe, as Mr. Childs discussed as well, does the device have the ability to re-energize?
Yes.
Does it still have the drive stun function?
Yes.
Can the person still experience NMI?
Yes.
Now, there's been some discussion as far is weapon retention a common topic?
Yes.
But Officer Schurr is also trained. Is it true that Officer Schurr is also trained that he can use a device like the taser within arm's length of an individual?
Yes. And to clarify that video, the reason we're looking and design that video that way, or that training scenario, is if you are up close to that individual that you have to use a taser on, we know it's going to be a close probe deployment. So it's not going to get that NMI. So then he moves to a different part of the body to get a bigger circuit, because it's smart enough to know that these two probes happen to be 1 inch or 2 inches apart. But then there's another spot on the body. It creates a bigger circuit, getting the large muscle groups and potentially creating NMI.
And is that something that officers are able to achieve out in the field?
Yes.
As far as close probe, follow up with the drive stun, that's something that officers do out in the field.
Correct.
Are you aware of whether prior to April 4 of 2022, whether this officer was successful in a similar close probe with follow-up?
I am not aware of that, but I know it happens.
Okay. We'll get that with a different witness perhaps. So thank you. Now I want to get to the topic of April 4 and the encounter here. Now, have you had the opportunity to review the videos from this case?
Yes, I have.
How many times approximately?
A few dozen.
Do you feel comfortable, familiar enough with the content of those videos to answer some questions? And I don't even think I necessarily need to pull up the video at this point, but do you feel confident enough, have enough knowledge to answer some questions on that?
I do.
When you go back to do an evaluation of an officer, their decision to use force or handle a certain situation, what is how do you gauge that? How do you judge assessing an officer's actions?
Obviously, we need to review all the videos that are attached to that incident. We got to review the police reports, the use of force reports, going along with that information. And we have to view it in real time, at that time, not information. I know you've heard this before, not hindsight. As I sit in my office on a Monday morning looking at, what happened over the weekend, I have to put myself in that lens of what's going on at that moment. What information do I know that they know at that time? The totality of the circumstances of what's going on, the individuals. I believe you were presented earlier, a whole list of totality of circumstances, that could have a benefit or could have an explanation of why they went this way and why they went that way. Anywhere from the size differential of the officer to the person, the weather, the type of resistance, all of those things all combined. And then we do a review of, was it within policy? Was it within following training at that time?
Does the officer always have to use the best tactic or make the best decision in that moment to still be deemed reasonable?
No.
Does it depend on the circumstances? Is that what you're explaining?
Yeah, it is a very dynamic, evolving event. So there's a lot of things that go into that factor. We have to weigh that stuff in judging the reasonableness of that action.
Now, since we've been focused for the most part on Taser, I just want to ask you about the Taser usage in this incident on April 4th with Officer Schurr. Was it reasonable for Officer Schurr to move on to a Taser device in the situation he was in?
Yes, when Officer Schurr decided to pull his Taser out to attempt to use it in this situation, it was reasonable. He's already tried lower levels of force that were unsuccessful. And we're training him to, again, if it doesn't work, move on to the next, try something else. Ultimately, we're trying to change behavior, get compliance. And at that time, he introduced the Taser in that situation.
Anything else about Officer Schurr at the time he pulled out his Taser? Just looking back and watching this, the length of the fight. Does the length of the fight mean anything?
Yeah, it's a very big deal. I mean, we go from driving around the city in a very calm but alert manner to 0 to 100. It in seconds. So in my review of the videos, you could already tell, he was become to a higher level of alertness when the driver popped out of the car and things, and he's not complying and he's trying to figure things out. And then obviously he got assaulted. They run around the car and he's trying lower levels of force. He tried to tackle him. He's trying to control him, and he's not gaining anything. It's not working. So then he introduced the Taser at that time and attempts to use another level of force, use another tool on his belt to gain compliance, change behavior, and get compliance to control the situation.
In the Taser, was that a reasonable device for him to turn to in that situation?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as watching the video, he's in close quarters with Mr. Lyoya, is that right?
That is correct.
And it appears as though he attempted a close quarter deployment, is that right?
That is correct. It appears they're still in contact. Officer Schurr has a hand out trying to still gain control of Mr. Lyoya at that time as he's using the cross draw to introduce the Taser and attempt to use that. So within arm's length.
As we all know, the driver grabbed onto the device. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's clearly evident.
Now, after that point, as far as somebody attempting to take a weapon from an officer, is that a pretty serious situation in training?
That's a very dangerous situation. Why are we taking this weapon away from me? Why? what is going on at that time. It's easy. If you and I are fighting and you take my wallet, you're taking my wallet to spend my money or use my credit cards. That's an assumption, but it's not just to take it away from me, So, I mean, as an officer, you're taking away a tool, a very serious and dangerous tool off my belt. It's a very scary situation.
So when the matter gets to a point where, does it appear at some point that the driver is able to have exclusive control of the device?
Yes.
And going back to your analysis there, in the eyes of an officer, after a couple of minute fight, would it be reasonable for an officer to fear that the individual may use the device on them?
Yes, that is reasonable.
And based on your review of the video, no hindsight, was Officer Schurr reasonable to resort to deadly force in this situation?
Yes, I believe, in my opinion, he was in fear that this device was going to be used against him. He would be incapacitated. He's already exhausted at that moment.
I guess I'm going to object. He can't testify to what Officer Schurr believed. That's what we've gone over numerous times in this trial, and it's inappropriate for an expert to opine on.
Yeah, I can back it up. A reasonable officer.
Okay, so I'll strike the answer with respect to the defendant because this witness can't possibly know what was in his head at the time. So I'll strike any evidence or any testimony with respect to what was going on in the defendant's head or mind or how he was feeling at the time.
Thank you. Sir, if I could just rephrase that. Based on your knowledge, experience, the proper rules to judge, no hindsight, would it be reasonable for an officer when an individual has disarmed them like that to fear that the individual may use the weapon on them?
Yes.
And is there anything noteworthy in that video that takes place just prior to Officer Schurr drawing his weapon?
At that time, the suspect in this incident had complete control of the taser and had switched it from his left hand to his right hand.
And how about the positioning of these two persons just prior to the firearm coming out?
It appeared in my review that Mr. Lyoya was getting back up and turning towards Officer Schurr at that moment.
Okay. Would an officer, with the training that Officer Schurr had, would it be reasonable for that officer to be in fear that the individual may use the device on them under the totality of the circumstances?
Yes, based on the totality of circumstances, that everything that's portrayed so far at that moment, there would be a reasonable fear of another officer at that time of great bodily harm or death.
And if an officer reasonably fears serious injury or death, does that officer, are they required to wait for the individual to actually aim the device at them?
No.
Because what happens when somebody aims a device at you?
Action's faster than reaction, so we don't have to wait for someone to hurt us to do something.
If there's reasonable fear, serious injury or death, what level of force is the officer authorized to move on to?
Deadly force.
Okay. Just one moment, please.
That's all. Thank you, Your Honor.
So I go over one of the things you talked about earlier with Mr. Dodge. These questions on the defendant doesn't have to go by South Carolina policy, Florida policy. You are certified under CLIA, right?
Yes.
Once again, what is CLIA?
It is the gold standard of policing. It's to set the police standards across the nation of policies and procedures in place.
And the gold standard means that you actually have other departments from across the country come in and look at your policies.
Correct. It's quite a lengthy process. They review through all of our materials, and we obtained our accreditation saying in, I think it was 2019, only like 5% of the agencies in the country were accredited, and we were one of them.
So if your policies are outside generally accepted police practices, you won't be certified by CLIA, will you?
Correct.
So you just did. Oh, you just did. I asked that.
I don't know the exact acronym of CALEA.
Original letters.
You don't know exactly what CLEA?
I wouldn't want to guess right now. I understand what it is.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to listen, but I thought I could. Mission on Law Enforcement Standard. Well, whatever. The point is, CLEA is the gold standard. Grand Rapids Police has policies that are generally accepted by the police practices because you got CLEA certification.
Correct.
So we're not asking them to do by Florida policy. It's under generally accepted police practices, which your policies reflect.
Our policies have been reviewed and to give us that accreditation, but we hold up Officer Schurr to our standards.
Just going into it, the taser we talked about, the taser is considered an intermediate weapon under Grand Rapids Police policy, right?
Correct.
And it's a less than lethal use of force.
Yes.
And even, talk a little bit, you switch off over to my PowerPoint, or my computer, please. This is exhibit 24. You've had an opportunity, were you in here for the child's presentation?
Yes, I was.
And you recognize this slide?
I do.
This is a slide for the TASER 7. Presentation that you give is an instructor.
Yeah, I would have to see the version number, but I would, yes, it is.
Okay. But this is one of the slides that's on there. You recognize that?
I do.
Now, studies show that CWs are effects compared to less than fighting or fleeing, and that's you tell these officers that.
The exertion of the device is like you're fighting or fleeing. Yes, that's what it causes after you experience NMI.
Now going to that, we've talked a lot about it. Go back to, they're not risk-free though, right?
Correct.
Now, one of the things you do talk about, sorry. I had it and I lost it. There we go. This is one of the slides still. This is kind of the main warning slide, if you will, right?
Yes.
Now, they just don't give you the slides and tell you to talk about them. They give you kind of a script, a thing to tell the officers, right?
Yeah, there's notes attached.
One of the notes, and particularly with this side, on this slide, is the National Institute of Justice, and the 5-year study found that taser energy weapon deployment has a margin of safety or error greater than most alternatives. That's one of the things you tell them, right?
We just, not that specific.
What do you mean not, you don't follow, you don't, so they give you the stuff and you don't follow, you don't say it?
We read the slide and go through it, and we don't go into the minutia of who did the study on that.
But you don't, but you say the basic part of it is that the significantly lower risk of injury than physical force.
Yes.
So you tell the part about agencies who use taser decrease suspect injuries requiring medical attention by 45%, and officer injury requiring medical attention by 80%. You say that?
Yeah, we go over the reasons. The taser was designed to reduce a lot of things. Baton strikes for one. They're ugly. They're nasty. It looks horrible to hit someone with a metal rod. This reduces the injuries because it's designed to not go hands-on if you don't have to, if it's safe to do so. And then it's designed to reduce the injuries to the officers as well as the suspect.
Okay. And part of the, it's not go hands-on, so you have that distance. Part of it is distance, is having the ability to use distance between you and the subject you're trying to apprehend, correct?
Yeah, it's designed that way, correct.
Go to exhibit 32 now, Your Honor. I'm trying to make that. Once again, we've gone over use of force policy. This is 9.9-1.3. This is the use of force that's kind of in place for Grand Rapids Police use of force policy, right?
Yes.
And you recognize this potential subject actions or level of resistance.
Correct.
You testified before, you testified back in April, back in 2022, whatever the first prelim that you talked about.
Yes,
You
sir.
You testified that Patrick was demonstrating active aggression, correct?
I believe so. I would need my transcript to confirm. But
Would that help you? You want to refresh your recollection? You want to take a look at that?
yeah, please.
Referring to the preliminary exam transcript, page 33, to be day 2. Just starting at line 24, kind of going over into page 34.
Yeah. I mean, it was contextually, I don't think we were talking about this case. We were just talking about use of force.
So active aggression, that's what Patrick was doing, active aggression in this situation. Your answer, correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that bottom line. But yes, correct.
Okay. So Patrick was engaged in active aggression. There's a distinction there between active aggression and deadly force assault, correct?
There is.
Just because somebody's in active aggression doesn't mean an officer can use deadly force, right?
In that context, correct.
We mean in that context. What do you mean by that?
It's not a black and white answer in questions. And so, I mean, strictly the way you worded it, yes.
Well, you can't use deadly force for somebody challenging an officer, right?
Right.
You can't use deadly force for somebody punching an officer.
Correct.
You can't use that deadly force for somebody kicking an officer.
Again, contextually, how many times is correct?
So the whole idea is the reasonableness, like we talked about. I'm going to continue.
Yes, sir.
So how reasonable was it given all the facts and circumstances?
Yes.
Now, once again, going to this taser thing we talked about, all of a sudden we're getting this, the taser's taken away. That's deadly force. That justifies deadly force. Where is the policy for that? Where is that?
Again, you're looking for the black and white answer. It's the gray area. It's the totality of the circumstances at that time. So part of the reason we do voluntary exposures is to know how this device affects you. And so the level of pain, the level of exhaustion, add that to the totality of circumstances of extreme exhaustion after a 2.5 minute fight. And it's not written down. It's the totality. And that's what we're going with.
And that's what I'm going for. So it's not, there is no, hey, taser's gone, you get to shoot him, right?
Right.
It's based on, you got to take a look at all the context, looking at the whole situation, right?
Correct.
And then you make that judgment call, not based on hindsight, but what would a reasonable officer know at that point in time?
At that time.
Now, one of the things I questioned him earlier, I mean, you were part of the training unit, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think were you in charge of the training unit at the time this all happened?
No, I was
You just
captain
left?
at that point. Yeah.
You just kind of left. It was
Correct.
transition. One of the things that was talked about, you do scenario training.
Yes, we do.
And some of that scenario training goes for a long time, right?
Yeah.
It's not for just a couple minutes. You go for longer than that, right? Depending on the facts and circumstances.
In the training environment?
Correct.
Yeah, we try to experience, in the police academy when I went through, they had us go into a boxing ring and do a full round of boxing to see how tired and exhausted you are fighting another individual, to show that we are not trained professionals that can go 10 rounds.
Sure. But that's part of the training because you don't know what's going to happen out there on the street.
Correct.
Things don't happen in 10 seconds, 20 seconds. You may be struggling for a long time.
Yeah, there's potential for that. Yes, it's a
That's
very
what
risky job.
You remember your testimony back in there? You said sometimes some of them are long, drawn-out physical altercations on a wrestling mat.
Yeah, we do that during the orientation to show them, what their capabilities are at that time, and to show them, if someone is a more advanced fighter and wrestler or whatever, they could disarm you of all your stuff during this long, drawn-out event. In a safe, secure training environment.
And one of the things you talked about is going through this training is you have to have the ability to maybe transition, if you will, from different tactics.
Yes.
So in this one, what we saw, the transition, we saw a knee kick,
Yeah, knee strike.
knee strikes, we saw a few of them, right?
Correct.
We saw a taser,
Correct.
and we saw a gun.
We also saw a tackle. We saw.
Is a tackle a trained thing?
It's an untrained thing, but it happens. Very common in police practices.
Sure.
We also saw, he attempted armbar controls of trying to grab his wrists and pulling them back, trying to get him into an advantageous position early on, to get your arms behind your back, like we would handcuff somebody. And so, yeah, we had, soft, empty hand techniques of, grabbing the arms and the wrists and trying to pull them behind the back, the tackle, a strike, a few knee strikes, and then the taser.
Okay. That's all you saw in this incident?
Yeah.
And then for your honor.
Just as far as this topic of try different things, Chris, Officer Schurr here tried several different means of what level would his force have been in that situation? As far as the knee strikes, and what are those referred to on the level of force?
Those are hard, empty hand techniques. A kick and a strike is where we would put that at that level.
And he tried several of those?
He did.
And at times, perhaps, let's say an individual's extremely intoxicated. Okay, can those be ineffective?
Yes.
And if you add exhaustion into the equation, would that affect the officer's ability to continue to try the same level of strikes?
Correct. Yeah, exhaustion it would be less effective because now, the human performance, you don't have as much power 1 minute into a fight than you did the first minute of the fight. You're getting tired. Your muscles are losing their strength.
And just in general, to some of these strike tactics, can they be ineffective on certain people, such as intoxicated persons?
Yes.
And can that include even the asp or the baton?
Yeah, it can include anything, yes.
Because what is the asp or the baton? Is that striking the individual?
That would be, striking the individual with the baton.
So if other strike mechanisms were ineffective on an individual, would the officer need to keep going through all of those same types of force to try everything possible?
No. Long ago, they used to have a 1+1. They do this, we can go to this, one do this. And then it's been decided through the courts, that's not necessary. You have to know what this level of force in that officer's belief would not be effective at that time.
Okay. And really, but you don't necessarily have an immediate escalation. If you try this, go to this, go to that, you can always stay one ahead of the next, the step prior, right? Or the resistance or the aggression of the individual.
Yeah, the ultimate goal is to gain compliance and to try to get that done as quickly as possible so you don't have to be exhausted, but it wasn't working.
Okay. But if an officer's tried a level of force, strikes, lower physical controls, and they're not effective, is the officer trained that they can then move on up to a next level of force?
Yes.
And if that level of force is ineffective, can they continue to go up the spectrum there?
Yes.
They don't have to try every other possible means below to move on up. Talk some about these this disarming of a taser. If an individual disarms an officer of their weapon, can it be deadly force?
Yes.
Under the totality of the circumstances, correct?
Correct.
There was some mention of active aggression. Is you don't necessarily use deadly force against active aggression, correct? It doesn't have to be your first resort.
That is correct.
Can it escalate to deadly force pretty quickly?
Yes, it could.
So, for instance, here, if the driver started out with those functions, but once a weapon gets thrown into the mix, can that change the equation pretty quickly?
Yes, it could.
Christian. Just one moment, please, Your Honor. That's all. Thank you.
Just a follow-up, go into this, somebody disarms you with a taser, so if I grab your taser and I stand there, can you shoot me?
I don't have to wait for you to tase me.
Sure, I'm not saying that, but can you shoot me? I grab it, I stand here.
Again, contextual. It has to be the totality of the circumstances. But could it be reasonable that I fear that you're going to use it against me? Yes.
Okay. If I turn, I'm away from you, can you tase me?
Tase you?
Or shoot me, excuse me.
Again, action's faster than reaction. You have to base it on the whole entire situation. We can't just have a black and white answer here.
So the fact that you took the taser doesn't allow you to shoot him. It's not based on the totality of the circumstances, right?
Say that one more time.
The fact that somebody takes a taser doesn't mean you can shoot him. It depends on all the facts and circumstances. You got to take a look at the whole incident.
Correct. You have to take a look at the whole incident.
And I guess going to that, since you're the taser expert, has a Grand Rapids police officer ever been disarmed with a taser and shot?
A Grand Rapids police officer? No. They've been disarmed with tasers.
They've been disarmed with tasers, but disarmed and shot.
No.
How many times have they actually been disarmed with tasers?
I can remember a couple times, but there were multiple officers there at that time.
And nothing happened.
Yeah, due to the fact there were multiple officers there.
You said tase and then shot. You mean with taser, right?
In terms of
Disarmed with the taser and shot. That was the question that you asked.
Correct.
He answered, but I'm just asking when you say shot, you mean with taser?
Shot with a gun or shot with a taser, either.
Yeah, the answer is still no.
Thank you.
Just in follow-up, was this gentleman right here trained that the taser is a serious weapon capable of causing serious injury or death?
Yes.
And to have some fear for the device?
Yes.
And the prosecutor brought up if somebody disarms him, you said those other occasions there were other officers around?
Correct.
And is it different when the officer's on their own?
Yeah, it changes the totality of the circumstances and
But
the reasonable fear.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But the officer has, they're trained that they can use that taser when they're by themselves?
Yes.
Okay. That's all, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I did see a couple of hands raised on the jury, so Michael will come and direct those questions. You could approach Mr. Dodge and Mr. Beckman, please.
Sorry, let me talk. Can you guys hear me, or do I sound like I am riding a bike right now? Because I have my phone on my neck, and if obviously I sound like I'm riding a bike, you guys need to let me know that I sound like that, or running, or sound is great. Awesome. So I can have my fan on while I'm talking to you guys, and it doesn't disturb you. So the wind that is coming from my fan, you guys do not hear it, right? Like, because I've got my phone. Ooh, that's good. That's very good to know. I love it. I need to find the name for you on Hannah. But you don't. Yes. Nope. Yep. That is awesome. That is good news. I like good news, and I can't not lie. Sorry, I'm not gonna sing that song. Sorry, I lost the plot. Trying to do two things at the same time, talking to you guys and also looking for this Portuguese supermarket name. England's Portuguese supermarket, and then the location. Um, oh, it's called Taste of Portugal Warehouse Supermarket. I'll put it in the chat. So what I really want to do is I want to order because I order stuff from a shop in London. Choca Pick cereal. That's my favorite cereal. So you have to have a plot to lose in the first. Well, yeah, that is true. Very, very true, Hannah. I do have to have a plot to lose it, but I've already lost it a long time ago. Zizi, that is my favorite cereal. What I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna order all my favorite stuff from. Oh, hang on.
First, would there be more energy, less energy, or the same omitted if you touch energized wires from the taser compared to having the prongs in you?
It would depend. If the insulated wire was intact, it would be pretty self-correcting, like touching a electrical fence on a farm. But if there was any break in that insulation, that would potentially create that full circuit of energy going into your body. It would, like he said, like Mr. Child said, the energy jumps through the air. It could jump through that and into the skin at that time.
And can you reload the wires, or do you have to use new cartridges on Exhibit 23?
No, we would get a new cartridge put in place. So every device is going out on the street has a brand new cartridge inside of it.
So you can't reload the
You
wires?
cannot reload them, no.
And are officers required to take implicit bias classes or some type of mental health or psychology class or classes in cultural competency?
When you mean class, we have instruction on those topics, yes.
I guess with the trainings, like
Correct.
trained in implicit bias. So I guess I'll break it up. Are they trained in implicit bias?
Yes.
Do they also receive training regarding mental health or psychology?
Mental health, yes.
And do they receive training in cultural competency?
Yes.
And Mr. Dodge, any follow-up from either or any of those questions?
No, thank you.
Mr. Becker?
Just in terms of you watched the incident, did you see any indication anybody was suffering from NMI or there's any reaction from the wires?
No.
Thank you.
And then we see another question from the rear, so retrieve that. If you can approach.
Neshto is one of my favorites, Izzy. No. I'm gonna cry. Hang on, they should be back soon because he's already looking at the
There
chat.
have to be another point of contact, or can the wire alone deliver the effect?
No, if you were just touching one wire and the electricity is going through it, it'd be self-correcting, but it wouldn't create NMI. You need that, close the circuit with that second point of contact. You either stepping on the probe or have the drives done going off. You need that second point of contact, if that answers the question.
Any follow-up from that, Mr. Dodge?
So one wire, let's say it's perhaps exposed wire, but if you're in contact with 2 points of exposed wire, could that create a second point?
Yes, the electricity is flowing from the device to its endpoint. To it's either the probe or if the wire snapped in half to the end of the wire. And if you were touching that and a probe or that and the end of the device, it could create NMI.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I don't see any other hands raised on the jury. May this witness be excused? Mr. Dodd?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much for excused.
Thank you. Does taser you want back?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Defense will call the next witness.
Jason Gate, G-A-T-Y.
Good morning. And sir, before you take your seat, if you can please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you. Sir, can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Jason Gady, last name Gady.
Sir, how are you employed?
Grand Rapids Police Department,
And how long have you been employed with Grand Rapids Police Department?
since September of 2000, so 24, almost 5 years.
Just going back a moment, prior to joining the department, did you attend college?
Yes,
And what degree did you attain?
from Grand Valley State University, a Bachelor's of Science in Criminal Justice.
Did you ultimately attend a police academy?
Yes, in Grand Valley State University Police Academy.
Now, going to your career here with GRPD, can you take us through some of the different positions that you've had?
I worked a number of years night shift road patrol, and then I worked in the training unit first time as a use of force instructor and also as a departmental recruiter. And I went back and worked in a community officer capacity, and then most recently went back to the training unit to work full-time as a use of force instructor with the primary focus of coordinating the firearms training program.
And it's been a while since I looked at your resume, but do you train only within Grand Rapids Police Department? Or do you train other departments as well?
No, I'm solely a Grand Rapids Police
Okay.
Department instructor.
That's what I thought. All right. And as a trainer in firearms and use of force, are you well versed in GRPD policies?
Yes.
On firearms in particular?
Yes.
And your full-time duties currently are firearms training at GRPD? Is that
Yes.
right? All right, I would move to have Officer Gady admitted as an expert in the field of Grand Rapids Police Department firearms training, policies, and practices.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that he will be considered an expert in that field.
We've had some witnesses go over a considerable amount of time and evidence about other training policies and all those topics, but I'd just like to focus on firearms with you if I could, and some of the training that Grand Rapids Police Department officers have on firearms. Can you give just a general overview of approximately how much firearm training an officer obtains going back to that 8-week in-house?
For the 8-week in-house, it's pretty substantial. It's anywhere from 60 to 70 hours of live firearms training, and that's not taking into account all the scenario-based training that incorporate deadly force decision-making with simunitions. On top of that, annual trainings and qualifications, anywhere from 4 to 6 times a year, several hours.
And I'm sure you could spend hours explaining every aspect of the training, but just in general, is the firearm training, is it purely shooting stationary targets, or does it also involve simulations and whatnot?
No, there's quite a bit of decision-making training built into either the live fire component and also scenario-based training.
Because reality out in the field, you're not, it's not always as simple as a stationary situation.
No.
Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Are GRPD personnel trained to use various firearms?
Yes, we have different firearms platforms that we have to train and certify on every year.
Now, I'd like to move forward now to April 4, 2022. While Christopher Schurr was on patrol in the city, did he carry a pistol?
Yes.
And is an officer within GRPD, are they required to train with the gun that they carry on the job?
Yes.
And an officer such as Officer Schurr here on road patrol, are they required to carry that gun on their person during their shift?
Yes.
Why is that?
In the event that they have to utilize that.
And where on their person, very law enforcement term, but where on their person is the officer required to carry the firearm?
Particularly for road patrol assignment, on their dominant side or their strong side hip on their assigned duty belt.
As they carry that pistol, does the pistol need to be loaded with ammunition?
Yes.
Why?
So in the event that immediate response to a deadly force threat is addressed, it's ready to be utilized without any hesitation.
And are police trained that they may need to draw and fire that gun as fast as possible?
With accurate, I'm sorry, yes, Your Honor. Absolutely, with an accuracy component, yes.
Can threats come quickly at an officer?
Absolutely.
Can it go from perhaps a no force, low level of force situation to deadly force pretty quickly?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just a little bit, not about firearm deployment or use, but just weapon drawing, firearm drawing. When out in the field, and I'm not talking about training at the range, but when actually out on patrol, when are GRPD personnel trained that they should unholster and draw their pistol?
They can unholster and draw their pistol when there's a fear for safety.
Okay. And later on, does the officer then need to be able to articulate why they felt it was necessary to draw the pistol?
A lot of times it's articulated in their incident report. There is one. There's not a mandated reporting requirement, but a lot of times it does go into the incident report, yes.
And now, so it doesn't necessarily need to be a deadly force situation, just to simply draw the weapon.
Correct.
And is it fairly common that GRPD officers draw their firearms for various reasons?
Yes.
Okay. Now, moving on to firearm deployment, actually firing the gun, that's different than merely drawing the gun as far as the standards. And under policies in place back April 2022, when was an officer trained to deploy their firearm?
In response to a deadly force threat? Is that what you're?
Yes.
Yes, when there is a reasonable threat of death or serious bodily injury to the officer or another person.
And firing their gun upon someone, what level of force would that be under policy?
Deadly force.
According to the use of force training and policies, if the officer believes deadly force is necessary, what is their objective when they deploy that firearm?
To stop these subjects' actions as quickly as possible.
If it's deemed a deadly force situation, is a firearm the only way that they resort to deadly force, or can they basically use other means of force too to have deadly force?
They could use other means that would reasonably result in death or serious bodily injury to the suspect to meet that deadly force threat.
But if it's an imminent threat and the officer has a pistol, they're justified to use their pistol? Is that correct? I'm sorry, sir. It's been a full morning. I'm trying not to ask you the same questions that we've already went over with some folks. Now, when it comes to this decision to use deadly force, use your firearm, does GRPD have policies that may lay out, some of the circumstances that may be reasonable for an officer to move up to a different level of force?
Yes, it's based on reasonableness. It's based on what we say totality of the circumstances, all the circumstances present at the time the officer had to make that decision.
And is one of the circumstances that's often talked about in firearms training in particular, reaction times?
Reaction time is something that we
recognize in training, make the officers aware of, and also we try to minimize.
Now, we've already heard this topic brought up several times, but are officers warned and trained that they may be killed or injured when they don't react or act soon enough to a threat?
Yes, that's a possibility.
And in regards to firearm use of deadly force, I want to move on to the topic of targets, okay? And we're already moving along here, not too much to go. But if an officer decides to use their firearm against a deadly force threat, where are they trained that they may need to target?
Available target areas with the intent of stopping the suspect's actions as quickly as possible.
And not very pleasant topics, okay, to talk about, but you're a firearms trainer. Are headshots acceptable?
Yes.
And is that actually a target that's trained upon at times?
Yes.
Is an officer trained, if the officer perceives they might be in a deadly force situation, are they trained that they should fire warning shots?
No.
To see if perhaps that may help their situation?
Absolutely not.
Is that allowed? If you can just elaborate, is that allowed?
No, it is not allowed or advocated.
If an officer may be in fear of serious bodily harm or injury, are they trained that they should perhaps try shooting to extremities or other parts of the body to see if perhaps that may alleviate the situation?
No. No.
Are they actually advised not to do that?
Yes, for several reasons.
But what's one of the main reasons? If you have an imminent threat and you
trying to, again, stop the subject's actions as quickly as possible.
With recruits and officers, is it a common topic that's discussed as far as even after an individual, say if they're wounded, that the threat can still be there?
Absolutely, yes.
Just going back to some general firearms, you mentioned the officer must carry their firearm with them at all times on road patrol. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, moving on to the case here, you're obviously familiar with the case that we're all here on today.
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review the body cam, the in-dash cam, and the cell phone video from this matter?
I have.
Several times?
Yes.
Is that fair to say? Just want to talk about proximity. Does GRPD train officers on firearm use that they may need to use their firearm in close proximity to the subject?
We do, yes.
What is that sometimes referred to as?
Close quarters engagements, close quarters manipulation.
Now, if an officer, one to firearms training, okay, if an officer is in a physical struggle with a subject who's a deadly force threat, what sometimes is trained to the officer on simply backing away or disengaging from the subject?
There is times that we do train inside those close proximities to have to deploy your firearm because, first of all, they may be in a position with the subject, either they're on the ground, pinned, tangled up in a manner that the officer cannot engage physically. But if a deadly force threat presents itself, they still have to be able to meet that potentially with a handgun and be able to draw it, manipulate it, keep it in battery, and effectively utilize it, right? Another reason may be simply due to entanglement with a subject, due to physical exhaustion or physical limitations. The officer may not simply be able to quickly and effectively get up and disengage, right? So in that scenario, again, a deadly force threat presents itself. They may have to utilize, again, their handgun inside that close proximity. So those would be two big reasons why we train inside those close distances.
Okay. Just going to the case here, we've already exhausted several of these topics, but as you review the case here, if an officer in Officer Schurr's position is in reasonable fear of serious injury or death, was there anything inappropriate about or unreasonable about the way that Officer Schurr drew and fired his pistol?
No.
If I could just have one moment here. Just in follow-up to that last point, okay?
Yes.
Obviously, one aspect of this case is the fact that the bullet hit Mr. Lyoya in the back of the head. Is there anything about the fact that it was a headshot like this that's unreasonable in a deadly force situation?
Unreasonable? No.
That's all, thank you.
It's Officer Day, right?
Yes, sir.
Why did you refuse to meet with Detective Sergeant Tubergen about your testimony?
At this point, due to proximity to the case, I just didn't feel it was necessary.
He was going to ask you about what your testimony was, right? You knew that was about the case, so we want to know what you're going to testify to, right?
Yes, sir.
And you just, on yourself, decided it's not necessary.
Correct.
Why, how could it not be necessary? Isn't it important to have, give information so people can know what you're going to say and be able to share in open court?
I guess I didn't know the full context of the meeting, or
You don't know the full context. You didn't reach out to him. You had to go through your sergeant, or your captain, right?
that's who contacted me, yes.
So
I guess I would object to relevance here.
I think it goes to bias, Your Honor. Why would we refuse to meet with an officer on the opposing side?
Relevance.
So, relevance as to why he wouldn't, Mr. Becker.
I think it goes to bias, Your Honor.
Or credibility, I'll allow it. I'll overrule that objection.
So what, is it common practice for you just to not take it upon yourself not to meet with opposing counsel when you're called in other cases?
Haven't been contacted like that in any cases prior in any of my experience.
So the one time you are, you just say, you blow it off and say, I'm not going to do it.
Blow off was probably not the right term, but
Oops. Fix that. The record reflecting showing opposing counsel, we marked exhibit 37. No.
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm just not familiar with this. I'm just taking a quick look.
I just accidentally. No. Let the record reflect that I'm showing the witness will be marked as Appeal Exhibit 37 for identification purposes. Sure, you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It appears to be a training outline from the recruit class that Officer Schurr was part of.
And the recruit class, can you tell how you tell that? What are you referring to?
I see RC-1501 at the top.
And your name's on that?
Yes,
What does that indicate to you?
that I was part of the training that day.
Let the record, can I move for admission of Appeals Exhibit 37, Your Honor? So now, in terms of that, part of that was guns and vehicles, right?
Yes,
And that was the gist of this training, is how to deal with guns being in vehicles.
that's what it indicates.
And is this the only time you were trained a defendant?
The only time I would have trained,
Yeah, I mean,
Officer
there's one,
Schurr.
we got one record of training. Have you trained him in other situations?
I would have helped out through different trainings throughout that recruit class orientation.
So are you assigned as part of the recruit class, and is that, or, let me figure out, are you as a training officer, do different training officers get assigned to a specific class, and then you're not a part of a class, or is it all the time you're
There's
training?
quite a few of us, so we will plug in with certain components, trainings of that class throughout the 8 weeks.
So you plugged in for the firearms training regarding that class.
Some of the firearms training, yes.
Did you work with us, the defendant?
Yes,
after he-
yes.
Like, how so?
Through mandatory trainings, annual qualifications, those assigned trainings throughout the years that Officer Schurr was employed with us.
How many times since 2015 have you been involved in some sort of training?
With Officer Schurr?
Correct.
I can't throw a number on it, but there would have been a good handful.
Good handful, is that 10, is that?
Without going back on all the detailed training records, because we have hundreds of trainings throughout the year that we put, all of our sworn officers through several times a year. So
Have you worked with him then on just a day-to-day basis too?
had I worked with him, I never worked the road patrol assignment with him,
So just purely training.
purely training.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Sir, this case is from April of 2022, is that correct?
Yes,
You've been with the firearms training department since then, for the most part?
yes, I've been a firearms instructor since then.
Over the 3 years or so, did anybody from the prosecutor's office or the detective here ever reach out to you or anyone else from the training department to perhaps ask for some more explanation, clarification, or any questions about this
You're not
case?
going to object. The training department, we did work with the training department, so it's kind of a broad question.
I mean, I guess you could be more, I mean, if you're saying it's a broad question, you can just be
I am.
more specific.
Did anybody reach out to you or any of your close firearm instructors for any questions on this prior to a couple weeks ago?
I can speak for myself. The answer
That's
is
fine. That's better to do. I'm sorry.
no.
No. Okay. And you were recently reached out to, and did the defense advise you not to get back to the prosecutor or anything like that?
Nobody advised me not to. No.
Okay. Now, that sheet there, guns and vehicles,
Yes.
and I'm not sure, so maybe the point, you've known Officer Schurr on and off over the years?
I have, yes.
Is there anything about the testimony that you provided about basic firearm training and basic firearm use that was biased for Officer Schurr?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I do see at least one question on the jury. My clerk can grab that for me.
Sorry about that. I was chewing, so I couldn't speak. Lol, that's what you get to eat snacks. But definitely, I really want Chinese. I do like KFC food. I'm not bothered with that, but Chinese food is literally closest. It's like I'm in my house. It's just like they're in a main street, 2 seconds away, so it's not too bad. And they are kind of reasonable and not too like the portions are massive, which is good. We like that. So yeah. So I mean, this witness has actually been quite quick. It has been a snooze fest as well, but at least it's only like an half an hour witness, not even that. So that's not too bad. Ooh.
So another question is if you can clarify, when shooting or using deadly force, the target should be to stop the area of threat and to stop the subject's actions, but it's not okay to aim or target hands or arms if that is the area of threat.
Yes. So to clarify, it's not advisable, first of all, when an officer has to deploy deadly force on a suspect, particularly using a firearm, accuracy is of great concern. Okay. So that's the other thing too. Accuracy diminishes the smaller the target area. And also, it doesn't make it any less potentially lethal. Deadly force, anything that an officer is going to deliver that would reasonably result in death or serious bodily injury to the suspect is, we don't differentiate between where it is. However, if we need to very immediately and quickly stop the subject's actions, again, hitting in an extremity may not accomplish that. If that clarifies it all, yeah.
Just if I think you explained it well, officer, but let's just say you have a stationary target, okay, like a human body target. If the target were to have a pistol in the hand raised, and you're teaching the officer where to aim, would you aim to shoot the hand or the weapon?
No, absolutely not. Again, one big reason would be the accuracy component. The likelihood of a miss would be much higher than a larger target area. So,
and where are you justified to generally aim?
Generally aim, center mass, head, any of those vital areas that, again, are going to have a much greater effect on quickly stopping that the subject's actions.
And in reality, are those areas that are likely to end?
Yes.
In death?
Yes, more likely.
Okay. It's deadly force, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
I don't see any other hands raised. May this witness be excused, Mr. Dodge?
Yes, thank you.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. You're excused. We're right on the lunch hour, so what we'll do is break for lunch until 1 o'clock. And so once again, unless I'm for the record, but please leave your notes upside down in your chair. You're voting not to discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. And also continue avoiding any news reports in the media and in social media. We will see you back at 1 o'clock. All right, to the jury, please. Thank you, you may be seated. I did want to place a couple of questions on the record that were asked or that were given by the jury but not asked of the witness. I would like to place them on the record. The first is, do we know if Mr. Lyoya was left-handed or right-handed? And so because that particular witness wouldn't have had knowledge about that question was not asked. And the next was, can a series of least optimal, though possibly reasonable choices ultimately result in choices that are unreasonable given, I can't read that word, given some kind of events or an unreasonable situation in relation to your review of this or any case? First, that's a pretty overly broad question. Second, it's up to the jury to decide what's reasonable, what's not reasonable. And obviously, any review of a different case wouldn't be relevant to this case. I don't know if there's any other objectionable language within the question that you would like me to place on the record, Mr. Dodge. And Mr. Becker, you want?
No, Your Honor, we did not feel based on Kevin Curse that was a relevant question.
Agreed, Your Honor.
And then just to place on the record, because there were two questions passed up this last time, but one just says it's a question to me about some court procedures and language that's used. And so I intend to respond. One is asking how come some people ask to approach and some don't. And then another is remind what sustained, overrule, and other terms that I say mean. I intend to just write a note back saying, as far as how come some ask to approach and some don't, you should not be concerned or focusing on this exclamation point, because I don't want them focusing on, wait a minute, why didn't they? So that's my response to that question. And then sustain, I was just gonna write court agrees, overrule means court disagrees. And then I don't know what other terms are referring to. Is that an okay way? I don't want to not respond to the question because it was asked, and I also don't want to respond in a way that's not okay with both sides. Mr. Becker?
I have no problem with that, Your Honor. That's fine.
Okay, so I'll just pass it back. Okay, and is there anything else we need to address before we break for the lunch hour? Mr.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Becker?
Nothing much, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll be recess for lunch until 1 o'clock.
All right, we are in lunchtime, guys. So, ooh, you've been here on 4 hours. I don't. Ooh, LA Lakers is back. Yes, I know. I do know my baseball teams well. I know the Lakers. That's all I know. Hio, welcome back. Yeah, 4 hours. Well done. You took a nap, didn't you? I think you did. Right. So, hang on. Let me just solve an issue here. Oh, come on. Just my computer is not thing because they separate the lives. So I need we have to touch grass for lunch. No, I'm going shopping. We are going shopping, y'all. Right. Okay. I do have the other feet still. They're still there. They're still on there. But okay, we'll do that. But we are gonna go shopping, guys. So I'm gonna put the website that I use on here. So this is the website that I can shop and play my song. You just want me to play your song, man. Just I'll play a song because otherwise you'll come up on. Well, you can always come up and do that yourself, Zio. No, well, we're shopping for me. I've already done shopping for my mom. I've already done that part. Oop! I nearly pressed the button to end the streams, and now, oop! Yeah, now this is for me because I want to buy stuff to show you guys, even though you can see. So, actually, Oh, how am I gonna do this? Because I'm gonna be having to look at this. Okay, it's fine. I'm looking at this side because the screen that has the website, where I shop is, and here you guys are on this one, and then that one is like that. But you can always come up, CEO, and help me shop. I mean, that would be awesome, so I don't have to do all the talking, please. Like I'm desperate. Right. So, ooh, beers. We could start in the alcohol section. That's always a good section to start, but I'm joking. Ooh, let's start in the coffee section because that is what we need. Right. Hang on. First of all, I think I need to sign in. Um, hang on 1 second. Bear me a moment. I need to sign in where you guys can't see that. Otherwise, you're gonna be shopping with my info. Hang on. Because you guys. Ooh, jeez. You just came up and I scared me the bejesus out of me.
You
Hello?
deserve that.
I deserve that, don't I? Thank you for
Deserve that.
coming out.
You're welcome. Hi, K-Swan. How are you?
Okay, right. Let's go. I am just signing in into the website. So,
Bless you.
nope. Is your hubby sneezing again?
He's coughing in the back.
Oh, hang on. I need to turn on the fan. Man, it's freaking hot still.
Go turn the fan on. We're gonna listen to the thrill.
Oh, it's all right. I just have it here on my.
Where nightmares are real, whispers and shadows.
Oh, Hannah, that's awesome. Thank you. Right, coffee.
Sing along, everybody.
Ah, jeez.
Reach out and touch grass.
Leave the my ears, step outside. I know the coffee that I want. So, do not look at the prices. The prices are the one that's gonna kill me. I don't want for the machine because that's the problem I did last time. I want that one. No, I don't want to buy a box. I just want to buy one. Alright.
Do they ship it from there to you?
Yeah, this comes from the UK, from London. But they get the stuff from Portugal, so this is the proper good stuff. Yes, we are touching weeds. Case one.
Oh, Garden Bot's out picking weeds.
Now he's zoned out in his chair. He's sleeping. Bless him. He's so
tired. Is he home?
Oh, he is home, but he's so tired that like I'm not even. We need to have dinner, but I'll go pick it up when court starts back up again. So right now, groceries, the part that I like. Oh, you can do federation, so I'm gonna buy obviously stuff from Lisbon because that's where I'm from. I know, I feel bad. He's so tired. Why did they always shoot freaking? Okay, right. Oh, let's start on the biscuits. I like biscuits. Yeah, that's me. Oh, right. I don't want the very expensive biscuits. I know exactly what I want. I'm gonna show you all my. Ooh.
Can I order from here and have it shipped to the U.S.?
I can if you pay me.
No, I said, can I? Why would I pay you to order and ship it to me when I could just order and get it shipped?
True. I don't know. Maybe you can try to see if you can.
Drop the link. Let's see if we're allowed to do that. I'm super curious.
Let me find the link that is not with me. Log in. Hang on.
I doubt.
Let me log out. Hang on. I don't even know because normally I don't.
Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth. Feel alive.
I'm gonna put the chat, the thing in the chat. It's just a website that I use to shop in the Portuguese shop. What?
They shop along.
Yeah. Nightbot, shush. Nightbot is telling me off. So I want this because I love this mini these things. You can put like marmalade, the Portuguese marmalade, or stuff. It is gorgeous. So that's one of my favorites. And then you have the bigger version, but I like the small ones. Oh, Shipika. This is like a croissant with chocolate in the middle. The Shipika one, the one where the mouse is next to, it is very, very good. This looks like cereal, right? But it's not. It's actually cookies. It's like a box of cookies. I don't really fancy them. I don't. The Filipinos, those are so good. Like that, very, very, very good. Um, which ones do I want next? Oh, the Belga. This definitely. You go to the basket. You get out. You go to the basket. They are. How do I explain Belgas? It's like a wafer type thing. So
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
it is a wafer, yeah, but it is very, very good. Love them. Let's see, what else do I want? For me, I would, if I could afford, I would literally buy the whole thing, but need to have some restraint, you know. So
I can send you the recipe to the biscuits and gravy that I make, Hannah.
ooh, just for Hannah, not for me.
Well, I don't know. Don't know. I've never seen you cook a thing except for a burnt toast.
Burnt toast.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh, biscuit and cookie. Sorry, we call them biscuits. I don't know if biscuit and cookie mean the same thing. Oh, okay, in the UK, biscuits are cookies. There you go. See, thank you very much, Hannah, for the explanation, because I've got no clue. Right, next time. Ooh, sweets. We need to go to the candy and the snacks. Oh my days, this is where all my money is gonna go. Because I bought, this lollipop thing, right?
How do you maintain your weight eating like this?
Well, I do work a lot. I work a lot and I move a lot.
I work a lot too. What? Yeah, well, you come back and see me in 6 years. When your metabolism stops at 40.
Yeah.
At 39.
What's Bisquick, case one? What's Bisquick? Huh?
You make pancakes. Or biscuits.
With Bisquick?
Yeah. You just put water in it. Yeah, you pour water in it, you shake it up, and then you pour it on the griddle.
Oh.
If you're making pancakes.
I never heard of that. Okay.
But you can also buy Bisquick with flour, and you just make them into biscuits.
Oh, I never heard of that. See, learning. So this one, the yellow one, it's gum. I love them, but my favorite it's the mint, which I'm sure they have down there. But that's just like mint sweets. I like them, but they're not too good. My grandma, do you see this one where my mouse is? I'm gonna put it next door. My grandma was hooked on this one, right? She always had them with her in her purse. Every single purse that my grandma used to own absolutely had one of them, and I absolutely loved them. I can't not have them now without crying, so you're not gonna go in the basket because otherwise I'm gonna cry. But that's like what was it called? Smarties. Do you guys have Smarties?
We have Smarties. I do not enjoy them, but we have them.
Oh,
I don't eat a lot of candy. I want to, but I can't.
The shock, the horror.
I know. Sad.
How can we be friends? How?
I guess you'll just have to eat the candy for me.
Oh, sugars. Yes, you're gonna go. Oh, strawberry. Now the 5 flavors. You're gonna go on the card.
Hey, look, you have to order 75 pounds worth of stuff before they'll deliver it to you for free.
Oh, do not worry. We'll get there. Oh, you will get there. Oh, you just wait. Oh, of course. Oh, that's another thing my grandma always had. There was the halls. Absolutely. That is a very important question. Zia, have you ever tried Jaffa cakes?
I'm not sure what those are, so probably not.
Emergency, I need to show you. Jaffa cakes, which is, it's not in the name, it is not a cake. So, this is Jaffa cakes. Have you ever had this? Anyone? Jaffa cakes.
So it's like a wafer cookie, or?
It's a biscuit with it like something in the middle, and then you have chocolate on the bottom. You never had Jaffa cakes.
Apparently Kroger here has Jacob's Jaffa cakes that I can buy locally.
Oh wow!
In our Kroger, so
yeah,
I will try that.
You need to go to Kroger then.
I asked my friend Daz that plays the games with my husband. I was like, "What the hell is Jaffa cakes?" He's like, God's gift to the world.
Ooh, treated watermelon going into my basket. That's gum. I love that gum. I like the cinnamon one, but it gets sicky too much. That's some more gum. Oh, okay. See, this is where all my money is gonna go. Crisps. Ketchup. Oh no, it's out of stock. What did you just buy?
Oh no, that's my notifications on my phone. So I got a new theme.
Ooh.
It's the Cheshire Cat on my phone, and so it gave me all
Oh.
new ringtones and everything else.
Indeed. I cannot believe my favorite crisps or chips they are out of stock, guys.
No, I do enjoy Ruffles, but I can't eat too many because they will bloat you with all that sugar.
But it's out of
I mean, all that
stock.
salt, rather.
Yeah, crisps in the UK are potato chips in American, by the way. Thank you very much for that, Hannah.
Yeah, Ruffles potato chips, Fritos, chili
Please,
cheese
Ari.
Fritos are my favorite.
Yes. Ooh, I love Fritos. Fritos are gonna go. See, this is all the money is gonna go. It's on crisps, chips. That's all where all the money is gonna go, guys. So that's my
Babe, they
favorite
have
snack.
3D ham and cheese chips.
They are so good. It is
3D is
so,
the name of the brand, but
Oh,
they're
Smarties. I love Smarties cake.
ham and cheese.
This is like Brazil. Oh, why everything that I like is out of stock? Why? Guys, this is not good. I love this. Out of stock. Oh, Cheetos. Goes in the basket. See, this is where all the money gonna go.
Yeah, but you can get all this at Costco.
No, you can't. Not here. We don't have
No?
them. No. In Costco here, they're boring. They don't have
Oh,
this.
those
They have-
Rizzo's Rolitos are the best.
I never had
Those are
them. It's out of
puffs.
stock anyway.
Cheeto Puffs. Rizzo's Rolitos are Cheeto Puffs.
I want them, but there's out of stock. So this is like the sweet section. Now, next section. Oh, hang on. Desserts. I don't think I want anything from desserts. Dry food, nothing. Charcoal, no. Tinned food. Tin fish. Where's the cereal? We need the cereal before
Oh,
we're
that's
out of
terrible.
money.
Why would they have a Costco that doesn't have a big box store with no big box items?
I know, it is very sad. It's very. It is good, but it's misses a lot of stuff. Where's the cereal? It's not in grocery. Really? Am I?
The Jaffa
am I-
cakes? Ooh, I do
Yeah.
not like marshmallow.
Oh, do not say that you don't like Jaffa cakes. Our friendship will end.
Is Jaffa cakes marshmallow? Is it like moon pies? I don't like marshmallow at all.
I don't think it is. I don't consider that. I can't see the cereal. Where's the cereal? Can anyone see the cereal? Because I'm lost. Rice, pasta,
I
flour.
don't see any
don't-
breakfast.
Please tell me that you need to do lifestyle. No, I don't want live organ. Discontinued. Why do I want to see? Look at the discontinued part if I can't buy it. I think I'm gonna have to search cereal. There we go. This is the part where all the rest of the money go. So Strolitas, that's like star things. Ooh, it's like an orange jam inside. Here, the Jaffa cakes. So Chocapic goes in the basket because I love it. Oh, I absolutely love this one. Oh no, I don't want this yet. Hang on, where are you going? So that's baby food, which is also very good. I will not put on my basket because you guys are here. Now, this. Do you see this pencil one? This one, where my mouse is.
Yep.
That's my ultimate favorite thing in this world. I am gonna do something that you guys are probably gonna be horrible, but I'm gonna put 6 of them. Oh my, because I love this. I can eat the whole box in a day. It is that bad. I can eat the box of that cereal in literally a day. It's not even good. It's like
Malto meal. It's malto meal, right?
What this?
Malto meal. That's what it is, right?
I don't know. It's
It's
like cocoa cereal.
cocoa, but it's not
Yeah,
cereal. It's like malto meal, right?
it's like porridge. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, malto meal.
So it's I love it. I absolutely love it. I literally can have that for I know, Hannah, I know. I did say all my money is gonna go for this, but it's okay. I work too much. It's fine. I love this. I can eat this for breakfast, snacks, lunch, snacks in the afternoon and dinner, and I will not get sick of it. I'm literally obsessed. Ooh, Cedillac. Why is beer with the cereal? Anyway, I don't know what is matto meal. Let me Google what it is.
That's what that is. That pinsol. That's what that pinsol is.
Oh.
Same
Oh
thing.
yeah, it kind of looks like it. Ooh, I know what I can have when I go to the US. We're finding out. So Cerelac, Cerelac is like it's for more for babies, yes, but I still eat it. But it's like we use it in Portugal is if you get sick, if you have like a stomach bug or something, you you eat that and it actually kind of helps like padding your stomach to get like proper food. So we use that cereal. Lucky Charms, yes, Hannah, I love
Lois, where are
Lucky
you
Charms.
from? Where are you from, Lois?
Oh, I love Lucky Charms too. We do sell the pots of Lucky Charms at work that I work. Nestum. I'm not sure about Nestum.
You've never heard of malto meal in Florida? Or it's just that it's a weird name?
I think it's just the weird name. I'm 5 and I love Lucky Charms. That's Hannah. That's Hannah's. Ooh, beer. No.
You made me choke on my my snapped Cheez-It crisps.
Oh, they have Nestum chocolate. I don't know about how I feel about that. Oh, Mukambo, that is just a good cereal. Cereal? Coffee. Ugh. Okay, so all right, it's not too bad. We still need to put some stuff in the basket. We have rain. Why do I want to buy mushrooms? Lupins and pickles. Hey, we can buy pickles. Oh, talking about pickles. Pickles, our friend Pickles. She did text me. I need to say. Why that? Why? Pickles, she is better. She is at work. It's a busy Thursday, so she can't really text, but she's feeling better. But she's already at work. She sent her love and says hi and misses everybody. So, yeah.
I probably would too, Case One, but I don't like marshmallows at all.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad that she's doing well as well. One second. What's up, Garden? Oh yeah, 1 second. He'll entertain everybody. Be right back.
You asked me to entertain everybody while I'm stuffing stuff in my mouth. Oh yeah, that sounds good, except for the marshmallow part. I couldn't do that. She'd have fun in our Costco. She'd have a ton of fun. Now I got to move it over a little bit so I can see what she was doing. Our prices are so much more expensive. I didn't. I'm not, sissy. I was eating, and then she was like, "Hey, entertain," and I'm like, "Okay." And she's shopping for cereal, and then I'm like, "Oh, we were talking about malto meal." Please make sure you have left your DNA on the like button. It helps the channel a lot. I did. I'm not eating. I don't know why are you thinking that. I'm not eating.
I'm back. Sorry about that. Just Garden Butt was getting a phone call and he needed to take. Who's eating?
No, I said you told me to take over, and I was eating as you.
And I feel that Garden Butt is just gonna go out for food, so I'm hoping that very soon I'm gonna be eating, because otherwise I'm gonna start eating the screen. So hungry. This crisps that I was snacking on doesn't even make anything. Right, let's carry on shopping, spending some more money. Where was I? Oh, we were baby and kids. Shall we buy a baby? No, I'm joking. We cannot buy a baby. It's not that kind of stream. We've already got coffee. Oh, I know what I want. Hang on. Is it called? I can't remember the name. Oh, this is. Oh, they don't have. No way. No, hang on. It's chocolate milk. Hang on, chocolate milk. But it comes in like a bottle, and it is very, very good. This, you call, that's it. This is very good. But last time that I ordered...
it's Yoo-hoo.
Is that Yoo-hoo?
Yoo-hoo. Mm-hmm.
Weird. Yeah. Yoo-hoo. So, yeah. So, I don't know. I want to order, but last time it is really good. Last time I bought it, right? It broke because it's glass bottles. I might just order the ones that comes in the packagings, but it's not the same. It's actually not made with water. It's made with milk. We make our hot chocolate and even chocolate milk with just milk, not water. That is just weird, making hot chocolate with milk with water. I don't know. But this and this one, they are not the same as you call, and this is just bottle. So I don't know. Oh, this is like water. What, Yoo-hoo? I don't know. Oh, Hannah. Yes, I had that last night. Definitely milkshake, strawberry milkshake when the machine is working. So yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Theo? Should I risk it? Oh, Theo is gone. Well, hello, Theo, are you there?
What is it? What is it? I'm here.
Okay, I don't know. Do you think I should buy the bottle and risk it that it will break on the way here?
No, I think you should buy a gallon of milk and put chocolate in it. I'm not eating.
She's eating. What you eating?
I was having Cheez-It snapped crisps.
Cheez-Its. You know those goldfish? The goldfish are gone.
You're the one who eats on stream, see?
I eat on stream, but with my mic off. We do have Nesquik. I do even have Nesquik at home. I think that's how you spell it. I don't know. Yes. Yeah. Oh, strawberry. Oh, is that chocolate? Oh, it's chocolate.
The strawberry ones are okay.
Yeah. So that's the Nesquik we do. Oh, we do put Nesquik in milk. It's like hot chocolate. It's chocolate milk. So what else next? I don't know. I'm gonna think about drinks. Let's get some drinks.
You guys over there refuse to give me the damn ingredients. We have to have the ingredients on everything in the United States. And I'm looking over here and I'm trying to find the ingredients for that damn milk. For that milk.
Oh.
And it won't give me the ingredients.
It's because it's a secret.
It's a cow who has released its dearest product into a bottle, and you guys have flavored it with chocolate.
Hey, Denise, you did well. I'm doing mine apparently with you all on stream. That's what we're doing. We're doing grocery shopping, because yeah. Oh, what you need, Sir William? Let me know. Oh, that's an American law. Oh, okay. Yeah, apparently here in the UK, or yeah, we do have allergy advice on everything, but apparently Portuguese don't care about that. We just
We
don't
do
care
it.
about that.
We do as
Right.
well.
This drink, B drink, again, it's another drink sadly I'm not gonna buy because it's a glass bottle. And last time again that they tried to deliver to me was broken. So but
Oh,
I know. So that's like I try not to order anything there's glass. Um so and then this is all the drinks that they have. Ooh, Guarana. Yes, gets into my basket. But I need at least two. I
I
love
don't really
this
like
drink.
guava. Is that
It's not
guava or is
guava,
it
no,
cherry?
guarana. It's the Brazilian thing, but we love it in Portugal. It's absolute. Oh, you know what? I'm actually gonna get the bottle and delete. I'll delete later the cans because I prefer the bottle. It is very very good. Yeah, fair enough. So, like in terms of food, I have an allergy just to kiwis. That's the only thing I'm allergic to, and then fine. Guarana, I don't know if it is a plant. It's just a drink that we have it in Portugal, and it comes from Brazil, and we drink it, and it's very good. This is all wines. Ooh, small. Yes.
Oh, it's baby, what is that? Seagram's ginger ale. It's like ginger ale.
Ooh, tang. Nice. That's like squash. You just put in water. Do you have squirt? What squirt? No, I don't think so. I don't even know what that is. Squirt. Nah. I think
Just
for
soda.
drinks. Oh, soda. Okay. No, I don't. I never heard of it. Like
The guarana is like
Guarana.
it's like our ginger ale.
Oh, but is yours fizzy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Ours is fizzy as well. The Guarana.
Yeah, it's carbonated water, but I mean,
Well, that's not really water, but yeah, I get it.
carbonated water. Carbonated water is the name. Yeah.
I can't believe that I'm struggling to actually get stuff in. I don't need more. Oh, pates. Yes, I do need pates.
I can't even say it. Guarana is a fruit. It's a plant.
Yes.
It's a plant. It's like the size of coffee beans almost. Interesting.
Yeah. Which pate? I don't know which pate I like. I forgot about it. I think. Ugh. I don't know. I forgot about it. I might just because I know which kind that I buy at work, but I don't know the Portuguese kind anymore.
What?
Pate. This on the screen. I know it's not sardine, but I think it's tuna. I'm not sure.
Oh, tuna.
I am not sure. I might just buy at work. Because I know I can't. Like I even can see in my mind's eye the kind that I know that I like. So yeah. What else? We don't need sauces. Let's have a look at sauces. I think she did sign in disappointed in tuna. You don't like tuna?
Oh, yeah, it's all right.
Ooh, piri. Do not. Ooh, calve. That's mustard.
I don't eat sardines. That's for damn sure.
Oh yeah. Yucky. No. How long does it take it? Normally it takes only a couple of days. So if I order today, that is Thursday, I think it can be here by Saturday, Monday. Well, not Monday because Monday's a bank holiday, but Tuesday. What's BD? What? BD? I can't even say it. BD. I don't know. What is that word? Where did you see that? Yeah, it is fast and yes. So yeah, it is fast. It is bank holidays. My Oh, I said it. Did I say it?
Ketchup, mayonnaise, and mustard.
So, yes, Anna, it's bank holiday. It's May bank holiday, the first Monday of May. Oh, at the top of the page. Oh, piri piri. I said peri peri. Sorry, peri peri. That's like a spicy thingy that we have it. Dennis, that is hilarious. That would be good. That would be good. Very very funny. Yeah, it is in the background. Oh, that's funny. You funny man. So I'm struggling to what else to put in my in the basket because I want to be free. I like free things. Let's go back to the sweets, to the let's go back to the sweets and put some more sweets in. Which ones? Which ones do? The flux the no, I don't want that really in much for them. That's not all of
You
it.
get some pee-pee-dee-dee.
Candy! Yes! Nightbot, stop talking about the verdict game. We're not even there.
We can't even get the damn people to rest.
Yeah, exactly, man. They just keep talking and talking and talking and talking. Oh, I think is it this one's? This like caramel fruits. Let me have a look.
Anna.
Yes, it is. I add to the cart. I just want. It's just like little caramel sweets. This is fine. In my garden while smoking. Good, well done, Hannah.
Los de piña are not caramel. They're like pineapple fruits.
What? This one's the piña.
Yeah, the one that you just did though, that was not the
No,
milky one. You did the pineapple one, not the caramelo.
Yeah, that's just like fruit sweeties. Yeah, piña,
Yeah.
fruits, caramels. Yeah. So, piña is pineapple. Yes.
Delish.
So, yeah. So licorice. No. Garden Bot likes licorice. Oh, okay. See you very soon. Drive safe, Lois, or walk safe, depending on how you're gonna get there. Man, the sweets is lacking. Where's all the candy? The Portuguese candy. I need to go to the supermarket in Manchester, and then I'll be definitely. You know what? Might as well get on some mint sweets. I like them, but they are very, very minty. My days, I'm struggling. I don't need pasta or anything, because pasta it's the same all over. So, oh, Ingon, what time is it? I am like just talking and shopping.
Still talking over there. Well, I think you're actually. I think you're streaming from a different channel than we've been streaming the last couple of days. So.
Yes, I am, because the other ones, they're actually behind, which is weird. Or it's just very, very weird. So, okay, all right. I've got the thing back. So, oh, it's only 5 minutes past 1 o'clock, isn't it? Yes, Hannah, that's definitely where I want to go. I'm trying not to give away where you will. Well, it's not like it's your address, but yes.
Yesterday we watched the bird feeder for a little bit, but the people came, and they came to what were they doing on the bird feeder yesterday, guys? Where they were pretending they were birds and they were eating the bird food.
No way. They were.
No.
Oh, ew. Ooh, that's hot dogs. Salsichas. That's how we call it. Well, I am struggling of putting stuff in the. Let's go to the biscuits again. I might buy some more biscuits because I'm in a biscuits era. I like candy. Don't get me wrong. Chocolate hearts or oh wow, but Honduras. This is like has like jam in the middle and is like half chocolate. So they are very nice. Ooh, Jed garden bot with like the cat tongues. Where's the cat tongues? It's well, they are not too bad. So we have this that's called linguage de gato. It's translated, it's cat tongues. It's not literally in the sense it's a biscuit. It is very nice. They had some called windows. Do they have window? Pan Cruzeiro. They don't. I might have to do some Filipinos. You know what? I'm gonna put some more Belgas because I love Belgas. I literally can eat the whole thing in one go again as well. There's another one they called windows or janelas, but I don't see. Is it this one's? No. Weird. They don't have it today. Ugh, that sucks. Ventanas en una lata. Sí. What here? What did you say?
Vienna sausages, gross.
Oh, you guys. Never
Weenies
know.
in a can. Go get your weenies out of a can.
I don't want a weenies in a can. You know
That's
what?
what we were talking about as being gross.
Garden bought my like this, so I'll get that. Well, we're moving along, guys. What else am I gonna splurge on?
Never had anybody have so much trouble ordering junk food.
Well, there's barely any junk food in this place. I can order. The thing is, I'm not very safe of ordering. Well, we can have a look at the meat, but I'm not sure about ordering meats through. I avoided codfish, and absolutely that's gorgeous. Ooh, let me see if they have the cheese. The garden bought.
Ooh, look,
yes.
chorizo.
Ooh, chorizo.
I love chorizo.
Yum,
And
yum,
huevos.
Only a unit. Gee, that's. Oh, yeah, that's a unit. How much is a unit? Oh, it's 2. Right, okay. Might actually order some cheese for garden bot. He really likes goat cheese. And while it lasts, because apparently in the UK, government don't want foreigner cheeses anymore here. So yes, Portuguese chorizo is kind of smoked sausage, but it's very good. Ooh, presunto. Yum 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 yum. This is making me so hungry, man. Honestly, I don't know, but if like yeah. So there in Portugal we have this meat. I don't even know the translation to English. But it is very very good. Cheese definitely. It's like I don't want to talk about politics, but it's just idiot that we cannot have foreign cheeses now. So I definitely need to order some cheese for Garden Bog because he would appreciate that and he deserves it. So I'm gonna put cheese in the basket for him because he deserves it. So I don't think it's because of the dye because I don't think cheeses have dyes. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. I all I know is we don't have much time to buy foreign cheeses until they don't exist anymore because of Mr. Government. But you know, it's so sorry about that. I don't know. Ooh, desserts. Let's go on desserts because desserts might push us to we are on lunch break, Paula, and I am shopping. I'm shopping for Portuguese groceries so then I can do a taste test with you guys. So, ooh, they have puddings. Egg pudding. Oh, Anna cannot have that. You cannot have that, Anna. No, that sucks. That's so very. It's like pudding flan. Is that how you say it? Flan.
Flan.
Flan. Ooh, white mousse chocolate.
Well, anybody who was allowing their minor children in Grand Rapids, Florida, to attend what was known as the Fork and Pint, it has been blown down, the roof is on fire, and no more minors will be permitted into the strip club.
Oh, wow. They were allowing... Oh,
yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
Well, at least Yeah, no, I don't want to delete you, Hannah. I'm good with you here. It's fine. I actually might try this white chocolate mousse. Never had before. Let's try. Might make a video out of it. Oh no, that's just Oh, was the one that was on fire? Oh, was it? Huh? Wow. I was saying that I don't even remember. Wow, we only need about $4, £4 to get to our 10. What else? Dairy products, no. Tuna, sardines, ready meals. They have ready meals. Oh no, this does not look good. Really? Oh. Yeah, no, food from a tin. No. The only thing from a tin that I have is spices. That must be good. Garden Bot always wants spices. I don't even know which ones.
So on Easter, Katya,
Yeah.
Detroit sent out a task force and arrested 30 violent criminals that were arrested according to the Oakland County Sheriff, and they called it Operation Egg Hunt.
Sorry, it's funny.
It was pretty funny. Operation Egg Hunt was a success with over 30 violent criminals that were arrested in a multi-task force operation on Easter in Oakland County, Detroit.
Definitely need some compile. Hang on, I found something else that I need. This is gonna be the most random order that they get. I might put the few more pencils in, and then call it a day. Come on.
You didn't drink very much water. You didn't order very many drinks.
No, because half of them they are
in glass.
In glass. And I don't want to take the chance because last time
y'all have some cool Tang flavors. All we get's orange.
Yeah, we have strawberry.
Look at these, babe. Look at all these Tang flavors: strawberry, a tropical, lemon, pineapple. All we get's orange here.
Well, we got special. It's water time. Oh, Hannah. Hey, guys, welcome back in. Do you want to do it?
Right, Cara?
See, there we go. So, wow. Paula. Ouchie. Ma'am. Wow. That is, wow. I did drink water. Thank you very much for the reminder, Hannah. And it's my water reminder, apparently. Well, if you want, come and get it. No, I'm not going to sing it. I'm not gonna sing. They don't have compile. Where is compile? Oh, compile. There it is.
Mango.
Mango. Ooh, mango. Where's mango? Ooh, and mango and orange. Yes.
Carrot and mango. Oh wow.
Ew. Carrot and mango. Ew. Vegetables in the drink. Ew. Oh, that's good. Paula. But still, yeah. Wow. Yeah. So, that's the thing. I really want this bee drink. It's one of my favorite. The apple and the lemon are my favorite, but it's glass. And
I mean, $700 between 25 people, still only $28 a plate for a, what is it? Crawfish or crab? What did it say?
Crab boil.
With the potatoes and the corn and all that, like just throwing it on the table.
That's actually quite good, to be fair.
That's usually crawfish boil, but
yeah. Right. Okay. I'm gonna add some more. Oh, cereal is there. Ooh, okay. Please do not. Oh, Kara, I would go for it. Oh yeah, Paul, I'm sorry. Definitely, absolutely see you. Or if you DM me, we can talk about it, and I can send you some.
Crab and shrimp. Oh, sounds delicious.
Right. Do not judge me, but I'm gonna order some baby food. I know, but I want it. I like it. It's good for me. It's fruit. Okay? I'm eating fruit. It's my. See, it doesn't even say a word.
That's awesome. I'm not saying nothing.
You don't speak English, huh? Right.
So I'm going to show you the only thing that. So I can't order from where you're ordering from.
No, that sucks. Right.
But
yeah.
but they do have this option. I'll show you as soon as I can figure out how.
Yeah, you can take me out of the stand because now I'm just gonna pay for it. And
okay. Reach out and touch grass. Katya's got to use her credit card.
Wee! You judging Hannah? Okay, you always judge me anyway. So
they have this place.
Ooh. Oh, that's the soup. That's a soup called verde. That's like a kale soup.
Green, like a green kale, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get all of the
hilarious.
songs together and then put them in a place where everybody can grab them off of either Facebook or Discord or whatever. But anyway, apparently
the songs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah.
So apparently this is where we can order from.
Ooh, that kale soup is very, very easy to do. You don't need to order
sandwich.
Oh, that is. I want that now.
It looks delicious.
Guys, you guys need to have some Portuguese food. Like, I wish I could cook for you all and could do Portuguese food, but yeah, it is great.
Look at those desserts. Yeah.
Bolas de Berlin. Yes, the first one.
A fit.
Yes, the first one.
Yeah.
I'm having a fit. I'm having a fit because it's so fucking good.
Sauces and marinades. So it gives us the option to go into different ones. So I think that's cool. It says cream-filled donuts that are Portugal's version of Germany's Berliner.
That's why we call Bolas de Berlin. So it's like Berlin balls, but not in the bad sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. That's pretty freaking cool, man.
Hannah, I must tell you, I went to a vocational school of cooking, so I can cook, girl. I can cook. Okay, see you very soon, Paula. See you. Have a great time.
Bye, Paula. Have fun.
See you soon. Ooh, nice.
So apparently, these, I guess, they're custard tarts of sorts. It says they were created by the nuns in the convent of Santo Andre here in the 16th century. That's cool.
Why can I not see V and I want to edit my card. Actually, I think the power cuts are doing nice now. Everything is kind of back to normal. My mom is back to normal. So
are we back on trial, or is that
no? My Portugal and Spain. Love you too, Paula. Very soon. I know you are roasting me. My mom and my family, for like a day, they were with no power. Portugal and Spain, they were with no power. Absolutely everything off. And they're now back. They're trying to resume, normal life and everything, but still very dealing with like throwing away food and everything. I did my shopping for my mom the other day, just to help her out because, she lost everything in terms of food. So yeah. I'm sorry, but that one picture back in the streets one. Which one? Oh,
I'm not sure what I was looking at. Well, I wasn't looking at this, but I am now. Fruit flavored chocolate bars, crushed red pepper sauce. There's all these Ruffles that we do not have ketchup Ruffles here.
Oh, you
gross.
What? Oh, Gary's saying no, go back again. Okay. Right.
I'm
free-
fine with
free
wheat. This?
Um. Okay, hang on. I'm just gonna turn off my camera for a little bit because I need to get closer to the screen, and you guys do not want that much detail out of me.
They're like Easter eggs, Easter sweetbread.
Oh, I love that. Oh, that is so good. I love all the Portuguese food, obviously, because I grew up on it.
But it did look. It's really weird that that's a little huevo sticking out of there. Looks like a little huevo.
Huevos. And Hannah cannot have it. She will die. She will be deleted out of this earth.
Who?
Hannah.
Why not soda? Never heard of it. Organic fruit soda.
Ew, organic.
Portugal's first organic craft brand soda.
Organic. Who wants organic stuff? Sorry, but...
Well, that's because you're naughty, Cara. That's why.
You
all of
calling
you
me
in
Cara,
the chat
or...
No, I was talking to Cara. For all of you in the chat that still have them, Mother's Day is approaching quite quickly.
But only for US
For the United States and Mexico. Yeah. Mexico's the 10th, and then ours is Sunday the 11th.
We already had our Mother's Day.
Yep. I don't know why they're advertising it then. When is Portugal has already had their Mother's Day as well?
Oh, I can't remember when Portugal's Mother's Day is.
So how did you tell your mother Happy Mother's Day?
I did it on the day that is in the UK.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Why is that sauce? Oh, it's blood sausage. Ew.
All blood sausage is good.
You're fired.
Okay, goodbye. I'm fired.
You're fired.
Goodbye. You're the winkest link. Man, you need to come up every single lunch hour now, man, because this is much better when you come on when I'm just talking to myself.
I'm not real big on this the sausages. It's sort of making me uncomfortable.
Why not? That one is very good.
It's making me uncomfortable.
It's making me uncomfortable. Sorry, I'm just putting some notes.
Portugal and U.S. lunch hour, yeah.
So, can I hand you all the devices and go to your room? Okay, bye. We can do a Portugal and U.S. lunch hour. That is for sure. I don't.
This is one of the big markets in town. It's the Mexican meat market. It's like one of our big meat markets.
It's not a scam.
What's a scam?
I'm paying for my food. Finally. So I'm paying for Cinco de Mayo. Oh yeah, it's May.
It is. Today's May 1st. May the 4th be with you.
No, that's on May the 4th, not now.
Well, it's coming up.
That's like Sunday.
Hannah, my favorite thing to cook is anything food.
Anything food. Hey! Order is placed.
I eat a lot of different kind of foods because I cook a lot different stuff at home.
Okay. You guys are gonna have to believe in me because I can't show you the order confirmation because he has asked my address. I don't want you guys to show up on my house. No, I'm joking.
That's funny.
But yeah, it's done. And actually, now, Hio, since you are here, give me a moment. I need to visit the ladies' room.
It's always something.
Oh, shush.
Okay. We're gonna be here. I like Spanish food. I like Mexican food. I cook a lot of Mexican food. I don't really like menudo. I don't like tripe. Everything's so expensive in our meat market. Looks like there are a lot of U.S. dishes that made me wonder who hurt you. Cara. Oh, my heavens. So was the trial crazy this morning? Was it crazy this morning? I watched a little bit of it, but I didn't watch enough to. I was watching sort of out of the side. Was it a snooze fest? I thought it was going to get spicy. Disappointing. And no Karen Reed on Thursday.
Back.
Welcome
Why?
back.
Yes, no, there's no Karen Reed today. Yeah, this trial has been a little bit of a snooze fest. Like, I'm not gonna lie. So
Why
they
are they
shouldn't-
out on Thursday and Friday?
What, on Karen Reed?
Yeah.
Don't know. Don't ask me.
Because they
Ma-
can be.
So it's yeah. I have no clue why they are delayed. Who says we can do Portugal? Oh yeah, never mind. I'm catching up on Italian. Hannah, what is your best favorite Italian food? And do not say pizza. That does not count. Sorry, but I know it's Italian, don't get me wrong, but everyone is just like pizza. So, what time is it in Michigan?
And Grant, well, see, I usually have it up, but you're using a different feed today.
I'm using Fox 2.
I know, but it's different than the one we were using. So I don't know.
Yeah, because they are behind. Even behind of the half an hour, they're still behind.
It's 1:27, so
Yeah,
it should be
okay.
back in 3 minutes
Should be
on the
back in
other
3
channel, but I don't know.
But will be back in 3 minutes, all of them. But the other one, they don't show the jury's questions. They don't show half of it, and I'm doing enough to cover the Fox one, and yeah. Otherwise, they would have already striked me. Oh, carbonara, nice. That is very good. Oh, Kara said something. My best Italian dish that I make it takes me all day is ossobuco. I've never heard of that one. That's weird. Homemade ravioli. Which kind of ravioli though? Zia, what is your favorite Italian food? And don't say pizza.
I steer. This is bad. I steer clear of a lot of pasta, but if I were going to eat a lot of Italian food, it would just be plain spaghetti and meatballs.
No way. I just flew up and I heard you say it's 1:27. Well, it's 1:27 p.m. in Eastern side.
Yeah, it's only 12:30.
Yeah, for you it's about 12:30. Yeah, Roba. Good morning, Roba. Hello. I hope you are feeling better, my friend.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry. Welcome to the weird place.
Speak for yourself. I'm not weird.
Well, I am very hot too, but I have my mini fan. This is my fan, This
Let's
is like
look
an
over
egg
what
fan.
Cara was talking about. So apparently the best ossobuco recipe. This is what they're
I'm going
doing.
to sneeze.
So we need veal shanks, salt, black pepper, some to dredge it in flour to cover all sides. Then we have to sear it.
I might have to try that.
I've never had veal my whole life. Celery, carrots, and onions with some thyme.
I don't have time.
That looked like garlic.
I spilled it all over law the other day. I mean, I can try and make this. I don't mind. But I'm gonna do
use beef shanks instead of veal.
I think I'm gonna. You know what? Send me that website. I might try to do that, and I will record and make as a video.
I did that when I was making pozole.
That sounds nice, brother.
I love pozole.
Yeah, no, please. I've already was emotional earlier. Nightmare's gonna tell you off. Okay, I'm gonna bookmark it. Thank you very much. I might try that, but this week, I think I'm gonna try to do, case one, share the recipe, you delete
Yeah, I did. You better. You send a different recipe. I was just sitting here, the one that was there. Now, 3-ingredient cocktails, that's up my lane, but I don't eat grapefruit.
Cocktails.
I don't eat grapefruit.
Did someone say cocktails? I'm here.
Yeah, I don't eat
Oh
grapefruit.
yeah, definitely. Kara, are you on Discord server? If not, I'll send you the invite here, and you can come and join our Discord server. It's just a chat one. It's not like another it's just a chat Discord.
Look at those glasses. Look like
Case
somebody made
Case
them.
one sent like a bagel bites recipe, and I've been meaning to do it, and I want to do it, and I'm gonna do it, because I do have things to do it.
I want to
so-
do it. I'm gonna do it. I
I
have
need
to do it.
to do it.
Okay, back to court, hon.
Court is back. Where?
Well, I just saw it.
Where? I don't have any of my feeds are not live with the trial. Oh, hang on. One is starting up, so it's still not saying. This one is still showing that. So thank you. But yeah, it's past 1:30, but they're always late. Hopefully they will rest this afternoon. I will buy you a drink. I will buy you a drink, Zizzy, for sure. Ooh, Paloma with vodka. That sounds nice because he has the word vodka.
I'd rather have a Paloma with vodka than tequila, but I don't do grapefruit juice.
Ooh, tequila. Yum. Yes. Do you do the salt and the lime?
Tequila?
Yeah.
I just no. I don't have to have a chaser all that much.
It's back.
On the record.
Thank you, Zio. Thank you, Zio.
You're welcome. You have a good day.
If there's anything you want to say, but I did put the instruction that you requested on the tables for each of you.
Appreciate that, Your Honor. If I could I might just read it into the record if that's okay, and then. Yeah, so I have a record of it later, in the transcript, or we can add it as a marked document for the transcript for that.
I'd rather wait maybe with the date, with the trial, or, 'cause I thought you just wanted to review it in order to proceed with your case and for strategy purposes, not for you to read an instruction.
Oh,
in
yeah.
the record.
It's unlikely that the defense is going to ask for it, but I see it. Well, we can wait till the end when we do the other instructions for the court for first session.
I think so, and I'll save it and flag it so that it's mentioned, so that if I don't get it, then we're just placing on the record that it exists and it was not given.
All right.
That's unfair.
Yes, sir. Other than that, we're ready to go.
Mr. Becker, all set for your jurors?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll have it going in, so you guys can continue. Wasn't there no, the witnesses. Just wanted to make sure nobody was supposed to.
No, we're gonna recall Brown.
We saw the stuff up there.
I promise we'll be quick.
Okay, so we'll have the jurors come in, we'll get started.
And then just the copy.
All right, for the jurors, please. I would say yes. Yeah. may be seated. And please get called to the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense called Bob McFarland back to the stand.
And sir, I'm just going to remind you that you are still under oath from your previous.
Oops, hang on. Let me. They lost the internet. Let's go to another one. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. We're moving.
Domestic violence call.
Why is this?
They say it went out the back.
Hang on. They are still stuck on. No, it's no more music. But this ones are still stuck on rewatching stuff. They're not even live.
Depends on.
This one's they lost their internet connection. Hang on, I am working through it. Give me just a moment, please. Stand by while we work out technical problems. Give me 1 second. This is why I like to have a backup. Hang on. Bear with me a moment. This is why I like to have backups of. This is not even live, and ow, my.
And to confuse things further, we're going to now go to B11. You have, and we have marked as Exhibit B11, a part of the video that's already into evidence.
Yes.
Okay. And you tell us what B11 is. Mr.
B11 is a series of sequential images that were exported in BMP format, and then subsequently your office printed them.
Okay. And in the Exhibit B11, what is happening before you put it on the screen? Or
I'm not
we
sure.
can move admission to B11, Your Honor. I've already provided the paper. And to save time, Your Honor, I will move admission to B12, B14, B15, and B16. B11, B12, B14, B15, and B16. And we did skip some numbers there, Your Honor, just to save some time.
And any objection to those exhibits, Mr. Becker?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so 11 and 12 and 14 through 16 are now admitted as well.
Okay. And now that they're in evidence, we're going to publish them to the jury. Can you start with B11 and then describe for the jury what is in this particular exhibit?
This particular exhibit starts at RFN 5392, and it's a series of images that go through. Officer Schurr is grabbing onto it, and we end at 5410.
And then if you could publish to the jury exhibit B12.
This is another series of images. This is shortly after that sequence. This starts at RFN 5593. And this shows Officer Schurr holding on to the fabric near the right shoulder of Mr. Lyoya. Mr. Lyoya's left hand that you can see in the body-worn camera is extended, and I will advance it, and you will see Mr. Lyoya, his hand covers the body-worn camera. And that goes to RFN 5602.
You could publish for the jury defense exhibit B14.
Yes. So this particular exhibit is two RFNs from two parts of the incident because we lose some of the action between these two. And right here we see Officer Schurr has the taser by the hand grip of the weapon, and Mr. Lyoya has the, well, just for lack of another term, the other end. And he's got it with his left hand. The next exhibit is RFN 6211. And this is where we see Schurr still has the taser in his right hand, but now Mr. Lyoya has it in his right hand. No, we didn't do B15.
I thought we skipped B13.
Skip 13. Oh, yeah, you're right. So you skipped 13, so it should be 14, 15.
Oh, are we on 14?
No, we just did,
That's what I thought we did.
we
I'm
have
sorry.
15 and 16.
Okay, can you publish B15?
You might be right. We did skip 15.
Maybe 15, the last second from the bottom. That's not it.
Oh, you're right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a single image, RFN 7447. And what we're showing here is Officer Schurr on the back of Mr. Lyoya. You can see Officer Schurr's left hand down near the taser, and the taser's also in Mr. Lyoya's right hand. And Officer Schurr, both of his feet are up in the air.
And now B16?
This is images, a series of 3 images. They start at 7513. And as I move forward, you could see the taser officer, or excuse me, the left arm of Officer Schurr come up. If I go down, you can't see it because his left leg is in the way. If I inch forward, you can see Officer Schurr's left arm come up to this point in 7515 that Officer Schurr no longer has his hand on the taser. And in the image there, you could see the taser. And I'll go in just a little bit. The taser's right here to the inside of Mr. Lyoya's left forearm. You could see it on the ground, and it's in Mr. Lyoya's right hand.
Mr. McFarland, you also marked an exhibit related to the cell phone video, C5.
Yes.
That's previously been provided to opposing counsel. Your Honor, we move for admission of C5.
No objection.
C5 is now in the.
Could you pull C5 up, please?
Yes. This exhibit here is further down. This is relative frame number 7566 from the cell phone video. And what we see here is Officer Schurr a few frames after the last series of image we watched, a larger blow up of the taser in the hand of Mr. Lyoya, but also we see that go across his left forearm in the area in the zoomed in portion, and I'm using my arrow to point at it. These are the taser wires. They go up, and there's another taser wire here, and in the large photo they go here, and then we lose track of them because they're in between Mr. Lyoya and Officer Schurr.
Thank you, Mr. McFarland. You can take that down. And we can bring the lights back if you're available. Now, Mr. McFarland, I had asked you some questions about time that had elapsed. And when you analyze the videos and you made these synchronized videos, you're able to calculate how much time had elapsed from certain points in time.
Yes.
All right. And can you tell the jury how much time passed from the moment that Officer Schurr first put a hand on Mr. Lyoya until the time the shot was fired?
Almost 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay.
2 minutes and 28 seconds to be exact.
What was the exact amount of time?
2 minutes and 28 seconds.
Okay. And, much of the video is taken with a cell phone by Mr. Tuyasheme. There's some time periods where he sort of puts the phone in a downward position so you can see the lawn, but you can't see what's going on.
Yes.
I asked you to determine how much time when you actually can't see the action on any of the cameras.
This is right after Officer Schurr and Mr. Lyoya went to the ground and were struggling over the taser. The cell phone camera went down to the ground for 33 seconds.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McFarland.
No questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So he can step down, right?
Yes.
Mr. McFarland, this is yours. Yes. You want me to take it? Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor, we will be calling Lon Martel.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
And sir, before you take your seat, please raise your right hand. I pledge allegiance. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, be seated.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Sure. My name's Lon Bartel, Lonbartel.
And can you please tell us a little bit about where you are currently employed?
Sure. One of the roles that I have is I work for a company that builds training simulators for the U.S. military and law enforcement, where I'm the director of training and curriculum as well as the principal researcher for developing that very high fidelity training material, which includes the utilization of force options, de-escalation, less lethal utilization, as well as our system has been used widely for research on human performance.
And what aspects of your role there involve applying principles from sport and exercise science? And can you please tell us a little bit about where you are currently employed?
Sure. One of the roles that I have is I work for a company that builds training simulators for the U.S. military and law enforcement, where I'm the director of training and curriculum as well as the principal researcher for developing that very high fidelity training material, which includes the utilization of force options, de-escalation, less lethal utilization, as well as our system has been used widely for research on human performance.
And what aspects of your role there involve applying principles from sport and exercise science?
Almost all of them. I have to be able to analyze human performance and portray it in a realistic way. If I don't provide a realistic example of human performance, human movement, reaction times, things like that, then what I'm giving officers or U.S. military isn't real, and it actually creates a problem where we can have referred to as training artifacts, and then bad outcomes can happen. So it's incredibly important.
And can you explain what some of your consulting work is?
Sure. I own Verstan Tactical Consulting. I do consulting on human performance dynamics, use of force, training components throughout the United States.
And what type of work do you do any work there regarding human performance during high stress instances?
Yeah. So a lot of what I do because of the analysis of a force event is going to be in
a higher stress, probably better phrase, a high arousal state, because of the nature of the consequences of some of the outcomes. So those high levels of arousal cause changes in our body that most of us understand. You know, when our heart rate starts to flutter, we start breathing heavy, or whatever else happens to be. And those all play into how we perform, whether it's a physical skill or decision making or identifying things, listening or paying attention. So those are all aspects that are brought in.
And I guess backing up a little bit, can you describe your educational background in exercise and sports science?
Sure. So I have a bachelor's degree. I graduated with honors. My college of study was actually sports science, but my concentration is actually physiology and biochemistry. While I was putting myself through college, I was working as a personal trainer and a strength coach, and I was certified through the American Council on Exercise, Health and Tennis Corporation of America, National Strength Conditioning Association. There might be another one in there. And then my master's degree is actually in applied exercise and sports science. Obtained additional certifications with the National Academy of Sports Medicine as a performance enhancement specialist, as well as there's an organization called National Strength Conditioning Association, which I was certified as a certified strength conditioning specialist back in the day. I did one of their newer certs, which is a tactical strength and conditioning facilitator, which focuses specifically on law enforcement, military, EMS performance, as it applies to being able to train for the demands that they will face. I'm also currently working on my PhD. I'm in the dissertation writing phase, and my PhD is in performance psychology.
Well, that sounds like a lot. Thank you. Have you, prior to your current position, did you have any prior experience as a police officer?
I do.
And
over 20 years.
Okay. And as part of your job as a police officer, what type of work did you do?
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 to the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Is this a Ring camera right here? Looks,
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? Those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you the marked as Exhibit 11. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned earlier in the night, you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Sustained as to form, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go back past Bella's house, the Bella Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to? Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
Thank you.
With,
45. Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, please scroll up. We want to.
Yes, I'm someone from the Burnsville Fairview Road, we can't get the baby and trapped out in the snow.
You can't pull up because you can't get snow. You can't get snow, okay?
Yeah, no, I did it.
You have to pass the deadline.
I think he's like, we ran that area in 15, okay?
I'm going to deadline because it's.
Okay. I will. Where's the budget? I will take away the parents.
911, what's your emergency?
I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Camden, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
Is it so? 34?
Yes, 34, the Albert resident, yes, I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34 Fairview.
34 Fairview, Camden, Mass, yes.
911 is under alert emergency. Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34 Fairview Road at Houston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay, and well?
He's gonna get here, okay?
Okay, what's going on? Get face down.
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone really?
That's his girlfriend's name, Schurr.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and I couldn't get a couple of hours. Jerry, I don't know if he remembered. She wasn't trying to. It was just party and then circle.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have the other side. I'm going. They just got to know.
Is he breathing about it? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we're going to find in the police department on the way. If everyone's finding CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
I'll bring up my car. I know, Mom, that's all the news. I know. Kevin, you gotta get off of me. Kevin, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He had been out,
They've been out drinking?
I'm talking hours about maybe, and I don't know how it's been.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe in his head? Is his head out?
Yes, possibly. I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face? All right.
Yes.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something coming out of the note that one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if you're doing CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back if he becomes responsible, right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
Mr. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators, but also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that Your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow. How did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up. And then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so we could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, I'm not sure specific. I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out how we can best help John and what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was...
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Sarah. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
Active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Did children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit, because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Carrie Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Carrie was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser, or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up, because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up, because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Carrie. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me, and then I think she took off. Like, she kept kind of running off.
What did you do?
I believe I stood there. I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come, because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Ms. Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us. Yes.
Remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustain. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Okay, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Yeah. After you made the search at the defense request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in and I walked over to the bed and I was like, Brian, Nicole. Because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me. So much was happening. But I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe it again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57. Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview. Could you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please?
Does he have foot problem? Does he run? Does he run? Huh?
Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, let me get the time correctly, pardon me. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Carrie Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I don't want you to guess. just if you
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Continue, please. Is that Carrie on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please. Continue. Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in that group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please. Thank you. If you could move ahead to 6:19, please. Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please? Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Okay. Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23:40, please. At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:26:15. Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Carrie go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lang?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please. Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please? Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it's 6:39:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lank spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her, but then Officer Lank said that one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes.
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
Yes.
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
When my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But, you know, there's, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry who was not at home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No.
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
No, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody just, this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
So just move on.
And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout, when I was still at Fairview or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what time, what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes. Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me. And I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping. And, I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this, news to them and comfort them. And I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or after?
A quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after, approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
Okay. When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then She had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text messages from other people?
Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Kerry and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and our sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar?
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your two daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. The car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Kerry and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter? Don't give me a name. Kerry's daughter?
Kerry's daughter, yes.
And was Kerry's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Kerry's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Miss Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Kerry's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Kerry are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having a conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Kerry was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Kerry and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Kerry.
At some point, did you get together with Miss Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Kerry to do a timeline. So Kerry came over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
And so when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request, did you ask her to do that? Did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
So I'm going to sustain discharge. There is district evidence.
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police at the interviews you had?
There were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Ask a different thing.
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
Gave you a piece of paper. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
Do you know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I think this is an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with it sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it. No mean it did it. I have no objection.
Okay, I'll see you sometime. Thank you.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts, and you try to memorialize your memory about what had happened, after that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time?
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment,
right,
and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. That's my I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were your
truth.
words.
It's the truth.
Okay. So for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call, correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Miss Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes.
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about things, I'm sorry, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Miss Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes.
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Would you agree?
We've grown into friends where we talk about many other things besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We
Okay,
talk
so-
many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us, so
And
it's a
talking
huge part
about-
of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe it just, I meant traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
Do you think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year?
No,
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so, yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the timeframes of those conversations, and I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
Of course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or Trooper Tully was there at 1. Trooper Buchanan was there at 1. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure, understood.
I apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I would say, again, I didn't write them down. Off the top of my head, I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was the most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I watched.
Paper transcript or?
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
Do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me.
Yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those were the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform.
Mm-hmm.
How you came across your demeanor in the last proceeding. Objection.
Sustained.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial the last proceeding to this trial? My mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting I think was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure.
Okay.
But it was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at? Other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about your about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at, 34 Fairview, that you arrived at, where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th, going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family?
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly,
okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member. Is that right?
Now he is, yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in Canton,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Obviously, it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not 100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have 3 sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle?
Mm-hmm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by a nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the shortened
Shelley
name for
is.
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like Deedeee.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing?
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole?
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family?
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th?
Yes.
Special events?
Yes.
Spend weekends together?
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabe's, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times. You didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family. Is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you, correct?
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay. And Canton Police Department, there's also some connections there as well, Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure. Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes,
They were
correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 or 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
Okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes, brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
First, I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognized that as being a report of that interview, just generally, yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
If I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, and for court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full, I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
If you could review those 2 paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Did reviewing those paragraphs refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially? I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
And Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
If she was the first one?
That's what I'm asking. One of the first 2 calls you made, your husband.
Right.
Come home, there's law enforcement outside my door, I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home, correct?
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay, yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if you enter our town, she's...
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to explain.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted?
Yes.
But if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes, that was correct.
That was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them so that your story could somehow align or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe, you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything. That's nothing more than that. I'm sorry.
Let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe, you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming, because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what we were telling you is just the truth, there'd be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when. There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when you're when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question.
Not about an ice cream truck.
An argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question.
Thank you. You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you?
Mm-hmm.
And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie, no.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that arc of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie, correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If
Okay,
I
let
could
me ask it a different
explain,
way.
if I could explain,
Let me ask it a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. Or any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no,
She
correct?
was finishing her answer. Finish your answer.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest, I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your
calls.
Honor. This is
That-
non-responsive.
So next question is.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else, those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband.
Objection.
Sustained.
They left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that. Next, yes.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. Understand yes, no. You know them?
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney's office.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them. Correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further, Mr. Jones.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
my niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up?
Yes.
And Brian Albert showed up?
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason, is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening?
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along?
Yeah. Yes.
Sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together?
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts?
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not,
but again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakithises and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar?
We weren't in the bar, we were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other, I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakidis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
If we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another, correct?
I don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys. Just I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video,
Mhm.
it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took a fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they didn't notice punching each other.
Right.
I get that.
Mhm.
Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see
I saw them together. It's blurry, and they're I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands for
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Playfully grabbing at each other, fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed. And I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah, in the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian Higgins and Brian Albert.
Mm-hmm.
Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're big guys, yeah.
Big boys.
Mm-hmm.
A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night,
Yes.
correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside in the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you?
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the Waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room, and they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures, so, or maybe the Sun and the Marines, they might have been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Okay. Give me that. I will publish it. Sure. Yeah, this is your copy. I'll take care of the rest. Can you just take a look at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a,
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. What would be the next in order?
Exhibit F for identification.
Thank you. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
What exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolf? 3. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved. With the court's permission, it's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes.
What is that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house. Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is. Right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night?
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room?
Yeah, if you like just right there, you know, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the, parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you
No.
can describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond, I just asked, whose Jeep is that?
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox, is that right?
Yes,
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway, is that right?
yes,
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. And at any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband?
Objection. Sustained.
Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked. Yes.
Where was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was On January 29th, do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there, Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case. Correct?
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come. Yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house, yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, we were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said, yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say to him?
I said the car was straight out front of the front.
So I decided to come back to our trial because this guy is literally finishing. It's just the jury questions, and then see if they have any questions after the jury questions, and then we'll see what happens. But and I also wanted to stop by the trial just obviously for us to carry on to see it. So hopefully they won't talk no more about tasers, William. I'm hoping they won't, but we'll see if they have any questions first, and then we'll see what's going on. Because obviously, even though we are having lots of fun with watching Jennifer McCabe, or whatever how you say it, that's cross, it is very, very good, but I also want to carry on with this trial and at least finishing it and putting it to the side, and then we can just have fun in watching Jennifer McCabe. That is for sure. Hi, Paula, welcome back. Wow, shopping tires me out as well. So I hope you were okay though, and you can rest a little bit this evening. Well, in the evening for you, afternoon. Yeah, it's evening for me, afternoon for you. But yeah, so that's what we are gonna do for now. I know it's like we traveling a lot around the country, the US, but it is okay. We can do this. So I hopefully they might even rest. We don't know. You and like what. Sorry, I forgot to press the button.
From the actual sole act of aggression, are there different exertions expelled between the two?
I think I understand the question as, because I've seen the policy on use of force, and they specifically call out the concept of active aggression, which is, I think, the phrase that's used in there. So active aggression is a fairly common phrase that's used across law enforcement. And what that means is actual acts of assault. In other words, an individual who's trying to punch you, elbow strike you, headbutt you, bite you, kick you, those kind of things. That's active aggression. That's one type of resistance. Other types of resistance can be what's called defensive resistance, and it can still be done aggressively. That means if I grab onto your arm and you rip your arm away from me, that's aggressively ripping your arm away. But they're not necessarily the exact same thing. So active aggression it's consistent with the policy I've seen. That's a level of assault versus defensive resistance is resisting arrest, no question. And it can be done very aggressively, but it's not necessarily directly focused to harm the officer. They both require a lot of energy to overcome. They both require a lot of effort. The idea of, as an example, if I grab somebody's arms and I'm trying to keep them pinned and they, break away, that's a lot of energy and effort to do. And to overcome that, I have to generate a lot of force. I think I answered the question.
And any follow-up from that, Mr. Hamilton?
Not this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Becker?
There you are.
Don't see any other hands raised. May this witness be excused?
Your Honor, is there one more question on this? Okay. There's one more question.
I asked it. Oh, he answered it.
Okay. Then no.
Yeah, there were two on the paper. I just asked them all together, and he did answer. So maybe be excused. Ms. Hamilton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And should we call the next witness?
I would call Dr. Mark Kroll.
Hello.
Hi.
And sir, before you take your seat, if you please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, you may be seated.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Bottle of water back there.
Thank you very much.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Mark William Kroll, Kroll.
And sir, could you just introduce yourself to the jury and just give us an explanation of what type of work you do?
I'm a biomedical scientist with a primary specialty in bioelectricity. And bioelectricity is the study of the interaction of electricity in the human body. So I do research and publications in using electricity for therapeutic purposes, such as electrical treatments for solid cancer tumors, shocks to restart the heart, and what's more relevant in this case, the use of electronics to control the human body, either through pain or through electronic muscle contractions.
Now, sir, some of my next question you may have already touched on, but what specific fields have you worked in over the years?
I started out while I was a student working in electrical stimulation of the bladder when I worked at Medtronic for people that could not urinate with voluntary control, and I worked in pacemakers. Then I ended up spending about 15 years working on improving implantable defibrillators. I also was involved in the startup of making a simple single button external defibrillators for law enforcement and firefighters. And about 20 years ago, I got involved with the TASER electrical weapons manufacturer. So I've done a lot of research in that area. And I am still active in electrical treatments for cancer.
Do you have any teaching roles?
I presently am an adjunct full professor of biomedical engineering at the University of Minnesota. Before that, I was adjunct full professor of biomedical engineering at Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo. And overlapping that somewhat, I was a faculty member for the Creativity and Innovation Program at UCLA.
Sit on any boards or committees?
Yes.
In relation to your work, maybe there's others, but just in relation to your work.
Well, I sat on the Axon board, a company formerly known as Taser that makes the electrical weapons and the body cameras, for 21 years. I just got off of that about exactly 1 year ago. And I also sat on their scientific medical advisory board. I sit on the board of a company in Boston called Hemonetics that makes plasma extraction machines. If you've ever sold plasma, $75, or ever used a plasma-derived drug for a bleeding disorder, for example, that went through our equipment, most likely. I sit on the board of the committee for ANSI, the American National Standards Institute, that sets safety standards for things like bicycle helmets and safety glasses. They have a standard naturally for electrical weapons. So I sit on that committee. Those standard make sure you put out enough juice so you get the muscle contraction and not so much that you would be real dangerous. There's a couple others that those aren't maybe as relevant.
Sure. And have you advised any well-known agencies or companies?
Yeah, I do.
I'll stipulate just all cases of expedited read everything, so I think I'll stipulate to them. Electrical weapons, if that's what we're looking for.
It is getting to be that time of day, Dr. Kroll, and you have quite a bit of experience here. But if maybe I could just flush out a couple of topics, and I can maybe cut to it a little bit more here. Do you advise any governmental agencies?
I'm a regular advisor to the United States Department of Justice on electrical weapons, and that includes Border Patrol, United States Marshals, and the Department of Justice Public Defender Program, and I've advised the United States Navy how to defend their ships from scuba diving terrorists, things like that.
Now, I don't want to age you, but how long have you been working in biomedical research? What year approximately did you get started in this?
1970.
Okay. Now, just your formal education. Can you just tell us post-high school education?
I have a bachelor's degree in mathematics. And while I was in high school, I spent a summer at Michigan State, which I'm very proud of, studying mathematics.
You just flew in from another state, right?
Yes.
This morning?
Yeah, that was 6 weeks, best 6 weeks of my life. And then I got a master's and PhD in electrical engineering from the University of Minnesota, and I have an MBA from St. Thomas University.
I'm just going through here as far as in the last 20 years or so, you mentioned Axon. Have you had several adjunct faculty positions over the years?
Yes, Cal Poly and University of Minnesota and UCLA.
Can you share with us any major awards you have earned?
The one I'm most proud of, in 2010, I was given the International Career Achievement Award in Biomedical Engineering.
And have you been recognized in the field of medicine for your biomedical contributions?
Yes, the American College of Cardiology awarded me the fellow status, and having to do with my work in shocks in the heart. Heart Rhythm Society gave me the fellow status. And the American Institute of Medicine and Biology and Engineering, which is part of the National Science Agency, whatever, it was the National Science Program that was set up by Abraham Lincoln. I got fellow accreditation there. And then on the international side, Engineering and Medicine and Biology Society, I have a fellow status with them.
Just generic, where are most of your lectures? Where do you do most of your lecturing?
I've lectured in 44 states, 38 countries, and Locally, I've lectured at Spectrum several times when they were setting up a program to use a new advanced implantable defibrillator on how to properly set that up and the science behind it.
I'm not going to ask you all the different countries, but you've also done some lecturing internationally. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
One topic here, publications. I think it's important to touch on. But did you write a book in particular relevant to taser-related cases?
I'm a co-editor of 2 books on electrical weapons. First was Taser, Conducted Electrical Weapons, something like Science, Medicine, and Law, or something like that. Another one was Atlas of Conducted Electrical Weapon Wounds and Forensic Analysis, something like that.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you just a few more questions to give some context to your testimony here, but just to move on. Your Honor, at this time, I would respectfully offer Dr. Mark Kroll, an expert in the field of operations and effects of electrical weapons, including benefits, risks, and myths. Now,
So, the expert in operation and effects of electrical weapons, what was the other term?
including benefits,
I'll just leave it at, I'll consider him an expert in the field of operation and effects of electrical weapons. That includes whatever includes.
that's great, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Just one topic here. Since you're a PhD doctor and biomedical scientist, can you just help us understand the difference between a doctor specializing in biomedical sciences and a doctor that specializes in MD or a medical doctor?
There are 3 primary differences. Number 1, we never touch patients. We're not licensed. That's not our training. Versus healthcare providers, whether it's a physician, chiropractor, dentist, nurse, EMT, they have training and licensing in touching patients. Number 2, we work on research that hopefully helps thousands, if not millions, of patients. And I'm very proud of the fact that over 2 million patients have had my patents in their chest with improved implantable defibrillators. Whereas a physician will typically deal with 1 patient at a time. And the third difference is our main job is to give the science to the physician, and the physician gives advice to the patient. So they're very different roles, but they're tightly intertwined.
How about forensic? Let's see. Have you authored any papers published in forensic medicine journals?
Yes, I've published about 40 articles in forensic medicine journals.
Okay. Just on the topic of Dr. Kroll, are the effects of restraint considered a specialty area of medicine?
No. What's taught in medicine for restraint is someone's on their back with wrists cuffed to the bed and ankles cuffed to the bed, and they're taught that the restraints have to be tight enough so the person can't fall off the bed, but not so tight that you cut off the circulation or do nerve damage.
Dr. Kroll, what are the effects of electricity on the human body, electrical shock, or electrical injury considered are those a specialty area of medicine?
No, those are a scientific specialty. American medical schools only teach 3 sentences about the effects of electricity on the human body. They learn a lot of things, thousands of diseases and hundreds of drugs, 1,000 parts of the body. So they don't really have time to get into that. So that remains a scientific specialty.
Now, I'm going to try to move forward now, unless there's anything particularly relevant background-wise. We can always bring it up at any point, too, along the testimony here, sir. But have you been provided several materials on this case and then created a report with some of your opinions related to this case?
Yes.
And let's just start. Obviously, this is a case that involves a taser, CEW, I think, at least that's what they referred to it as before. But what is your assessment, or how do you get started by evaluating something like this?
Pretty much looked at what everyone else looked at. I looked at the videos, the reports, the downloads from the weapon. Of course, I read Brian Child's report because he does the most detailed analysis of what was found inside the memory of the weapon.
And do you have any relevant publications that are associated with topics involved in this case?
Besides the two books, I've written chapters on electrical weapons for forensic pathology textbooks. And I have published about 100 papers total. That includes 50 formal papers on the use of force, electrical weapons, arrest-related death, and many abstracts and book chapters.
Now, in particular, have you written on topics involved in this case here as far as specific experience of firearm transition after a loss of a conductive electronic weapon or a taser?
Yes. Sadly, what happened here happens every month or two across the country, because taser electrical weapons are used about 2,000 times a day worldwide, about 1,500 times a day in the United States. It doesn't always end well. It doesn't always do the job. And then so there's a transition to firearm. And over a 20-year period, there have been over 1,000 deaths where the taser electrical weapon failed to control the situation and the officer moved to lethal force. Of those, we've looked at the very particular issue of the suspect taking control or attempting to take control of the officer's weapon. And as of 2020, there were 113 such cases. And there were 53 of those cases. The officer then transitioned to the firearm and shot the subject. 48 ended in a fatality. 5 led to non-fatal wounds. And that was published in 2021 in a Journal of Forensic and Legal Medicine, I believe.
Is that peer-reviewed?
That's absolutely peer-reviewed journal, yes.
And what's the difference between a peer-reviewed article versus writing books or magazines?
I get asked to write articles for magazines in this area, police magazines, for example, and you send it in. If they like the story, they might edit a little bit, slick it up, add some nice artwork. But for a scientific publication, the rules are different. I submit the article to the journal, then the journal editor takes a first look at it. Does it fit for this journal? And if it does fit for the journal, does it appear to be of high scientific quality? If not, it gets sent back. If it passes those first two gates, then the editor-in-chief will send it out to 2 to 4 anonymous experts in this area. So that's the peer review. And these are people, they may be my friends, they may be people that aren't my friends, but they are experts in the area. And then my name is taken off the article. My co-author's names are taken off the article. It gets sent out to them as an anonymous paper. And then they score it like homework. They say, this is really dumb, this is really great, or this is really fine except for page 3, sentence 7 doesn't make sense, or the conclusions are stronger than the statistics that were used. And then they grade it A through F like homework. They send it back to the editor, and then the editor comes back and tells me, I'm sorry, your paper's rejected. Or I'll accept it if you make all of these changes that the reviewers want. And then you send it back in with those changes. Hopefully it gets accepted. Sometimes it's accepted on that second pass. I've had articles that went through 5 rounds of reviews before it's accepted. And once it's considered, once it is accepted, forgive me, by a peer-reviewed journal, then it's considered part of the scientific literature.
Now, in addition to writing and researching a peer-reviewed article on this topic,
have you also been called in to testify in cases, those types of situations, as far as officer losing the taser device and having to resort to or some type of shooting resulting?
Yes, I have testified in at least 2 other similar tragic situations like this that resulted in loss of control of the electrical weapon and a fatal shooting. That comes to mind right now, one out of Georgia, one out of South Carolina, and I'm blanking on the other one right now, but there's 2 that come to mind, and there may be some others.
Okay. I'm going to get into just, we've heard from Brian Childs, who obviously is well-versed on the science behind the device and analysis. We've also heard from a master taser instructor, so I'm not planning to unfold the device all over again, okay? So we'll probably cut to some particular topics, but in your review of the materials on this case, did you also have the opportunity to review an expert report by the prosecution's expert, Mr. Stoughton and Bloomfield?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to listen to the testimony of Mr. Stoughton earlier this week?
I did.
And did you follow, upon your review of the expert report and then the testimony that you heard, did you go to explore and see whether there was any published research or writings that may be relevant to what they wrote about and talked about, and perhaps their expertise in those areas?
Well, yes, and even goes back when I first read Professor Stoughton's report, which was probably in January. I'd never heard of him before, and I've been working in this area for a long time. So I wasn't sure where he got his understanding of electrical weapons, and I went through his CV, and it didn't mention any training or publications or research in this area, which is fine. There's lots of different things people work on. And then when I saw the testimony, which also included some things that, to be kind, I would say things that I disagreed with, I contacted Axon, who keeps records of everyone that's ever got any kind of a training certificate on their products, see if they'd ever heard of him. They hadn't, and they had no records of him ever having any kind of training certificate of any sort. They have no records.
Jack, he never said he had a training certificate. He was a police officer and use of force expert. He didn't claim to be a taser, so I'm not quite sure what this relevance is.
I think we can. I think it's relevant as far as they heard testimony, and he went and explored what the experts claimed expertise was.
The expert was the use of force and police tactics. He never got as a taser expert.
I think he tried to put himself out as an expert in as much as he could.
So, I mean, I think it's hearsay. So I'll sustain the objection to the extent that it does contain hearsay, and he was not recognized as a taser expert during that area. So Mr. Stoughton wasn't.
Just in general, based upon your research, within your communities, was there really much that you were able to find that would give Mr. Stoughton expertise to be testifying the way that you did?
Jack, you just rephrased the question. It's the same question, so I don't understand how it's wrong.
You didn't quite finish it, but we will finish that question so I can move on that.
Sure, and I'm basically asking, any literature or anything else that he could find in this world that he's in that would lend credence to whether or not Mr. Stoughton's testimony may have been accurate on several topics about the taser.
Okay, so again, I'll sustain the objection because Mr. Stoughton didn't testify in the area of expertise that this witness has, which is in the operation and effects of electrical weapons. Mr. Stoughton didn't testify about that.
He testified to a lot of things about the taser, but I can.
Not as an expert. So.
Well, he was up there on a witness stand as an expert.
Right, but not in tasers or not in the area
Okay.
that this witnesses and experts.
All right. We could move along then perhaps, but did you have take some issue with some of the testimony that you heard from Mr. Stoughton on the taser?
Yes, some things were incorrect.
Okay. Now, just moving to some topics here in this case, did you have the opportunity to listen to Mr. Bloomfield talk about incapacitation and neuromuscular incapacitation?
I did.
And are they the same?
No.
Can you explain that? Let me just rephrase that. Incapacitation, neuromuscular incapacitation, are they the same thing?
No. Neuromuscular incapacitation is one type of incapacitation. There are several others.
And I think we've heard discussion. Can you just explain a little bit as far as, although I hate to do it all over again, but neuromuscular incapacitation, can you give us just a brief survey of what that is?
If you have, say, probes, especially in your back, and the pulses are going into your body, those are stimulating the nerves in your back, so your back muscles tense up. If the top probe is high enough, it'll stimulate the nerves that control the arms. You'll lose control of your arms. And then the bottom probe is low enough, it will stimulate the femoral nerve, which controls mostly the thigh muscles, and the sciatic nerve, which controls the lower leg, and the perineal nerve, which controls most of the feet muscles. And so a person will lose effective control of all of their skeletal muscles. They fall down and they can't really do much. That's neuromuscular. It's the nerves that control the muscles that are being stimulated. But you can imagine that if you had somebody duct tape from shoulder to ankle, they're also incapacitated, but it does not involve the nerves, doesn't really involve the muscles. So it's very dangerous to assume that because you don't have neuromuscular incapacitation, there's no incapacitation possible. You have to keep those separate.
Now, I'd just like to ask you about one type of potential incapacitation, and you can explain it a lot better than myself, but could you explain the carotid variety of incapacitation to us? Carotid. I'm sorry.
If any of you ever did judo or you watch a judo match, there is a hold in which you put your arm like this with the elbow right in front so you're not damaging the sensitive tracheal area. And then the sides of your forearm and your biceps are squeezing right here. And these are pressure sensors that are designed into our body to control the amount of blood going to the brain. So when I stand up, these pressure sensors say, hey, I'm not getting enough blood. Tells the heart, crank it up, so you don't faint when you stand up. If you lay down, then those pressure sensors say, hey, I got plenty of blood, back off. I don't want to blow up the brain. And somebody can be hung upside down for a long time, and eventually they will die from lots of other problems with breathing. And these carotid baroreceptors, think like barometric pressure, that's what it is. They're just pressure sensors telling the heart, back it off, back it off, back it off. You can also do that electrically. In fact, there is a device for people with really bad blood pressure that's essentially a pacemaker that just tickles these two nerves around here, and that sends the signals down to the heart, back it off, back it off. We got too much blood pressure. It's for people for which blood pressure pills don't work. And so that would be a way you could incapacitate somebody. Well, in judo, you pinch this off, they faint, and they're out for a while. You could do that electrically. Do you want more detail on that?
No, that, I may just approach you if I could with a photo here.
Okay, that's perfect.
And maybe do you recognize this photograph and could that help explain this concept?
Yes, please.
All right, Your Honor, I would like to publish and admit Defense Exhibit V. V is in Victor.
No objection.
And while we're at it, Your Honor, there's a second page to V, part of this explanation as well. Do you understand that photograph, sir?
I do.
That's also, it's, both photos are part of V, Your Honor.
And you saw that too, Mr. Becker, you don't have any objection.
Correct.
So you has admitted the 2 pages.
Maybe I should have done this before, but does that help assist in your explanation there?
Yes, so we start with the carotid artery, which comes off of your aorta, which takes the blood directly from your heart. And here we see the right carotid. And just before the split into the 2 carotids that go on the right side of your head, there's a pressure sensor, like pressure gauge on your car that tells you the tire inflation is low. And if you put pressure on that, you're confusing it. And I got to be careful because you can make yourself faint. It's saying, hey, there's enough pressure, tell the heart to back off. You could faint. You can also stimulate that electrically.
Can you explain that? So for instance, the drive stun function, we've all heard quite a bit of evidence about this drive stun function. It's irregardless of the probes and the cartridges, the taser has a drive stun function. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what could electricity through the drive stun function applied to that point do?
Well, that would stimulate those nerves, and that would send a signal to your brain and to your heart saying, back it off. You've got too much blood, and you would faint. And that I think I could use that next picture.
Yeah, could we go to the next picture, please? Go back. There's only one. I think that's from a. Yes, that it?
Yeah, so here's a little flashback in history. About 25 years ago, when the taser company started, they would train this. So you could stimulate here and make somebody faint. You could incapacitate them with the drive stun. And they asked some of their physician researchers if they could study this, and they said, no, it's way too dangerous. There's too many sensitive structures in here, and you could shut the heart off for a while and wouldn't come back. And there have been a couple of rare cases of a judo instructor in one case that died from this. He told his pupil to hold it on until he tapped out. Well, he passed out, never tapped out, and he died. So this was considered too dangerous. So this has been taught as a way of incapacitating a violent subject with the drive stun. Now they simply say, don't go near the neck.
So these warnings that have been, that are in evidence from Axon that are then taught to the police officers as far as avoiding some of these sensitive areas, even with the drive stun and avoiding the neck, this could be one of the risks of drive stun to the neck.
Yes, and the other one, which I believe Mr. Childs touched on, was the mechanical force in the trachea. Trachea is very sensitive. You can have permanent damage, which is why we, defensively, we drop our chin. And you can make the heart go into idle by stimulating here with the carotid baroreceptor.
Now, can there be temporary incapacitation from the drive stun in any other way?
Yes, you can have incapacitation from disorientation. If a SWAT team goes into a very high-risk entry where there may be armed subjects in a room, they will shoot in flashbang grenades. And these come in and they have really bright lights and really loud sound, and you're completely disoriented. You don't know which way is up. There's such a sensory overload. And you're not muscularly incapacitated. You are cognitively incapacitated. You simply don't know what's up. You're disoriented, not sure where you are. You're incapable of forming the cognitive functions of fighting or resisting. And that can happen with a drive stun. If someone is not expecting it, they're sober, like a police officer on duty, they're not anesthetized or analgesied by drugs or high levels of alcohol, they would have the full sensation. And electrical shocks have a very disorienting sensation. Now, some of you have experienced shocks. You've experienced a static shock, certainly up in Michigan. Maybe you've experienced shocks from doing wiring or something like that. It doesn't last long. You pull back. The problem with electrical shocks is not the pain. It's a disorientation. Because think about what your fingers sense when you touch something. They sense vibration. They sense pressure. They sense hot. They sense cold. They sense all kinds of things. And those nerves then run up to your brain to form a sensation. If you're stimulating electrically, all of those nerves are fired, and the signal going to your brain is very confusing. Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it vibrating? Is it not? Is it pressure? I don't know what's going on. For example, when I took my taser hit in my chest, my first sensation was I didn't know where I was. And then my next sensation was reminding me of this movie Alien, which is an old movie, I'm dating myself, where this alien was trying to kick itself out of the chest because I had all the sensation of vibration and pressure and tension. I didn't know what was going on. I really thought somebody was trying to kick out of my chest. So there's pain there, but the disorientation is a bigger factor. So if you can disorient someone with a sudden shock, they will be temporarily incapacitated as well.
In regards to the taser, whether it's probe deployment or even a drive stun, we've had several people talking about voluntary tasings. Even I drive stun myself all the time. It's no big deal. Is there a difference between voluntary and involuntary tasings as far as for the recipient? Can there be?
Yes, and there's degrees to it. For example, a police officer getting training, that's encouraged but not required. And so it's kind of voluntary, but you've got a lot of peer pressure. And so that still is going to hurt and might have a kind of a bad memory of it. But if you just voluntarily, say, took some kind of a shock box, and you can buy gadgets that do this, if you say buy one of these 6-pack muscle stimulators and crank those up, that hurts, and you crank them up, it really hurts, but you're in control. And there's a body of psychological literature that shows that when you're in control, you can handle a lot of pain because you know you can turn it off. And since I've done a fair bit of work in electronic muscle stimulation, including therapeutic muscle stimulation, now I've done studies on this and have interviewed people, and one of my favorite examples is a professional hockey player. And I said, do you use one of these 6-pack stimulators? He said, yeah, I use it to strengthen my core. And I said, what was the pain like? He said, well, I cranked it all the way up. It's the worst pain I ever felt in my life. And I said, well, how could you stand it? He said, because I knew I could turn it off anytime I wanted. It's total control. So if you're in control and it's your idea, it's not so bad, especially if you just for a stunt want to drive stun yourself in front of a class, take the weapon, zap. I've done it in court twice. Okay. It's not that big a deal. And the best example of the difference between voluntary and involuntary is tickling. I'm very ticklish. And unfortunately, my wife knows this, takes advantage of it. But if I tickle myself, it's no big deal. It's voluntary. And my brain just says, this is no big deal. You're doing it. Why are you doing this? It's stupid. But nothing happens. So there's a big difference between just zapping yourself and having somebody else force electric shock on you.
Now, just about to move on here, but just to go back to the two forms of temporary incapacitation you discussed, as far as the carotid baroreceptor, thank you, and also this temporary incapacitation from disorientation. Is that in drive stun mode that those two means of temporary incapacitation can happen?
Yes, those are the best ways to do it, is with the drive stun.
Okay. Now, moving on to another topic here, outside of the taser's ability to incapacitate, what is one of the other more serious injuries that you see from the taser device?
The most serious life-changing injury is what we call a globe rupture. Probe goes into the eye and it pops the eyeball. The vitreous fluid runs out and it collapses like a beach ball. The eye is surgically removed because it's worthless. And then you get a glass eye and you may have a lifetime of nerve pain from the nerves in the back, depending upon how well they cut things off at the nerves. That is your greatest fear. And my colleagues and I have published 2 papers on this. There have been over 30 cases documented of this injury with people ended up with glass eyes.
Now, are officers trained never, is this part of the reason they're trained never to target the face because of the potential eye injuries?
That is the primary reason we never target the face.
Now, an individual without training, is it fair to say they may not be aware of those sensitive areas to avoid?
That's true. Or an antagonistic person may intentionally target the face.
Are you also aware of any cases where the drive stun to the eye has caused serious damage?
Yes. You don't just have to have the probe doing a mechanical injury. And I had wanted to show you some pictures. They're pretty dramatic of that. But there was a case published in 2007 in a Journal of Eye Surgery of a guy who had a drive stun over his right eye. And he had a lot of damage. He had iritis and glaucoma from that. And interestingly, he ended up with cataracts in his left eye, even though that's not where the drive stun was. So that those high electric fields can do a lot of damage. You've got a lot of sensitive nerves, obviously, around your eye.
Now, I'm already moving towards a conclusion here, Dr. Crow, but we've already heard, as I mentioned, from the Axon expert master taser, as far as the warnings that an officer is given on this device and the potential for NMI and avoiding certain areas. But based on your experience reviewing these types of cases and you watching the video in this case, was Officer Schurr in a proximity, a distance from the other individual, where within a split second he could have had the probes deployed on him?
Yes.
Was he within arm's length approximately proximity where in a split second the drive stun could have been used upon him?
Yes.
And I'm sorry to take us off. Let's back up one moment. I didn't think of this before. When we're talking about the temporary incapacitation, as far as disorientation, could that be even more so if a person's completely fatigued and exhausted?
their ability to fight that off or to avoid having some type of incapacitation.
Yes.
In this case here, where the probes, wires are spread around these two men as they struggle over that device, can those probes and wires be re-energized on the taser?
Yes.
And can that leave potential risk of NMI from those probes and possibly even the wires?
In certain circumstances, and now I'm recalling that other case, similar case was in Florida, where there was a struggle on the ground and the suspect, it was a suspected stolen car, took control of the officer's electrical weapon and kept pulling the trigger, and they had the wires wound all around between them, and the officer was getting incapacitated from sensing that shocking. And finally, it took, I think it was 27 seconds where he's able to get enough control of his right arm and pull out his firearm and tragically shoot the suspect.
Now, when we talk about the wires, the probes, the drives done into, put into that equation, that can also help close the circuit and deliver potential NMI?
Yes, because I believe Mr. Childs explained this the other day, because you've got electrodes on the end of the weapon on the muzzle. And so that can complete a circuit if you have just one connection. And in this case, you've got probes in the ground. So you're putting electrical current into the ground. They're both on the ground. You could use the drive stun to complete the circuit.
In this case here, where we now know that both cartridges had been deployed, was this officer still at risk of suffering incapacitation in several different ways?
Yes.
And according to your peer-reviewed research, do officers can and do they resort to deadly force use to protect themselves in some of these situations?
Sadly, they're forced to do that about every month or two somewhere in the country.
Just one moment, please. Sir, are you familiar with the Taser 7 device?
Yes.
Have you ever handled one before or seen it in pictures?
Yes.
If I could just show you Defendant's Exhibit L4. Do you know where the safety mechanism is on that device?
Yes.
And does it appear as though, can you tell whether or not the safety is on or off?
Well, the safety is off, meaning the weapon is on because we see the red right there.
Okay.
So this weapon was fully enabled. It was turned on.
Was fully enabled and ready to do what to potentially re-energize it, if you recall?
You could pull the trigger to re-energize it, or you could push the side button to energize it.
Okay. Your Honor, just for the record, Defendant's Exhibit L4, this is a photograph, I believe admitted through Detective Tubergen, of photographs taken at the scene after this incident. Just one moment, please. Nothing else. Thank you.
Sir, I'm going to kind of go through. You've been around the taser for a long time. The fair statement.
21 years, yes, sir.
21 years. Because I'm going back. I'm looking, starting off, and maybe a starting point would be May 2011. There's a National Institute of Justice report. Kind of the Department of Justice put out a report on the taser. Correct?
They've done several.
But that was like the first one, if you will. That the kind of the big one, kind of coming out.
They sponsored the McDonald study, which was published in 2009. That looked at 24,000 uses of force, including the taser. But if you refresh and go for the name, they sponsored a lot of research.
I do have it for you if it would help you to take a look at it.
Sure.
Got some like tabs on it.
Thank you.
Sure. It's a National Justice Institute report from the Department of Justice. That's a public, is that where it's from?
Yes.
You said from 2011.
Correct.
Yeah, this is, okay, yeah, this looks like one of their publications.
Yeah.
They've actually done a lot.
And I'm not going to try and get into a whole lot, but the general gist of the report was that the CEW conducted
electrical weapon
can significantly reduce injuries to suspects, and the use of CEDs, conducted electrical devices, can decrease injuries to officers and civilians. That was the gist of the report.
Yes, that's why officers carry them.
Sure. And this, then you kind of did maybe your own follow-up, if you will, because this is I have a field statistics overview from 2000. You can look at it. 2000.
2008, that's a book chapter.
It's a book chapter?
Yes, yes.
So it's a chapter, you did a book from that.
Yes, sir.
So we heard about it, so you get asked to do something in a book, you did a chapter on that. This is your own writing.
That's correct. In fact, this is my first book.
Okay,
Yeah.
the first one. And in that thing, your own research concludes that 1.4 million humans have received a CEW exposure as of July 2008. Do you
That
remember
sounds
writing
right.
that? The adoption of these devices has demonstrated a reduction in both officer and suspect injuries, rarely a link between CEW exposure and death. That's what you wrote, right?
I'll take it, but.
I mean, you want to look at it, I mean, that's like, write it down.
I assume you're reading it correctly.
Okay.
Yep. They usually work fine, and that's why officers use them.
Yep. Going back, and you further work, going back to 1983, including cases where taser was listed as a cause of death, there were 12. 12 cases out of 1.4 million. That was in the early days, if you will.
What's the question?
That's what you wrote in there. There was
Okay.
12 deaths out of 1.4 million.
Okay.
If you want to.
No, I know that's deaths are uncommon.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to go through here. Kind of like this next one, 2015, baseball poison and soup recipes. That article you wrote?
Yeah, it's not peer reviewed. That's an informal article on ResearchGate.
But it's your article, right?
Yes.
And in that article, I mean, if you need to look at it, I'll give it to you as well. Just to go over.
Oh, and that's different. This one's not the soup recipe. This was a peer reviewed article in the European Journal of Defense and Safety. Yes.
Okay.
Is that not the one that he just named?
No. No, but I'm familiar with both.
It's your article. That's, you wrote it.
I'm one of 6 authors here. I'm the first author. I'm happy to take responsibility for it.
Okay. In that, it says the CEW looks somewhat like a pistol and is occasionally mislabeled as a stun gun, so the non-specialists make a subconscious connection and thus form the misplaced intuition that every time a trigger is pulled, something powerful is launched. That's what's in there.
Okay.
You wrote that. You remember that, or do you trust
I'll
it?
take your word for it.
Okay. The highly effective rate also gives the impression that the device must be extremely powerful. It is not. Just very optimized to do its job with minimal power. You remember writing that?
Sounds right.
Now, I also have, this is not an article. Do you remember doing a PowerPoint for medical examiners?
I've done a few. Thank you.
Standing behind you.
Yep. Oh, I remember this.
Identify what you're handing to the witness.
It's not exhibit, just this is a PowerPoint. It says a PowerPoint medical examiner collection of
Oh.
comprehensive objective medical evidence for conducted electrical weapons and their temporal relationship to sudden arrest.
Okay. I'm a third author on this, but yes, I remember this.
Okay, but this is something I got as a PowerPoint. Is it something you presented, or?
I didn't. I think my colleague presented this at a conference in London.
Okay. Well, one of the things to talk about in this PowerPoint, the pain contribute, good grief, I can't talk. The pain contribution speculation. The CEW allegedly causes great pain, and this led to increased caliomines. How do you say that? Maybe you can help me out.
Okay, thank you. Catecholamines.
Catecholamines.
Those are the hyperhormones, epinephrine, norepinephrine, and dopamine.
Okay, which cause death. The next line is there have been 1.9 million CEW training applications, all painful, and there have been no deaths. That's what's in here, right?
I'll take your word for it.
If you
That
want-
sounds true. No, that sounds correct.
I'm just trying to.
I mean, officers get training applications, and if they don't die, that they wouldn't be doing training applications anymore. They have somebody hold them up on each
Sure.
side, they get it, and they go down.
And this was at this point in time, there's about 4.6 million human CEW exposures at about the time this PowerPoint was done,
That
correct?
sounds all right. It's up to about 7 million now in the field and 2 million training exposures.
It looks like I have another.
I should stress that those applications are all done by certified trainers, of course, so they know where to do the probes and have somebody, two spotters, in fact.
This appears to be maybe another book chapter, if you will, from 2018. Guidelines for investigating officer-involved shootings, arrest-related deaths, and deaths in custody.
Yes?
You recognize that? Looks like you may have done a chapter
Yes.
with Michael Brave. You recognize that? In this, you write, CEW delivers enormous currents, but a mild current causing only moderate motor nerve-mediated muscle contractions. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
The strength of muscle contractions is less than half of what someone would voluntarily do during recreational weightlifting.
That's correct.
One of the myths, you talk about a myth in this, a delayed recovery. There's a delayed recovery after taser exposure. With zero evidence, people are left days and weeks, at least for 5, perhaps 15 minutes, or that someone would be rendered physically incapacitated for up to 10 minutes. Fortuitously, such creative thoughts are usually confined to the political and psychological literature, as well as theoretical productions.
Right. And theatrical production, because
Yeah.
Hollywood loves to show
Sure.
a guy getting the muscle control, and then he just lays around and flops like a fish forever. Yeah.
Sure. Another thing you said in there, a 10-second taser exposure compared to pepper spray or a heavy bag, the taser was the second lowest next to OC spray.
In terms of what markers, some metabolic stress or adrenergic
Correct.
stress?
So it was less than punching a heavy bag.
In terms of, I think it was metabolic stress in that case, lactate,
Mhm.
pH, do you recall? But
So
yeah,
that's
there have
a
been
fair
studies that have done of that.
Okay.
Punching a heavy bag can take somebody into anaerobic position, and it's very, very exhausting.
Sure. Once again, the CEW application includes muscle contractions of less than half of voluntary weightlifting. Cannot be that stressful on the body. Less muscle effects than running 20 yards.
Okay.
That sounds like something.
Well, that
you would
sounds
read.
all right, yeah,
Okay,
sure.
you're okay with that. You have a February, I don't have the full one, but you did a specific study in 2019 on eye injuries from electrical weapon probes.
I published 2 papers around
Two?
that, 2018 and 2019.
I don't have the full ones, but kind of gleaning from that. In 2018, eye injuries from electrical weapons, 28 cases out of 3.44 million. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
It's a rare but real risk. That's a fair statement?
Yes.
A strike in the face is in 1% of taser deployments. Smaller than that actually hit the eye.
Okay.
Is
I trust your reading.
Okay.
It's my paper.
And what you brought up, you found one case of stun damage, a drive stun to the eye that's caused any sort of damage. That's the one you testified to.
Is that one mentioned in my paper as well?
I don't have the full paper.
Okay.
I got the
Yeah.
summary, but then you just testified to it.
Sure, well, that's 2 different situations. This paper was focused on the ballistic damage from the probe going and rupturing the eyeball. So we were not looking for damage caused directly by electricity. That was reported separately.
All right. But I'm just trying to get the total number. So you've got 28 cases out of 3.44 million of a probe going in the eye, right?
Back then, yes.
And then you have this one incident of the drive stun causing eye damage.
One incident that comes to mind right now of something published in the medical and scientific literature. There's certainly more.
You keep on writing. You've got you did the civil rights and governmental tort liability, defending non-firearm arrest-related death litigation. Was this an article or was it a presentation?
That was an informal article that was part of their presentation at a legal conference January of last year.
Okay, and this one you wrote, CEW reduced subject injury by 65% and 78% reduction in injury requiring medical attention. Is that a fair statement?
Well, I didn't do those studies. Those are studies sponsored by the National Institute of Justice.
But this is, I got this from, I mean, it's.
No, the numbers are correct.
I'm just saying, that's what I got from your article, though.
No, those
Yeah,
numbers
no
are
problem.
correct. That's why these weapons are used by law enforcement all over the world.
Part of this article, hands-on physical force tends to triple the injury rates compared to the CEW. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's what the studies show.
Whole body muscle simulation, MIHA Body Tech. Is that a brand or something?
That's a muscle stimulator used for toning your body. You wear this whole suit and you stimulate every muscle in your body. It's the MIHA Body Tech used
MIHA.
by, it's that
But that
about $2,000 and that stimulates all those muscles.
That's why I don't have one. But that delivers more than 4 times the current per electrode than a CEW. That's what you wrote.
Yeah, they're stimulating all the muscles hard for an exhausting free workout.
And this is 2024. And this, it says at this point in time in 2024, there are 30 deaths by fatal falls and head and neck injuries in flammable fumes. That's the primary way people are killed, right? Falls and fumes.
From electrical weapon, yes.
Okay.
Falls and fires, we like to say.
And I guess, going into that, none of that, because you just testified about this neck thing. Went through a bunch of articles. You didn't say anything about the neck, any neck injuries, anybody dying from getting tased in the neck or a drive stun in the neck.
It's correct, because that's no longer used.
Okay, it's no longer used, but it's still a risk, right? I mean, you would have paid attention if somebody would have died from that.
No, the thing, what we have to be careful to not confuse studies of, is this weapon safe to use to control a violent subject versus what are the risks of it being used on a police officer who has a firearm that can be used against them? That's really apples and oranges.
But it's still something to consider that you don't have any statistics, you don't have a single case you can show where somebody has died of getting drive stun in the neck.
That's correct. That hasn't been allowed for almost 20 years.
I know it hasn't been allowed, but the taser's been out there. Been used 7.5 million times, I think you said, right?
It's over 7 million worldwide.
So I would assume, I mean, you're the expert in this. You would be aware if that had happened.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting. I would want to write that article, but the point is not that there was deaths from that, but it's a very real risk of incapacitation. So an officer would lose control of his firearm. That's the risk there. These studies are focused on what happens to subjects, resistant subjects, not what happens to the police officer.
Well, so your position then is the real danger is an officer getting incapacitated and then somebody taking the weapon from him.
That's a primary danger, besides getting the probe in the eye.
Besides getting the probe in the eye. Okay. So then we kind of come to the big study, if you will. Mr. Dodge mentioned it early. You have a study, 2021, police shootings after electrical weapon seizure, homicide or suicide by cop. That was your title.
Yes.
And in that study, not a single officer was killed.
That's correct.
Okay. I think you said there were 53 individuals who disarmed an officer of their taser.
It's not clear if they were completely disarmed him, but they were trying, either succeeded or were attempting to gain control of
Okay.
the electrical weapon, and the officer then shot them.
So I'll stand corrected again. Authors report 131 incidents of subject attempting to or gaining control of an officer's electrical weapon from 2004 to 2020. 53 results in a shooting.
That's correct.
And all 53 that resulted in a shooting results in the person trying to disarm the officer, not the officer being killed.
And that's why it's taught that way.
Sure.
Because if the officer did not shoot that individual, they could have died. So that's what that study really shows, is that the training of you can transition to your firearm if this violent suspect takes control of the electric weapon, it works. So it's saving officer lives.
So even out of those 53 that were shot, only 14 were actually shocked, right? That actually got a stun, right?
That where the officer received a shock or
Correct.
was threatened, yes.
Okay. 18, nothing happened. They were disarmed with a taser and nothing happened. The wasn't pointed, didn't get tased, right?
I'm going to take your word for it, yes.
You want to take a look at the, I mean, you can get the arm. That's,
I mean, I wrote it, I'm responsible for it.
Okay.
But I'm not sure what the question is.
well, so in more cases than not, when an officer's taser was taken from him, nothing happened.
Well, they got shot.
Well, after, but they didn't, the officer didn't get tased, right?
And that's why they have the training. Someone takes your electrical weapon, you've got to avoid the risk. You
What-
transition to firearm.
What training are you talking about?
Well, I'm not going to go into specific, I don't know what the specific training is in Grand Rapids, but in general, that is the understanding across the country, that is an acceptable transition.
So you're in generally accepted police practices that somebody can take when somebody takes a taser, they can get shot, no matter the circumstances?
I don't hold myself out as an expert on police practices, certainly. But in our research for this paper, we surveyed all of the master instructors across the United States. And that is the impression I got. I don't recall putting statistics to it. And it's clearly demonstrated by what ended up happening here. Police officer used the firearm for defense and ended the situation, so they never did get shot.
But you don't go into the facts and circumstances of each case.
We did, actually. We went into some detail of those 53 shootings.
So in the 53 shootings, what were the circumstances? Like, there's more that goes into just taking an officer's taser, right?
Well, it's been 5 years since I wrote the paper, and it was 53 cases. I can't remember the details of every one as I sit here today.
But all you can remember is the impression that that was the policy, if you will, is just somebody takes your taser, they can be shot.
My impression that is standard practice, that's accepted practice.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
That's
From
your
working
opinion.
from studying this issue.
But you don't hold yourself out as a police expert, though, correct?
I didn't, and we did not survey what their practices were in their agency. We just know how it ended up. So
All
we'll
right.
leave it at that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Just one more topic, Doctor. Many of these statistics, I think Mr. Childs, the prosecution's expert on taser, talked about this too. Less lethal, millions. Marketed by a trained person, used as designed and intended. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
That's the majority of those statistics.
that's correct. Essentially, all of them. There are civilian weaker weapons sold that are similar, but there's no statistics gathered on those.
And to the police officer, they're warned this device is serious, may cause incapacitation or death.
That's correct. It's a weapon.
And that's why, based on your study, that this, whether training or just generally accepted, there's dangers to an officer if they have their taser taken from them.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up, but I think that the study ended in 2021, correct?
Well, we published in 2021. We stopped collecting data in 2020.
Are you aware of, since then, now we're now in 2025, are you aware that still never been a police officer killed after being disarmed with a taser?
Well, yes, and that speaks to the effectiveness of the policy.
You keep talking about a policy, you don't know anything about a police policy. Your impression of a police policy is not a policy, right?
Okay, I guess what I can say, that's a fair point.
Okay,
Well,
so that's your impression.
But
You gotta
that's
stop. You don't know anything about police policies or practices. So all you know is no officer has ever been killed in the history of the taser after being disarmed with a taser, correct?
and I don't mean to be flippant about this, but a good analogy
Then don't need an analogy, just need a yes or no answer.
Could the witness try to answer one of these questions?
I asked a simple question. It was a yes or no answer. He doesn't get to give, he wants to be flippant. Real easy answer.
it's okay. It's not that flippant, but it's an analogy that's commonly used to describe this.
I think he answered the question, because I think you asked it again. But, I mean, I think it was a yes or no question, and it doesn't call for an analogy. I'm afraid of how far the analogy will go. So, I will overrule the objection.
But you think I've asked and answered it, so I'll stop.
Yeah, I do think that he answered it, and then he added more, and then you asked it again.
Okay.
So, which is kind of argumentative too, sir.
Can I just ask him one more question? What would you like to say on that?
Well, you could say, how do you know that you really need a parachute jumping out of an airplane? Because no one's jumped out of an airplane without a parachute, and we don't know if they would have died without the parachute. I mean, that's the kind of question you're asking but it's actually a good analogy, because how do you know if the officer had just stood there that they wouldn't have been disarmed? No, because they shot the suspect in self-defense. So no, we don't know what would have happened.
Thank you.
Looking for your honor.
So my clerk will come and grab that question. If you don't approach, please.
All right, so now we're just waiting for the jury question. See you later, Becky. Nice to see you. Come back soon, definitely. Thank you, Zizi, for that.
Informant officer were shot and survived.
5.
We don't want to hear him for a second, but I case one, I have a better vitamin D source.
We are.
Don't see any other hands raised. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you very much, sir. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's now 4:30. Hopefully that's enough time to call another witness and get through it in the next 15 minutes. So what we'll do is we'll do a little bit early today. So I forgot to say at the last break, but please remember to turn your notes upside down. You did a great job last time. Leave them in your chairs. Also, please remember to not discuss the case with each other, with anyone else, and also continue avoiding any news reports of this case in media and on social media. And I hope you all have a good and safe weekend. Thank you. be seated. Address before we conclude for the evening. I'll start with the defense since we're on the defense case. Anything before we recess for the evening? If you want to come in the back, you can.
If we just want to get scheduled, get an idea, so.
Okay, all right, so we'll be in recess until tomorrow. All right, we'll start at 8:30, which I didn't tell you. I think we're already on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Bye. See you tomorrow. Speak a little bit louder because we can't hear you. So you gotta speak louder, Judge, into the mic. And oh my days, I just went to. I was closing up the tabs. I know the day has come to an end, which it's sad. But before we do go, we're not gonna listen to this. I'm gonna bookmark it, and keep it there for next time. But look of how Jennifer McCabe looks. That is absolutely crazy. I'm sorry, but that's a good funny face. Scary face at the same time. Oh my days. But yeah, right. We're gonna finish for today here. But it is sorry, I had to show that face. It was an amazing day. Any day that I get to spend with you guys are incredible. I really appreciate for the support, even though sometimes I'm not on camera, but I'm still always here chatting with you guys. Sometimes yes, with Israel we're not really 100% percent paying attention to it, but we are chatting and I really love that. But I know, Hannah, I know it's early, but let's do this all right. If you guys do this, we are stopping hanging out here, but Rubba is gonna go live in an hour, in less than an hour. She's gonna be live with her trial that she's following the resentencing of the Xbox murders. So we'll see you all there. I'll see you tomorrow, case one. I will again, like I did yesterday. I'm gonna redirect us there. I think she's already has it up, so I'll definitely do that now, and we can go all there. It's an hour. We can have a bit of a break, go outside, touch grass, like our Zio likes to say, and then we can do that. So yeah, we have an hour break and then we can just hang out with Rubber in a little bit. So thank you very much once again for supporting me, supporting the channel. But yeah, all right, have a good awesome evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are in the world. Have a great night. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye. Drive safe, Denise. Bye. See you all later.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.